Yeah, he was in MA Development second year. So I would request you to observe silence for a minute. Thank you.
Morning to all. The theme for the second day of this conference is Ethics and Education, Questions and Aims, Content and Teaching. The day begins with two keynote addresses, one from Professor Randall Curran, University of Rochester, USA, and his topic is titled Eudaimonia in the Classroom, which will be followed by a talk from Professor Susie Tharu, formerly with the University of EFLU Hyderabad, titled Life and Death in the University, Some Reflections on Student Suicides. This session will be chaired by Professor Harry Brighouse from University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. The speakers will have 1 hour for the presentation, about 35 to 40 minutes for presenting and 20 minutes for questions and answers. Over to the chair now. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. I'm just going to introduce Randall Curran to speak. You want to take your time?
Thank you. This is uncanny. The last time I was scheduled to speak about eudaimonia was at an elite country day school, is what it was called, in Brooklyn. And I had arrived and just checked into my hotel and got a phone call from the head of the upper school who had arranged my visit and reporting that a student had died and that it would not work for me to give the lecture the next morning at the opening of the school day to give a talk about flourishing in those circumstances. And I actually lay awake that night thinking, well, maybe I could actually pull it off. And then I thought, I'm glad I didn't have to. So it's a bit uncanny starting in the same way, similar circumstances today. Though it's relevant enough in its own way. So I think the theme of the day is ethics, and with three aspects of education being enumerated for attention. So if you think about what the scope of the ethics of education would be if we were defining a subfield of philosophy of education, it would certainly include the ethics of educational aims, content, and teaching. I'm just going to begin by reiterating something in my abstract, which is I've articulated a somewhat more comprehensive way of dividing the terrain of education ethics into 5 divisions. And I came to this after several attempts over many years to try to figure out an intellectually meaningful way of dividing the terrain of philosophy of education. And it struck me that whatever we're doing in educating, whether we're engaged in direct instruction or anything you call teaching at a given moment, we would in any case always be trying to oversee and guide students' activities, right, with certain ends in view. Right? We're sort of governing them in a sense. And So if you think of educating as always involving a kind of governance or directing of students' activities with the view to promoting favorable development and learning, then you've got an angle that I've tried to exploit for distinguishing 5 different normative aspects of education. And I claim to find, not everyone will agree, but I claim to find all 5 of those normative aspects of governance distinguished in, not in modern political philosophy, but in ancient Greek political philosophy. So I think those are actually enumerated in the abstract that you've seen. So it includes the aims with which you're governing, a kind of communicated content. In Greek legal and political thought, they thought of law itself as communicating truths about how people can live well together. So the laws were a kind of civic text that was supposed to communicate these moral truths. So that would have been the content of the law and moral content of the law from a Greek point of view. There's the manner of governing, and when you're engaged in governing children in an educational setting, that would include pedagogy, but other things you might think of as belonging to the ethics of teaching. But there's also the question that I think is distinguishable from the matter of the manner of governing or educating, and that's the authority on which you do it. And I mention this because it's, I think, a distinguishable normative dimension, but it's also one which, though I won't address it today, it's lurking in the vicinity of some of the things I'll say. And I'm going to remind Harry at this point that when I've addressed this in the past, it was to try to intervene in what had become a rather stale debate between followers of R.S. Peters, who talked about the teacher's knowledge as the foundation of the authority to teach, and feminist ethicists of education who opposed that view and argued essentially that, well, we ought to be educating children, teaching children in such a way as to, care for them and on that basis and sort of inspire them to cooperate in the enterprise. And the point I made was that these were 2 different things people were talking about. There was actually no fundamental disagreement. There's the question of the grounds, ethically salient grounds on which we entrust the authority to educate to people. And then there's a separate matter of how they ought to go about it so as to effectively lead children to follow them in the enterprise. So I think those are importantly distinguishable. They're different ethical or normative dimensions of education. And then finally, I think there's the responsibility with which one governs and similarly educates, and one can fit under that category issues of adequacy, inclusion, justice, which are equally ethical matters. So I think if you distinguish those 5 ethical dimensions of educating that lends clarity and a certain comprehensiveness to the enterprise, you could imagine a completely comprehensive, systematic approach to the ethics of education, which would answer the important questions about all 5 of those normative dimensions of education. So I'll talk a little bit today mostly about aims and a little bit about content and a fair bit about how to think about the manner of educating. in both cases, focusing on the content and the manner in a way that's guided by a conception of what the appropriate aims would be. So I want to say something then about my title and what's implied by it, because that goes directly to a central thesis of the paper. So the title is Eudaimonia in the Classroom. This is a title that my collaborator Rich Ryan and I came up with about 3 years ago when we decided we would try to write this paper together. As you can tell from the fact that I'm delivering it today, we've not succeeded in finishing it. But the reason the word "in" is there is, I mean, we often think about flourishing as something for people in the future, and that education would prepare them to live well, to live good lives, to flourish. We think of that as something in the future, right? Education is preparation for life. And we might add that children's well-being while they're at school also matters. But I've got a thesis here about a connection between the two, right? That I think the psychological and developmental reality of preparation to live well is that children need to experience progress in living well in the course of their education if it's going to succeed in preparing them to live well, right? So I can't develop this without bringing some psychology into it, but the thing I have to begin with and focus on is what I think the nature of eudaimonia, or flourishing or living well, is. So I'm going to almost begin with that. I want to offer you a foil. It's nice in doing philosophy of education, I think, to have a practical edge that's honed by looking at a significant development in the world of educational practice and policy. So the one I'm going to pick is so-called positive education. So if you were thinking about flourishing well-being as a goal of education, one of the larger developments on the global stage right now is the so-called positive education movement, which derives from a major development in psychology known as positive psychology. The basic idea of it is that psychology for many decades focused on the abnormal, and so Marty Seligman is the person who hit upon this idea that we ought to be focused on well-being, on what's positive in human life and what's foundational to that. Now, Seligman does not have a theory. He's more someone who noticed trends that had already begun and gathered them under the label of positive education, of positive psychology, and then formulated a notion of positive education to go with it. So in 2009, in the Oxford Review of Education, was the piece that sort of announced the idea of positive education. And for people with developed philosophical sensibilities, it makes for jarring reading. And I'm going to wake you up, if you're not thoroughly awake yet, by reading you a selection from it. So this is Seligman and his colleagues. They say almost everything is better now than it was 50 years ago. There's about 3 times as much actual purchasing power. Dwellings are much bigger. There are many more cars, and clothes are more attractive. It's really inspiring stuff, isn't it? And he goes on to say, well, you know, and the progress has not been limited to the material. There's more music, more books, a lot more education. But you know, if you've thought about these things, we're already thinking, yeah, but that's only part of the story. And then he he says, okay, well, that's not the whole story, of course. If you look at countries like Australia, Japan, the United States, Germany, Great Britain, there's absolutely no measurable progress in how happy people are over that same 50 years. So our governments and our businesses, our economies are focused on more of these various things, and people want more of them, but it's not actually yielding greater experienced well-being. So he then goes on in this piece to rehearse. So he's saying something's wrong. So I think part of what's wrong might be the more education itself, unfortunately, but I'll come to that. The positive psychologists distinguish on the basis of a number of things, but mostly a broad cross-cultural study of cultural sources. They claim to find 24 virtues and character strengths that are universally embraced across cultures. They organize those 24 character strengths organized under 6 virtues, I think is how they frame it. And they distinguish 3 forms of happiness: a sort of mere shallow hedonic happiness or positive emotion, what they call the engaged life, which they identify with a state of flow. So you've probably heard about this. They say it only occurs when you deploy your highest strengths and talents to meet the challenges that come your way. That's the formulation in this 2009 paper. Now, it's curious because a flow state could be typified by playing a video game, which has been designed by psychologists to hold your attention. So a flow state is, like, for many of us, a flow state would be when we're writing, and you sort of lose track of time. You're absorbed in it in a way that makes you not noticing that your back is getting sore from having sat in that chair a long time. So there's this sort of losing track of time, not being self-conscious. You're just in the flow of the activity. So video games are made that way. The common wisdom about flow states where you're engaged in an activity is that in some way the challenges in it are pitched at the right level so that you stay engaged, you don't become too frustrated, but neither do you become bored by it not being challenging enough. So that sort of explains the connection they see between using talents. I don't understand the reference to highest strengths and talents. That doesn't make any sense to me. You're playing a video game, which would be a paradigm of this, and it would be bizarre to say that it would be anyone's highest strengths, let alone anything on their list of 24 character strengths. There's a lot of conceptual confusion in the psychology. So in any case, they identify that with what Aristotle was after and say, yeah, but that could be solipsistic. It could not be anything we would admire particularly or think would lend meaning to life. So the third so-called level of happiness they identify, they call the meaningful life. And they say that meaning consists in knowing what your highest strengths are and then using them to belong to and serve something you believe is larger than yourself. Language of something larger than yourself is very common. It's probably misguided. It's probably more accurate to think that you're engaged in some activity which is in some sense exhibits devotion to something that has value independently of yourself, right? Might or might not be, in any relevant sense, larger, but that's, I think, the common idea here. Again, they want to make this about use of your highest strengths. So why highest? Again, it's just not at all evident. I mean, you could have so here's an example. Imagine a very talented journalist who's really brings her, in some sense, greatest strengths to journalism, but is enormously frustrated in it, as most journalists, at least in the United States, are, because of very, very poor alignment between what the employer wants and what a good journalist wants to do. So a good journalist wants to do good work in the sense of doing work that's both personally rewarding and is devoted to something that is good beyond herself, like bringing accurate reporting of important stories to the public, right? That would be an example of a good intrinsic to the craft of journalism. So you might be very, very good at that, enormously frustrated, right? Never in a flow state in doing journalism, not happy in it, because although you've got the inner resources to do it very well, you're not actually expected to do it well. So such a person might, on the other hand, enormously enjoy performing in, let's say, Gilbert and Sullivan community theater, right? Again, they're goods belonging to the craft of musical theater. You would probably say there are inherent qualities of Gilbert and Sullivan pieces that you would be trying to do justice to in it, but maybe not have any notable talent for it. But it could still be an experience in which you've got terrific alignment between the goods you're aspiring to in doing musical theater with other people, and the circumstances, right? So that the latter could be experienced as meaningful, and the former not, and where it's nothing to do with what the greatest strengths are. It has to do with the objective goods at stake, your devotion to them, and being in a circumstance that allows you to act in devotion to them. So in any case, what's the positive education then? I mean, Seligman notes there's what seems to be an epidemic of depression among students, including the student suicides we'll talk about in a moment in the next session. Societies of people who are overworked, overspent, and no happier than they were when they were living with less opulence 50 years ago, and in some ways probably experiencing more stress of various kinds. So what's the positive psychologist's solution in the realm of education? Well, it's the so-called positive education. The focus of it is interventions that are mostly focused on engaging students in identifying, looking at the inventories of 24 character strengths, identifying their own personal greatest strengths, focusing on those in reading literature, focusing on them on the playing field, trying to act as often as possible using what are supposed to be their signature strengths. They're interventions designed to help people recognize, so self-diagnose, self-defeating thought patterns. So faced with frustration, with failure, do you exhibit resilience in responding to that? That's one of their character strengths. So in many cases, the answer would be no. So it's more personally efficacious if you can overcome that. So they have interventions to try to teach skills of resilience. So this is extremely limited, obviously, as an educational response to the problems they're identifying. They begin from a picture of education as conventionally about accomplishment and skills and knowledge as a foundation for accomplishment. And then they want to restrict what they're adding to it. Although they talk about virtues, what they add to it is always cast, again, in the language of knowledge and skills. So it's very hard to see in what they write and in looking at the interventions that they have instigated in schools in the UK and Australia. It's very hard to see how their conception of positive education would actually very effectively promote anything like the ideal of a meaningful or flourishing life that they identify. I think partly because there's no coherent thought in it about how to direct students towards actually developing virtues that would be foundational to meaningfully devote oneself to goods beyond oneself. So that's the prominent thing out there in by way of a international movement of educational reform that's focused on flourishing. And I've tried to say a little bit about its limitations. There's no integration between the academic excellence side and between the character strength side in the way they discuss it. They emphasize that by adding this training in character strengths, that improves academic performance. But it still is a picture of schools being all about competitive aspiration for status, wealth, and so on after school. So I think there are ways in which it still doesn't come close, actually, to the kinds of reforms we would need, which would have to, I think, rethink the way schools are designed, the way we frame the value of schoolwork for children, the way we try to enlist children in the aspirations of the school. The schools themselves need to have aspirations which are not just about students flourishing, but are about it in the right way. Things work better if schools are about something larger or something more inspiring than the student's individual competitive success. I think that's something missed, and I'll try to come back to that at the end. So let me say a few words about how I think about eudaimonia, our Greek word usually translated as flourishing. And some of this, I hope, will not be too opaque. The way I've come to frame my thinking about education for flourishing has been over the last few years in conversation with my psychologist colleagues. So there are bits of it that may seem obscure, but I hope will make sense by the time I get into the psychology. So the first point is one that Kate Elgin made yesterday. I think we usually translate the word eudaimonia as happiness or flourishing. Happiness isn't quite right. Flourishing is better, but it's not intuitively obvious what it means. I think the best English rendering of the word eudaimonia is just living well, right? And so when Aristotle insists that everyone would agree that their ultimate aim is eudaimonia, if you just understand him to mean everyone would agree that what they fundamentally want is to live well, that's plausible. And I think it's equally plausible that what they have in mind for themselves and for their children is not just to be happy. I mean, I think it's, people like Seligman will say, well, you ask people and they say they want to be happy. And I think you can very easily get people to say that they just want to be happy, they just want their children to be happy. But I don't actually think it's true. I mean, I think people actually also want to lead a life that's admirable. They want to be admired and deserve it. So I think the classical ideal of eudaimonia is of living well in the sense of living a life which is both admirable and personally rewarding. And lives could be one or the other, presumably, but the ideal is that it's both, and there's very clearly the idea that there's a significant convergence between the two things. So what Aristotle says as well is the most admirable activities that are also the most pleasant, the most satisfying, the most rewarding. Now, he thought that the one that was absolutely the most admirable and rewarding was intellectual activity that was in accordance with the highest virtue, which for him meant Sophia, or contemplative wisdom. So part of what I've been trying to do in recent years is figure out a way to hold on to something of this ideal without it being so hopelessly narrow and elitist. So I think there's a first fundamental problem. If you're going to vindicate, if you're going to work with this classical ideal, there's a substantially empirical hypothesis at the core of the idea of eudaimonia. If there isn't an empirical convergence between living admirably and living in a way that's personally rewarding, then it goes down in flames, and that would have certain implications. You would then, in justifying virtue and justifying educating anyone for virtue, you would have to abandon the idea that it's as much good for them inherently or internally as it is good for others. I mean, virtue would then be essentially for other people. It wouldn't be for us. Oh, God, 5 minutes. Oh, this is terrible. You serious?
I'm serious.
All right. But we started late.
No,
He's taken that into account. Oh, God. All right. I'm going to use up a minute in silence while I figure out how much I can say now. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So I have a story about how to bridge that gap. I mean, how to argue that, in fact, we've got a body of empirical evidence that there is such a convergence. If you can demonstrate this convergence, then you can defend virtue for its internal psychic rewards, and you can defend education in various virtues also for the inherent benefits for individuals, and not just that it has some instrumental benefit. So another aspect of the classical idea of eudaimonia is it involves fulfillment of potential in accordance with certain forms of excellence or certain virtues. So, all right, so this is 4 minutes now. So let me cut to the psychology here. So we have, so what I've turned to, I think what's the most promising and systematic view in social psychology, in the psychology of agency and motivation. And it's called self-determination theory. It is an explicitly eudaimonic movement in psychology associated with it. They theorize that people have natural propensities to act, learn, form relationships, and self-integrate, or work to form ourselves into coherent agents who understand why we're doing what we're doing. So they think of the self. The name for it, self-determination, partly signals that they actually do think of us as having selves, but also as using self-concepts that we revise and use as a focus in trying to make ourselves more motivationally coherent. So there's a process of self-formation. There's a reading of Harry Frankfurt, Gerald Dworkin, other philosophers writing about agency and autonomy that's in the background of this, that was in a point of departure for the theory. So anyway, they posit three basic psychological needs. And these they understand as linked to forms of human potential, and as only fulfilled, as only satisfied when those forms of potential are significantly fulfilled. So, so there needs to experience yourself as competent, as self-determining, and to have mutually affirming relationships. So it turns out that all three of these psychological needs have to be satisfied to a significant degree for people to, in fact, experience their lives as going well. There's a growing body of cross-cultural evidence that this is true. There's a lot more to be said about it, but here are two key things to note. If it's true that no one experiences happiness or well-being without all three of those needs being fulfilled, and the fulfillment of all three of them entails satisfying certain objective standards, right, of success, living up to the standards of the activities you're trying to engage in, where you need that to experience competence, treating other people well or in ways that would be commended by a social ethic, then the theory seems to vindicate the convergence, substantial convergence between living admirably and living in a way that's personally rewarding or tends towards your happiness. So there are other parts of the theory. So that's helping with this Aristotelian convergence thesis and lets us hold the two aspects of flourishing together. The other key bit for me, and I know you're going to say 1 minute now. Stop.
1 minute.
All right, so I'll stop in 1 minute by figuring out 2 sentences that finish this. So there's a scheme of grades of motivation, which is absolutely critical to the broad power of this theory in critiquing the design of institutions. And the general thrust of it is that when you can get people to do things by directly controlling them, but they don't tend to perform at a very high level when you do that. Their heart's not in it. They experience a lot of distress and conflict. If they internalize those external threats, like fear of failure, shame, and so on, that still feels controlling. It's not an autonomous form of motivation where you embrace the good to be pursued as something good to be pursued. A lot of the way we manage children is through such so-called introjected motivation. So the higher levels of motivation, you need the right social context, which in a word is psychological needs supportive. and which is then favorable to people internalizing those goals, those values, integrating them into their own system of ends. So there's a lot that follows from that about the design of schools so as to enable children to fulfill their relational competence and self-determination needs, which we would have to do in order to engage them in learning in a way that would predictably give them real opportunities to embrace the goods that we're presenting to them through a curriculum, so that they could then incorporate those into their lives in ways that could make them good and flourishing lives. And I'll stop. Yeah, you've got a mic there.
Sorry, I was going to shout. But
no.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk, Randy. I really appreciate the project of the focus on living well in the here and now for kids. I think that's really one of the most positive things I see coming out of your project here. I really appreciate that. But I am a little concerned about the idea about the human condition that seems to underlie it. And it sounds very positive, if I can use that word. And it seems to not take account of how, as human beings, we often work against ourselves despite our best intentions. Whether it's the petty addictions that we all engage in, the ways in which, you can go to Buddhist philosophy for looking at how our attachments are actually the source of our own frustrations and dissatisfaction. You can go to Freudian theory to look at how unconscious patterns actually repeat themselves throughout our lives. You can go to social psychology to look at implicit bias and how it actually works unconsciously to sustain systemic prejudices. Mm-hmm. So what I'm kind of wondering is how, given that human beings seem to be inherently conflictual and antagonistic even to their own good ends, how does your project actually start from there, as opposed to starting with the notion of eudaimonia? Do you know what I mean? So I'm just kind of left wondering how you're thinking about the relationship between the concept and the actual realities in which we kind of seem to exist in.
Right. We'll take a couple more, and then you can respond. I had Anthony, I think. Anthony. Oh, I see. You want to go all the way around.
It was very interesting, the talk, but I have, I think, similar doubts to those who've just been expressed. I'm haunted by the figure of Pascal, who I think does tell us the truth. Man is both the most miserable and the greatest of creatures. We're the most miserable because we're full of vice and dissatisfaction, and all we're looking for is diversion, divertissement. But of course, divertissement, and I actually see similar, although I don't agree with Rousseau at all, you can see similar thoughts in Rousseau, that this divertissement that we see are always unsatisfying inherently. So we're most miserable of creatures, but we're also the greatest of creatures because we can realize misery. And Pascal's answer is that this shows that we need salvation. And of course this is religious, and rightly so, but I think this is a view which is also to be found in other religions than Christianity. And it seems to me, at least from where I am, shall I say, experientially to be true. And therefore, I think that the Aristotelian view is optimistic and not really true to experience in a deep sense.
Okay, one more. Go on, Rohit.
It seems to me that the theory assumes that certain kind of competence to experience self-competent is universal, and that because self-determination is also needed, therefore always there is a match between the competence and what one wants. It seems that the theory assumes that. Otherwise, I might want something in self-determination for which I may not be competent. And then how does one do that? I think that's what desire actually is, that you desire something which might be beyond your competence in that sense. So is there an assumption that there shall always be a match between the two? Thank you.
And I will throw in something.
Good.
Which is, could it be that you have this curve of subjective well-being that sort of goes up like that, and then when you reach a certain level of material well-being as society does, then it just flatlines. Could it just be that we've reached our limit? Like, it's not like we could get happier. It's just, I suppose this is connected to both Sharon and Anthony's comment. We're just not going to get any happier, no matter what we do. That's just, now we're well fed.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Okay. I'll try to remember that. Okay, so you're doing this Oxford style. All right, so we've got two questions that are about whether this is too optimistic. I hope I didn't signal that I'm optimistic. I'm not the least bit optimistic, okay? The question is, if you don't think that the basic function of institutions, of societies, of schools, is to enable people to live better than they could otherwise, then I'd like to know what you think their function is. Right? So if you think that that's the most appropriate, if you think that's the function we would all rationally want them to have, then the question is how to design them so as to fulfill that function. So I'm advancing a view, a proto-theory of something basic to doing that, which is if we have a well-supported psychological theory that says that people don't experience their lives as going well if they suffer the frustration of these three needs. That seems pertinent, right? So it's not that I'm saying it's even possible to always satisfy all those needs for everybody. That may not be remotely possible, but it's would be foundational to our thinking about how to do better, I guess is a suggestion. So Aristotle, and by the way, the reference to Freud is interesting because people who talk about needs at all. I mean, I like needs theory for various reasons, but psychologists who've talked about needs include Freud. I mean, and it's very much the same list. People need love and work, according to Freud. It's very similar to this list of three. So, I mean, whatever pathologies we're subject to, one of the implications of this theory is, I think, there's lip service to it in the positive psychology movement, but it's not it doesn't have the theoretical resources to deliver on it in the same way. I mean, self-determination theory has a very sharp critical edge in evaluating institutions. And a lot of it is that they're so often designed with just colossally inane ideas about how to get people to do what the institutions want them to do. Right? They're massively controlling in a way that's not only not good for the people who have anything to do with them, but is simply not productive. So can we do better than we're doing, informed by this? Yeah, absolutely. Will we? How many of us will ever be fully agentic, integrated agents who are not still rife with conflicts that drive us mad? Well, the theory doesn't predict how many of us will ever be free of conflict. So it is an optimistic theory in some ways, but I don't think it's hopelessly optimistic. Aristotle, too, after all, was writing in a period when there was more optimism about the power, the capacity, the possibility for people to self-organize as politically autonomous communities who could control their own fate. Right? So that may not be very true to the situation we're in. I don't think we should give up on trying to aspire to that, but it might be that a more stoic posture informed by the same theory would be closer to how we're going to have to adapt to where we are now. Rohit, I think competence runs through the satisfaction of all three needs as part of the answer. But I think so people don't experience gratification of the need to be self-determining if they're not reasonably competent in being self-determining. And so that's one part of the educational agenda, is doing what we can. And I think it would involve something like a traditional liberal education to inform judgment. I think good judgment is an obvious educational necessity for living well under this theory, because it has everything to do with competence in making all the decisions you make. And so, but desire as such, I think under this theory, people can have a lot of desires that they find in themselves and are inclined to act on, which they've not thought much about. And let's just talk about advertising for a minute. In a country like the United States, we're bombarded with advertising all the time, much of which has been designed by motivational psychologists who know that if you induce anxiety, then people are more materialistic, more selfish, more grasping, less happy, and they will buy more, right? So the advertisers are there to get us to act on impulses, fairly enough called desires, which, if we thought things through, we would probably see that it's not good for us to be acting on. So, yeah. They're good and bad applications of this theory, unfortunately. Harry, I don't know, have we plateaued in how happy we can be? I don't know that we've plateaued in how admirably we can live, though.
Yeah, that's a horrible thought. We'll have another question, and we'll end just a couple of minutes early, and then the next one a couple of minutes early, and that'll get us closer to back on track. So another question. Go ahead, the woman with the glasses.
Yes, so you have used a statement, living well is a fundamental aim of education, right? To lead a life of comforts, we need to experience stress. But that stress is leading to suicides, right? And sometimes whatever we desire, we don't experience, or we don't deserve, or we don't get it. We don't acquire it. So the present education system has to be changed as per your research paper, or transformation has to be within the self. What is the term exactly Udamanya means? What are the total reforms have to be brought about in the education system?
Yeah.
So always it doesn't help. Even however ethics we are implementing, it's not working. However, to lead a life of comfort or well-being, we need some comforts. Technology is rapidly developing. Sometimes we have everything, but we are not happy. That's it.
Yeah.
So you do not have an hour to answer that question, just so that you know, Randy. You've got to do it in 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, I think there are very different national contexts for educational systems, but I think in a country like the United States, where the parents conceive of education as a way for their children to get ahead, right? We've got massive investment in educational systems largely because people conceive it from the point of view of individual advantage, right? So I'm not the least bit optimistic about how that's playing itself out, or would play itself out even more forcibly without a collective ambitions for schools to do something other than that. The difficulty with the way it's played out is that the expansions of the system to higher and higher levels, to where higher levels of educational attainment are the norm, which means more and more people spending a greater and greater proportion of their lives in schools, not in pursuit fundamentally of self-fulfillment, but in pursuit of credentials to have a competitive advantage in the job market. The effect of that is market saturation of college degrees, to where yesterday the master's degree was the new bachelor's degree, and today the PhD is the new master's degree. So you have an enormous investment in gaining credentials, where the focus is on rewards out there after school, and where students are accumulating massive amounts of debt, and they're probably noticing that this is not making anybody any happier, but they have to do it. It's like an international arms race. You can't stop spending because then you lose. So individuals have to keep doing this, but it's a very harsh reality. So how do you limit that? I mean, I think that's a huge problem, but I think what schools, even for the neediest students, would nevertheless be wise to do is to define the mission of the school as about something other than individual students getting ahead and outdoing each other, because they would be much more successful in engaging students in real learning if they did that.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
So our next speaker is Susie Through. And I don't have to stand up there because I've got this. So.
Let me say, as I start, that I'm not a philosopher, not even a student of philosophy. I'm not a social scientist, and I'm not a student of education. So I'm a kind of interloper here, and have been feeling for the last 36 hours or so how inadequate the scale of my questioning is in relation to the kinds of questions philosophers address: happiness, well-being, education. The largeness of those questions just overwhelm me. So I'm coming to you with a very located, limited, focused on one specific city in India kind of presentation, which I hope you will have the patience to listen to. It's called Life and Death in the University, some reflections on student suicides. Shortly before the beginning of the academic session in July last year, I had the privilege of attending an extraordinary award ceremony. Scheduled caste students from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh who had passed their 10th class examinations with an aggregate mark over 90% were being felicitated by the Ambedkar Officers Association. These students would also be given a fellowship of 1,000 rupees a month for the next 2-year stretch of their academic life. The money came from a fund built up through contributions from past and present SC, scheduled caste, officers and employees, and it was this association that had organized the award ceremony. It was a Sunday morning. The event was to have begun at 10, but people were still straggling in at 11, carrying an assortment of bundles and bags, obviously just off a train or more probably a district bus. So I had time to chat with a few of them while we waited. For many, this was a first trip to a city like Hyderabad, which is the main city in this state. But that did not seem to faze them. They were confident, proud of their achievements, happy to try out a conversation in English with me, bubbling with ideas about their futures and what they would do to pull their farmhand families out of poverty and hardship. I want my mother to stop working was a sentence I heard over and over again. Around 11:30, there were about 100 of these young men and women in the hall. Families had come with them, lean fathers and mothers, their roughened, gnarled hands and feet rubbed with oil and fresh for the occasion. Wide-eyed younger siblings enjoying their best clothes even if they were barefooted, and occasionally proud grandparents. The lineup of speakers could not have been more impressive. A retired chief secretary of the United Andhra Pradesh, a director general of police, IAS, IFS, and IPS officers. IAS is Indian Administrative Service, which is the highest level, IFS, Indian Foreign Service, Indian Police Service, and so on. A doctor, a specialist, a cardiologist, 2 young men who had gone abroad, studied at Harvard and Caltech, and now were working in the IT industry. This was a panel of people from the same background as these children, people who, despite the odds stacked against them, had succeeded. They were going to share their experiences and give the young people advice and encouragement. I noticed that apart from one journalist from an online publication that focused on caste issues, the media was absent from this event, which it seemed to me was brimming with significant stories. Well, what did the advice consist of? Over the next 3 hours, yes, 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock or so, 2 o'clock or was it 3 o'clock? Broken only by tea and a samosa, I heard speaker after speaker say in different ways, "You've gone this far. You've done extremely well. Congratulations. This shows you're intelligent, but also hardworking and resourceful. In other words, you have it in you to succeed. But never imagine that you are like everyone else. College life is going to be very hard. You will have to steel yourself to struggle. Every step will be hazardous. You may not be able to find friends. You will feel out of place. The teachers may look past you in class. It will be difficult to understand them. You will have to work much harder than everyone else to get a grip over your lessons. The key thing is to stay focused. Think of your family. Think of your village. Think of everyone who has had this confidence in you. And stay focused. Set yourself a tight schedule. 6 in the morning to 11 at night is good. You need some sleep. Don't harbor thoughts of enjoyment. Don't get involved in student activities. Don't ever stray into a romance. Above all, develop a thick skin. Try your best not to be provoked. For someone like me who had spent a working life as a university teacher and who believes that the university is a place in which students break out of the limited world of their homes, develop new friendships, acquire new ideas and values, get involved in discussions and debates, experiment with freedom, and actually renew the ideals of universal equality and democracy, what I heard was very distressing. What these Dalit speakers were saying seemed to contradict everything I believed university life should actually enable. There was another reason why these descriptions of what Dalit students should expect to find in the university was especially disturbing. The years before that, 2012 to 14 actually, had been marked by a spate of student suicides in Hyderabad, in many of the universities. These had happened earlier too, but these drew the attention of the press and actually of the court. Some of these had occurred in the context of the agitation for a separate Telangana state, which many of you would know about. Many of you would recall that students, most visibly from Osmania University, were key participants in that movement. Students in state, we have two university systems, the central university system and a state university system. In the state universities in the Telangana region, such as Osmania, hail mostly from small towns or villages and are likely to be first generation to access university education. An overwhelming proportion of students in Osmania University are non-upper caste, that is, they're OBC, SC, or ST. Getting as far as university is a big thing, and it would have cost them, in monetary as well as human terms, more than what they and their families could really afford. However, and this is what drove their spectacular participation in the movement for a separate state, given the structure of power and influence in the old unified Andhra Pradesh, whatever the qualification they may acquire, jobs in the government or in the private sector were nowhere in sight for them. The suicides that I want to think about here are different. They took place in prestigious, centrally funded universities. And the facts that emerged were disturbing. The students who had taken their lives were nearly all Dalit, that is, from the scheduled castes, or minority students, including sexual minorities. Clearly, jobs were not the issue here. They all knew, or should have known, except perhaps the Muslim students, that with reservations in place and a degree from a central university in hand, they would sooner or later find some reasonable employment. The problem was that in order to get that far, they had first to survive their years in the university and acquire their degrees, and if possible, some skills. In each case of suicide, the immediate story that got told was one of failure or consistently getting bad grades or being confronted, sometimes unexpectedly, by unmanageable cutoffs and deadlines, of scholarships being stopped, of languishing for several semesters without getting a guide, being able to find or be given a guide, or of a PhD viva being postponed for the third or possibly, no one could really count, the fourth time in 2 years. In addition to that, public humiliation, rejection in romance or in love. But underlying all these reasons, which are reasons that you would all be familiar with, things that happen everywhere, as it were, but underlying all these reasons that appeared in the news reports, there was also another story. And this was the story told by those who were left behind and who for some reason identified with the suicide and found the psychological explanations not convincing. This was a story of being overlooked, resented, or at best ignored or sidelined, but more often humiliated, rejected, misunderstood. It was a story of neglect of institutional rules being applied in discriminatory ways, of mandatory institutional safeguards created to protect the disadvantaged being overlooked or deliberately undercut. A similar story has been told in some detail by Anup Kumar and Professor Thorat and others regarding our biggest medical training institution, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi. A more detailed account and an analysis of specific cases, which I will not be doing here, can be found in a petition filed by 39 senior university teachers from Hyderabad, impleading themselves into a suo motu investigation ordered by the Chief Justice of the AP High Court in response to these news reports about the suicides. A few years earlier, so there was a suicides, and a few years earlier, the careers of 10 Dalit students in a prestigious central university in Hyderabad had been cut short when they were suddenly rusticated. As with the case of the suicides, that incident was also widely discussed in the press and among concerned educationalists. Most of those rusticated were research students, that is, working on their PhDs, 6 working on experiments that could not have been done outside a well-equipped lab. Over half of them were due to submit their PhD dissertations that year. The reason for the rustication? They had smashed chairs and threatened their hostel warden in an angry altercation. Setting aside for a moment the immediate ruckus, we need to ask, what does it mean to apply the rules in such a way that it cut short the career of students like these? Many of them, as it turned out, the first person in their village to get thus far. Students who, despite their disadvantages and the many difficulties they encountered, had made it into a big university and were doing research there. What was the cost, economic, personal, psychological, of this rustication or suicide? What was the cost to the person, the family, the village, the community, not to mention the university itself, and in fact the nation as a whole? How could these young people, whose often miserably poor parents had staked far more than they could afford on this education, face the trauma of returning to their homes with a future brutally cut off? What life could they envisage there? What is the responsibility of the university to the people of India? Discussions with the students who had been rusticated and those demonstrating after the suicides raised some humbling and instructive issues. Those protesting were all clear what plagued the university was casteism. Caste consciousness and prejudice, they said, actually increased when they progressed from their local balwadis, which are like small play schools, and schools to the central universities in the capital cities. It grew worse. Though most teachers and those who were assigned to them as mentors did provide some patronizing care, they were impatient when students found their advice hard to follow or continued to do badly despite their help. Teachers and administrators came with a baggage of assumptions and attitudes and rarely imagined that they had to reach out beyond what they already knew or to change themselves in order to support these students. In the hostels too, the presence of Dalit students was resented. Other students tried their best not to share rooms with them. If a relative from the village came to town and stayed with them, it was treated as a misuse of the hostel. Yet, often, the student was the only contact that the whole village had with the city. If they had to come for medical treatment, to write an examination, or follow up matters in a government office, there was nowhere else for them. Many students said that other students actually expected them to clean shared rooms and corridors, do the menial jobs in the hostel, and that they never sat at the same table as them for meals or never reached out to them in friendship. These students were picked on, made to feel out of place, constantly charged with some lapse or the other, forced to survive and actually this was a big complaint, forced to survive on vegetarian food. It was not unusual to find that the Dalit students get worn out, depressed, and angry when every day, in every context, they have to battle such a hostile and uncaring atmosphere. We get a sense of what this means in the following statement from the president of the Center for Dalit Studies, who on one investigation and discussion with the university retorted in response to a proposal that what these students required was psychological counseling. Our boys don't need counseling. The problem was with you. You just give them half a chance. That's all they need to manage. They have it in them to survive. You just give them half a chance. That's all they need to manage. Thus far, I've probably had you with me, and now I'm going to lose you. To get a grip over this phenomena, I believe we need to turn to the now 180 or more year history of our universities. Until a decade or two ago, rare exceptions apart, only a minuscule elite of the Indian population entered, survived, or made good in these institutions. In other words, the university, purportedly open to all, was a privilege reserved for some. And this was true of faculty, students, and until very recently, also the administration. It is necessary today to confront the fact that although this was never a stated objective, the university was actually effectively developed as an institution in such a way that it ensured this outcome of being maintained for the elite. That the university was structured, is what I'm saying. The twice-born or upper caste, English-educated, mostly wealthy, who were considered as having merit. And in our country, this is less than 20% of the population. The university was for less than 20% of the population. We should also note that this exclusionary structure and the justification for it was elaborated, updated, and consolidated over many decades. We put a lot of work into making this exclusionary structure. In fact, we might actually think of the university as an archive of the elaboration of this privilege, which is implicit now, of course, in the social life of the university, in curricula, entitlements, norms, practices, you name it. The section it privileges has official power in its hands, but more importantly, it is authorized to set standards, develop directions, develop curricula, evaluate performance, extend sanction. The university services the interests of this privileged elite, and it is to these interests that higher education continues to remain accountable to such an extent that it censors all others. Of course, the university is not alone here. This is broadly true of our administration professions and commerce. And it is against backdrops such as this that we need to understand the idea of reservations for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, which is a constitutional guarantee introduced in the 1950s despite stiff resistance from those purportedly concerned about quality. As an idea, reservations, let me just go along. As an idea, reservations long predates what Americans call affirmative action, and unlike the latter, is justicable. The general understanding of reservations is as an ethical commitment to uplifting traditionally depressed classes and righting historical wrongs, has obscured institutional histories such as that of the university. Ambedkar, however, the person who spearheaded the idea of reservations, is quite clear that they are a strategy to use a democratic commitment of the new nation to break the stranglehold of this elite and to open up state structures and head them in directions that are more accountable to the Indian people as a whole. But these hopes were dashed very soon. The elite quickly devised ways of rendering reservations ineffective. When I joined the university as a teacher in the 1970s, although the constitutional guarantee had been in place for 2 decades, posts or reserved for scheduled castes or tribes were very rarely filled. And we had no such students. Merit was the catchword, And since suitably meritorious students and teachers from outside the privileged elite could simply not be found, a favored, meritorious, and therefore deserving an upper caste PhD student would be offered a temporary appointment and then gradually through the back door absorbed into the faculty. A very small number of SC and ST candidates did break through. Not surprisingly, they were mostly docile, Gandhian, happy or maybe just resigned to accepting the existing order and perform quite poorly most often in its terms. In other words, they were scheduled castes who had acted as Harijans. Harijans is Gandhi's name for these, for the scheduled caste. And they were not politically oriented, the politically oriented Dalits who have emerged today. Strategies were devised to fill vacant posts with these good and deserving upper caste candidates, and nobody actually uses the term merit. Nobody actually uses the term merit today, but the university still remains mired in its schemes. In brief, the university's culture in this broad sense of the word, its institutions, its norms, its rules, its disciplines, its practices, and above all, its teachers and administrators, ensured for a good half a century after independence that it continued to be accountable only to this elite and that it only served its interests. To this cultural ground, which operated anonymously and apparently with popular consent, we must add the prejudice, conscious and unconscious, of individuals in power. Discussions about how exclusion operates are, of course, now taking place all over the world. The women's movement has provided evidence and analysis of how women are excluded in various ways. Today, race, caste, sexuality, disability, regional bias have been added to this list. But I'm looking in a somewhat different direction. In an essay called Vacant Chair, that deals with censorship as a field in a very broad sense, Jacques Derrida points to the manner in which exclusion operates. At every moment, he says, forces are suppressed, limited, marginalized, made minor according to the most diverse ruses. He points out there's no field of study, no chair devoted to this phenomena, which according to him is the key phenomena we have to look at today. And to study, no chair devoted to studying what has been and is censored, despite the fact that exclusion or debarring has acquired such huge significance in contemporary times. He calls for philosophy to renew its originary commitments to truth, freedom, and right, and for it to be committed to that today means to be interested in that which is censored. What then are the implications for all of us here today? I'm suggesting that in order to get a grip over the speeches at the award ceremony, the suicides and rustications, we need to address the problems posed by such an institutional architecture. The law of the structure of that architecture, if you, one could say, or I could say, the law of structure itself demands that it disappear, that it become invisible. The structure is always invisible. And that this hidden architecture, continues to have the power to entitle and accredit, and it would have effectively appeared to have serviced an earlier student population. Yet today it is an architecture that makes it impossible for the new groups to survive, so much so that some of them choose death. Consciously or otherwise, as teachers and administrators, people like me, maybe people like you, uphold the architecture. We may actually, as liberal intellectuals, be happy to include, but we do not think that the existing structure or personnel needs to be reworked in any way, let alone in a radical manner for that to happen. The task of deconstructing the existing formations or making our way beyond them remains unaddressed, and current exhortations about aiming at excellence or global recognition simply renew the old formations. Curricula, examinations, grading, norms of behavior, ideas of respect and value that are taken for granted and continuously re-endorse the cultural authority of a dominant subjectivity to which all address is in the universities directed. It's a question of who's addressed and who's overlooked as well. And the university also has a lack of accountability to those considered meritless. All this combined to make it very difficult, and in the case of suicide or rustication, sometimes impossible for the new groups to survive, much less acquire skills, confidence, or a viable subjectivity to flourish in a free nation. In fact, students from these new groups find themselves shunted around in what might be thought of as a regime of appearing or a network of legitimacy. They shuttle between being super or hyper-visible, as those who've committed suicide, or those entering under a special category with the letters SC or ST emblazoned after their names on lists, or by standing out in their clothes, their body forms, their manner, their dialect, and so on. So they can be hyper-visible, or they can be invisible in the classroom, that are at best conducted as though they do not exist, or at worst as if they are an embarrassment. Or they can be both invisible and hypervisible in hostels, where they are isolated and friendless, and hypervisible again when they fail, or when growing rage at this condition erupts in protests, or when they quietly take their own lives. What does it mean, we might ask, to say that an institution engineers death? You may ask, if this system is so historically formed, so elaborate, if it is structural as well as personal, if it consists of written as well as unwritten laws, can it ever change? When can we, in fact, what can anyone do? In another essay entitled Privilege, Derrida tries to understand what a reworking on the scale appropriate to our time might demand. He uses the institution of philosophy as an example and argues that the intellectual task in philosophy is not to defend or conserve the discipline in a corporatist manner. The challenge is to work from the contradictions that appear in what might be thought of as the topological, as against the structural dimension of the institutional archive, that which you confront every day. And in those, to give priority, this is Derrida's words, to give priority to the unlegitimated, thus to legitimate by privilege what at a given moment appears illegitimate. What a strange rule, he says, for an institution, be it philosophy or the university. It's nothing less than instituting the right to philosophy where that right appears null, denied, forbidden, or invisible. I want to read that again. Nothing less than instituting the right to philosophy where that right, or to the university, in my argument, where that right appears null, denied, forbidden, or invisible. But he says, is that not philosophy itself? Is it not philosophy in action and its infinitely resumed origin? Would this not be education itself, I want to ask? If that is the task, and if that is what we, the community of this action, must pledge ourselves to, which is the task of transforming the founding contracts of our institutions, how might we think of or understand the actual process? Does someone just come up and offer us a theory? Let me attempt an answer by way of recent discussions in the field of the law. In the normal course of things, the law is invisible. It functions silently like the ground on which we live, like a culture. It comes alive only when there is a question raised, which makes the law seem unclear or contradictory. We then go to court, or complain to the grievance committee in the university, or whatever. We do that only when there's a disagreement, when there's a challenge to the routine taken for granted life of the law. In other words, the law becomes visible It comes into the picture only when a new demand for justice emerges. It raises the law into readability. This demand for justice calls for a new reading of the law, which is what we ask for when we go to court, very simply. In situations like this, the judge has to interpret the law or make it perform a new task in relation to the call for justice that has emerged. However, confronted with the new issue of justice, a judge has to return to the law in order to read it again. She or he can do it in two ways. She can do it in a manner that conserves the status quo and subdues or closes off the call for justice in a corporatist way. Or she can take the risk of opening the law to the new call for justice. In other words, she can reread and rethink the law in relation to the specific issue that confronts it. This would be a reading that is responsive and responsible, not to the status quo, not to the corporatist mode, but to the new face of justice. We should note that both the readings, the conservative and the responsible, are active readings that update the law in relation to the new issues that are placed before it. I suggest we think of institutions also as functioning like the law. Their laws, their structures are kept alive, updated, consolidated through our routine practices. But these laws come into question when there is a demand for justice, and this is what is happening in our disturbed universities. The shift began in the 1990s, which is now widely recognized as a new and significant moment in our democracy. The beginnings, if you like, of a democracy that is to come. The pressure was to open up, to include the groups, caste groups, minorities, women, and so on, who had been excluded. Universities were one of the first places where this new call for justice was most strongly heard, and there was a political push. After the 1990s, reservations could no longer be evaded. OBCs demanded and got reservations, a new group. Put together, they're a sizable group. In 2014, 50% of the applications for the joint entrance examination of the IITs were from reserved categories. So it's like 50% applications from reserved categories. That's the scale on which we're looking at things. The numbers are so large that the shift has to be qualitative. It is a fact that these groups had to force their way politically into the university. To be effective, the transformation of the university space will inevitably have not only to retain, but to be accountable to this conscious political edge. Humanism is not enough. We can all see that this is a critical moment in the university and for education more broadly. For those of us who work or study in these institutions and believe in the democratic upsurge, the question is, given the formation of these institutions, can the everyday life of the university be reworked? And by everyday life, I mean everything, bit by bit, in such a way that it heads away from the old authorities. Can the practice of the institution at every level be performed in a way that is consciously accountable, that legitimates, gives privilege to the new groups that have entered it? Right? Now that's a big thought exercise. Can we consciously endorse in personal and institutional address this new subject or these new subjects, and in doing so consolidate an active, empowered new subjectivities? Can the reworking itself, this process, become the new material of the university? This has been happening, of course, in a small way in some places, but on the whole, the institutional architecture of our universities has been extremely slow in changing, and I can also see that all over the world it's extremely slow in changing, partly because its authorities have been reluctant to change. We know what knowledge is, we know what good education is, we know what truth is, we know what literature is, what the arts are, what philosophies. But mainly because we have not acknowledged the shift in accountability, one, and two, the scale of the labor that is required for it to happen. we tend to think we can just expand numbers and go on doing what we've already always done. As academics, teachers, and students alike, we need to develop concepts, vocabulary, research priorities, ways of thinking, working, teaching, learning, and being, indeed, of making knowledge to support and refine this shift. 0 hours. 1 minute.
1 minute.
To do this effectively, we have, on the one hand, to engage with the actual disagreements that have arisen in our campuses, engage with what is happening and think them through. On the other hand, we need to rework curricula, classroom practices, research programs, and even change the personnel of the university, renew that in a way that is more accountable. What is at issue here is the field of knowledge, the subjects, as well as the subjects of knowledge and the procedures of learning and teaching. In many universities, and I've picked out a few for mention, Pune University, especially the work of the Women's Studies Department, have been exemplary here. A good deal is taking place in Hyderabad and in in Bangalore, and in another number of other places in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Kerala. JNU was, in its early years, a front-runner. There is, I can see in this hall, quite a number of people who have been alert to these issues and can be added to this list. Consolidating and discussing these gains, I'm suggesting that has to be the focus of research, will enrich the discussion and understanding of justice. To my mind, documenting, analyzing, commenting, analyzing these initiatives is a key task for research in the social sciences and humanities, including education. Clearly, those best equipped for such a study are the new groups who have come into the university. The possibilities are challenging and inspiring in equal measure. The promise of a good life for all is not in the past. A small final note of caution. I won't give that to you. Let me, in conclusion, draw the different strands of the arguments I've been making. I began by pointing to the hostile atmosphere that Dalit, OBC, and minority students encounter in the university, which is at best patronizing and at worst openly antagonistic. Given the fact that over a 150-year history, the university has effectively maintained itself as an institution for the elite, many structural changes will have to take place if the new groups that are entering today are to be productively incorporated into it. In the process, the culture of the university, the nature of the knowledge it passes on and creates, the culture of the community that it aspires to be, its place in national life will also have to change. The task of retooling and reorienting the university is ours.
Okay, so we'll collect questions again, maybe just collect 3, and you can respond, and we'll finish at 11:05 according to my watch. So first question there. The person who's looking around at who else might be questioning. Yeah.
A very good talk. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the stream of philosophy or it doesn't. But since, like both speakers pointed out, I forget the name, but anyway, the first speaker talked about competitiveness, and the other speaker talked about exclusion, both in education, but obviously it's a reflection of the same things in society. I mean, after all, educational institutions, whether at smaller level or at the university level, are part of some system of the society which does the same. So, and particularly so when education is directly linked to social privilege, social, economic, every kind of privilege, status. So in such a scenario, what gives you a hope that education and also higher education would be subversive? Educational institutions will themselves work as centers for subversion?
Somebody else behind you somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, right toward the back. Yeah.
It was a very good talk. And in Central Institute of Education, Delhi, we have been reading Kancha Alayya, and especially the book Why I'm Not a Hindu, and also Om Prakash Valmiki in Jhutan, and they explain very, I mean, it is very disheartening to read those books, but they reveal to us the process of subtle marginalization and exclusion. But what Professor Alayya says, that it is also the content of the syllabus which in a way marginalizes, or that's why they use the term push-outs instead of dropouts. So do you think that even at the level of university, there are these subtle ways where the content of syllabus and the way and the pedagogy that has been implied by the teacher plays a crucial role? And the second aspect is related to my second question and query, where you say that there are these prejudices when you come to interact with each other, and where they say that, you know, these people from so-called elite groups, they hesitate or probably do not like to interact. And there was this this experiment which was called guinea pig, where they say that, you know, the attitude of the teacher towards the student in a way changes their whole scenario as to the learning atmosphere. But my query is that, you know, the prejudices in students also have the potential to change the attitude of the teacher. And so are there such any you know, have you come across such examples where you could see that how when teacher is trying her best to do and, you know, and to bring a class which is inclusive, but certain prejudices on the part of students are not enabling her to do so?
Good morning, ma'am. Yes, I mean, you talked about institution. The new justice is important. New demand for the justice important for the structural change in institution. I think the student union should play an important role in probably for, you know, demanding of a new justice in an institution so that the institutional total structural change can happen. But in Andhra Pradesh, you know, in all the state universities, the student unions are abandoned. And I come from a Tuljapur campus, you know, Tata Institute of Social Science, where it talks about the structural changes, but it still abandons the student union in Tuljapur campus. So I don't know where we are heading to in terms of the student union, where the important platform for the marginalized section is. How do you see these things?
Okay, so you can respond now.
How can education be subversive? How do we think more productively about the content of the syllabus? More importantly, I think in your question, what have you thought about why it is that when the teacher is really trying her best, students can be still prejudiced against her and rejecting of her attempts? And your question about student unions. I'm delighted with these questions because they're really so grounded. They come from the actual texture of the world that you live in. What I'm trying to say overall, I don't think I have specific answers to you. Obviously, the university is also an extension of the city, as it were, or of the country as a whole. But we in the university actually believe that we are not. We believe that we are special, that somehow we have direct access to humanity, to knowledge, to truth, you know, that there is this special status that we have. And that is what I want to, I'm really saying the universities are far too smug, self-satisfied, self-confident, and that we are reacting to the new groups who are coming in either patronizingly or punitively. These are the two reactions that we have, and both are very weak kinds of reactions to this situation. We're poised at a moment when we can think of this as a democratic upsurge of some kind, all right? Think of the democratic upsurge in Europe in the late 17th century that actually sets up all these institutions and the knowledge formations and the disciplines and so on. Is there something completely different happening? Are we able to listen to it? And that is, I think, the answer I would give also to the person who's sharing the frustration of her teacher or a teacher who's trying hard. You know, you need the ability to try hard before you try hard. And you have to equip yourself. You have to learn, you have to unlearn, you have to reach out to new locations where knowledge is coming up. You have to reach out to people who can teach you who you never thought would be teaching you. I mean, there has to be such a kind of upheaval that has to take place, both in our personal lives as teachers and in the life of the university, for this to happen. I think there's a lot of potential because despite what you say about student unions and about students, there's a lot of pressure as well. Even the suicides and the fact that the High Court says, I need a report, or the Chief Justice says, I need a report on why there have been so many suicides in the universities. And that a large group of teachers think that this is something that has to be thought about. These are all the beginnings of something new from which we have to learn. But what I hear in universities and in academic conferences and so on is a huge amount of self-confidence. I don't hear the other part of it, the fact that we've all been trained in the old systems. We don't know how to deal with the new. And I'm not talking about people who come from America or Europe or whatever it is. I don't know about those places. I'm talking about all of us black people in this hall, that we don't have enough sense of our own inadequacy in relation to these questions that are coming up. So we become more and more aggressive, punitive, intolerant. We think that these people are violent, right? Violence is the description with which we're looking at the essays. So I think there is something that we need to do which is more than changing the curriculum. We should change the curriculum, but you can't just take out the old curriculum and put in the new curriculum. It doesn't exist. The making of that new curriculum is an effort of a different scale altogether. Unions are bad and good at the same time, you know. I wouldn't throw them out. I wouldn't throw the teachers out. I wouldn't throw the administration out. I wouldn't throw the unions out. But I also would want to push them in different ways. And I do think they're being pushed. But what I'm asking of all of us is that we recognize we privilege this protest. We privilege this question that comes up as the question that has to be asked for education. So it's that change in our own orientation that I'm looking for, you know, that positive humanist, liberal mode with which we have formed ourselves as intellectuals and as teachers and students has, in a sense, to be set aside at the moment. There's a lot of unlearning to do as well.
Yeah, we've got time at least for one more, but before that I'm going to use a personal privilege. So you said you don't know about America or anywhere else, just so what you described as you were describing is exactly my experience. So exactly my experience, that people have this confidence that they know what they're doing without actually having gone out and unlearned anything or learned how to do anything. So just the universalism of, you know, inadequacy. Sorry. Gone. Yeah, with the pencil.
Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful paper you just presented. My question is more from a media's angle, like being from a media's angle. Like somewhere you have mentioned that many suicide reports were reported, so my question is that can media bring a change in the mindsets of people if they start carrying out the stories of suicides, students committing suicides, And can they have philosophical articles, or maybe a feature which would be daily reported, or maybe reported 2 or 3 maybe reported per week. So basically I want to know, how can media change the mindsets of students coming from rural background, especially because to my knowledge media gives space to urban stories more compared to the rural stories. Thank you.
Just one question?
Yeah, we can take another one probably. Sharon, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to highlight one element. Most of us are, or many of us in this room are, college professors. And if we make the choice to be advocates of, to be good teachers of Dalit, Adivasi, rural people, of course, as you say eloquently, we have to learn how to do that. We have to obtain the ability. And part of the structure of the university is the hostility that we have to face. We, meaning people who do not have to be identified as members of those groups. In addition, of course, there are some Dalit, rural people, working class people who become college professors, but anyone who joins with them in collegiality and tries in the classroom to address these issues also faces very much difficulty, hostility, promotions and tenure are compromised, we are given too much work, etc., etc. We can be subversive, but it takes some courage to step out of our background. Thank you.
Well, just responding to the question about the media with the story, I said that the Chief Justice had suo moto of himself, ordered an investigation into this and a report to the court on and this was occasioned by a short report with a little commentary by a young journalist who happens to be a student of ours, and this had appeared in the newspaper and had been taken up. Now, I think the media is, the young people in the media are capable of playing a very important role. And I want to sneak in another statement here. I find in classrooms that young people, whether they are privileged or non-privileged, are interested in democracy. They want to change. They're not, only very few of them. I guess I'm not teaching in an IIT right now. I used to be teaching in an IIT sometime before, and I would have said that about them now. Now I don't know. Maybe IIT students have become much more selfish and self-centered and personally ambitious, and so I don't know. But in my own classrooms, it's not at all the story that the old privileged want to hang on to their privilege. They want things to change. They don't want the old world. They want a new world where there's more equality. And they're excited to change. They want to understand how to do this. And it's not that they have, again, it's not that they have the knowledge with which to advise the new people who are coming into the university. I think that's something that I want to erase. That do they have the ability to learn from what is happening in the universities and to learn from those who are suffering from what is happening in the universities? Do you have the ability to learn, right, at the moment? And which is more or less what you said, that there's a cost. It's a much more immediate cost in most of our institutions, and I can tell you from my own experience, than we think it is. But there's also a benefit, all right? What you talked about, self-regard, regard by others, your own whatever, which is the benefit that you get at the other end.
Sharon, if you can do it in 1 minute, and you can respond in 1 minute, then we've got 2 minutes.
I don't have to respond.
I'll be very quick. I think, thank you for your paper. I thought it was excellent, and I wish more philosophers of education could have such an eloquent presentation as you just did, actually. So it's, you don't single yourself out in any way. I think what your paper really raises are the ambivalent positions that we occupy within universities and how difficult some of that work is. If from the European context, we have been basically taken over by sort of market interests, and there's been a real fight for recapturing the idea of the university. But unfortunately, what's been happening is that it's a return to very old modes of doing things in a lot of that discourse. And I appreciate your talk here today, because it means we have to reinvent what it is a university actually stands for. And we have to do that with our communities. And so I just want to highlight that has what you're saying here has resonance for the work that I'm doing in Europe as well. Thank you.
If you want to say anything, you can.
Well, I don't think I need to respond.
Okay, well, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Have some tea.
Thanks to the speakers in the chair. We'll be breaking for tea now, and we'll start by 11:15. Thanks. On ethics and education. In this after-tea session, we'll have Judith Sousa and Krasima Stojanov. Judith Sousa is from the University of London, UK. She will be presenting on parents as social justice educators, moral upbringing in the borderlands. Krasima Stojanov from the Catholic University, Germany, is going to present on learning versus education, on the conceptual difference between instrumental and ethical understandings of the aims of schooling. The chair for this session is Professor Catherine Elgin from Harvard University, USA. Each speaker will have about 50 minutes to make the presentation, 50. 30 minutes for the presentation and 20 minutes for questions and answers. Okay? Over to the chair now. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Today, our first speaker is Judith Sousa, speaking on parents as educators.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank you, particularly Professor Dunker, for the invitation to come to this conference. It's been a real privilege to be here. This paper is an attempt to draw together two strands in some recent work that I've been doing, one of which is concerned with a philosophical exploration of the parent-child relationship and particularly the educational aspects of that relationship. And the other is a concern with social justice education and moral education more generally, but particularly the way in which the moral and the political seem to intertwine in different ways in the project of moral education. So my particular focus today is on education for social justice and the way in which parents are conceptualized within some common accounts of social justice education. And I want to suggest that some of these conceptualizations are a bit problematic and explore perhaps a different way that we can conceptualize how parents can play a role in the overall idea of education for social justice. Particularly what I want to challenge is the idea that there's a kind of neat division of labor between the home and the school, where what goes on in the home fits in with, or at least philosophers of moral education would argue should fit in with, a kind of normative account of what it means to bring up children to be morally good. Whereas political education, either in the form of some kind of citizenship education or more radical forms of social justice education, is a distinct process that takes the form of a formal intentional activity and that usually is carried out in schools. So I want to challenge both the descriptive and the normative aspects of this kind of conceptualization of this division between the home and the school. Now, most academic work on moral education barely refers to parents at all. Parents are not mentioned in well-known philosophical collections on moral education. For example, Halstead and McLaughlin's classic 1999 book, Education and Morality, parents doesn't even feature, the word parents doesn't feature in the index. And also in more recent conceptual work, such as Michael Hand's very recent paper in the Journal of Philosophy of Education, the ambitiously entitled Towards a Theory of Moral Education. Again, parents are not mentioned. The idea is to offer a theory of moral education that will shed light on teachers' practice in schools and help them resolve some tensions. Parents are similarly absent from a lot of work on moral education that's written from a more psychological perspective. The only time that parents are mentioned in such work is usually in the context of empirical work on the parent-child relationship, where there's reference to research on how, for example, early patterns of attachment are linked to the development of what moral psychologists like Blasi refer to as the moral self. But this is an overwhelmingly empirical conception. Meanwhile, of course, in the popular press, parents are bombarded with arguments that they're not doing enough to teach children right from wrong, that bad parenting, that children are growing up with no moral character because of lack of parenting skills, and that this is at the heart of a range of social problems. And this kind of way in which parents are addressed is something that I've talked about in other work. But what I'm concerned about here is the way in which perhaps we can find a philosophical way of thinking about what parents do in the home that doesn't see it as totally distinct from the kind of moral education that we think of as a more broad endeavor that perhaps encompasses some form of political engagement. And part of what I want to do is question the way we draw these distinctions between the political and the moral. Okay, so I begin with a tension between two different ways of conceptualizing the role of the home in education for social justice. So one way of thinking about the kind of moral qualities and dispositions that are required of individuals in order to sustain and foster justice at the political level is to see the moral upbringing that goes on in the home as distinct from and prior to the broad goal of articulating and defending the principles of justice at a political level. So perhaps you could see feminist work on the ethics of care as contributing to this kind of theoretical account. But of course, as Susan Oken has argued, it is actually possible to identify the political conception of justice associated primarily with rules as itself assuming a central role for the moral dispositions that are traditionally developed through a form of early emotional disposition, emotional formation. And the argument works, I think, both at a conceptual and a developmental level. So the focus here is on the idea of empathy and related kind of notions of emotional engagement that are typically part of children's early development in family settings. Oken's argument is, in fact, intended to transcend the debate between the ethics of justice and the ethics of care, and to question the wisdom of making that distinction in the first place. What she argues is that a Rawlsian liberal theory of justice is dependent upon the capacity of moral persons to be concerned about and demonstrate care for others. In fact, as Oken notes, Rawls himself describes the family as the earliest school of moral development. And despite his Kantian assumptions of rationality and autonomy and the associated rational choice theory of language of much of his theory, as Oken argues, Rawls's account of the kind of moral sympathy developed within the family is very different from Kant's, for whom any feelings that did not follow from independently established moral principles were morally suspect. Unlike Kant, with his nameless but no doubt male tutor, Rawls frankly admits, said Oken, that the whole of moral development rests upon the loving ministrations of those who raise small children from the earliest stages, and on the moral character of the environment in which this takes place. Now, what I want to focus here is not the feminist argument about how this procedure needs to perhaps be changed, but the claim that Oken makes that the foundation of a political conception of justice can be one of the sort of moral feelings of empathy and benevolence, and that the home can be a site for the nurturance of this feeling. Now, the reason I want to highlight this is because it seems to me to be in an interesting tension with some of the work by social justice educators, where the kind of moral education assumed to go on in the home is actually seen as an obstacle, at least a possible obstacle, to the kind of social justice education that they're promoting. So a central aim of, sorry, I feel like I'm standing on tiptoes to reach this. Right. A central aim of social justice educators is that students will be aware of injustices, feel a sense of agency to address those injustices, and ultimately choose to act by participating in social movements and organizing around these issues. Social justice education theorists and practitioners emphasize, through their theory and their pedagogy, the structural, systemic aspects of injustice and oppression, the power relations between different social groups, and the symbolic ways in which injustice is enacted and experienced, as opposed to the legal and moral principles designed to ensure that individuals are treated justly. Social justice educators working on issues of race and racism, and I'm thinking here particularly of the US context, drawing on the field of critical race theory and whiteness studies, have developed in this context the idea of what Barbara Applebaum calls white complicity pedagogy, which does not stop, this is a quote from Barbara Applebaum's book, Being White, Being Good. It does not stop, this pedagogy of complicity, at exposing hidden stereotypes or uncovering privileges that students take for granted, but also addresses ideologies and the ontological, epistemological, and ethical frameworks that support and maintain racial injustice. So part of what a pedagogy oriented in this way is doing is troubling so-called normal moral discourse and practice. Now, although parents are not explicitly mentioned in most of the work of social justice education theorists such as Applebaum, Schick, Mayo, others you might be familiar with, the assumption running through this work seems to be that what most parents are doing is instilling moral norms or conceptions of goodness, which in the case of privileged white students serve to mask the systemic ways in which injustice works and the ways in which these students themselves are complicit in the injustice. Indeed, the central question, as Applebaum puts it, is what can it mean for white people to be good? Sorry, I should stop waving my hands around. What does it mean for white people to be good when they can reproduce and maintain a racist system even when, and especially when, they believe themselves to be good? Now, Applebaum's developed an account of moral responsibility that allows us to conceptualize this kind of complicity as a form of responsibility, even if it is, as it often is, unintentional or even unconscious. But what interests me here is her argument that it is especially when white people believe themselves to be good and moral anti-racist citizens that they may be contributing to the perpetuation of systemic injustice. Now, this account seems to me to assume that what goes on in the home, in the case of privileged students, is either a kind of reflection and reinforcement of so-called normal moral discourse, or a fostering of a sense of moral agency that's founded on traditional liberal notions of individual responsibility. So one way of understanding this tension, or the apparent tension, between Oken's view of justice and that of Applebaum is to see it as simply reflecting a different understanding of what justice is. And I think this is a distinction that Dwight Boyd has addressed in a lot of his work, which he attempts to kind of bridge. And I think it is a tension we need to address. But what I'm interested in, actually, is not the tension between these different accounts of justice, but the similarity between the two perspectives in terms of the logical structure of how they position the home and the school differently. Okay, so both of them seem to be saying parents do something in the home that can be broadly seen as a kind of moral upbringing, whether it's implemented through an inculcation of norms or fostering of ethical dispositions. And then schools and teachers come along and undertake to provide an education more geared towards creating good citizens, committed to sustaining and pursuing justice socially. Whether this is through disrupting the moral attitudes and beliefs acquired in the home, as in the case of Applebaum and other critical race theorists, or in the case of building on them and taking them in new directions, as in the liberal account of political justice. So I think there's an interesting kind of combination of the political and the moral in terms of the language that's used by social justice educators. They seem to move quite a lot between a kind of moral language to describe their project and a more overtly political language. people like Elspeth Probyn, for example, makes the statement that complicity is the starting point of ethics itself. So she clearly sees it as an ethical project rather than a sort of narrowly conceived political project. But when it comes to the home, both the mainstream liberal and the social justice conceptions of moral education seem to imply that what goes on there is not itself political. Whether they focus on calling into question the moral validity of parents' endeavours at moral upbringing, or see it as simply groundwork for the more important task of creating a just society, both these conceptions seem to draw a sharp line between the home and the school. Now, I want to argue that the same intertwining of the political and the ethical is an important way of thinking about what parents are doing when they bring up children. And this is not just because, as I've argued in some of my other work, parents are already situated in a broad social and cultural context, which is inseparable from their understanding of what it means to be a parent, let alone a good parent. It's also because, as Dwight Boyd says, the social location from which anyone views the moral realm is never a neutral one. It inevitably shapes what one sees and how one thinks and feels about moral concerns. In fact, it shapes what counts as a moral concern. And I think this is true of parents just as much as it is of teachers. And I'll come back later on in the paper to this idea of what it is to see something as counting as a moral concern and how that can be connected to perhaps a particular meta-ethical view. But I want to bring out the kind of problem that I'm getting at first through recounting a brief anecdote. So a few months ago, I attended the wedding of old friends of my family in London. The reception was a lavish and formal affair held in one of the most expensive hotels in London. Most of the guests drove cars that probably cost more than the average UK annual salary. As is typical at such occasions in England, there were several toasts during dinner. As is also typical, it was only men who made the toasts. The mother of the bride was toasted, and of course the couple themselves. The atmosphere was one of warmth and inclusiveness, and the couple's love and affection for each other, but also their parents' affection and pride, were evident in the words that they spoke in these toasts, and also in the body language of the guests and the close family. In their speeches, both the groom's father and the bride's father emphasized what morally good, compassionate, and responsible people their children and their chosen partners had turned out to be. Now, I don't think that these were empty words. They recounted incidents in which these young people had gone out of their way to help others, family members, people at times of bereavement, friends in trouble, and so on. What's more, implicit in their remarks and in the very behavior of the wedding was a suggestion that these people not only embodied the virtues of kindness, compassion, honesty, and integrity, but they were also free of the vice of prejudice. For the groom was in fact a white man marrying a mixed-race woman, and many of the guests were from the bride's black Ethiopian family, mingling with and embraced, literally and metaphorically, by the white side of the family. Listening to these speeches, though, my sense of discomfort grew. But as I tried to make sense of this discomfort, I felt equally discomforted by my own confusion. What is it that accounts for this discomfort? These are people who think nothing of spending on a meal what most people in London earn in a month. They send their children to private, fee-paying schools where they mix with other privileged children. And they're convinced that by doing so, they're not only not doing anything morally reprehensible, but they're acting in a morally responsible way, doing the best they possibly can for their children. As far as racial justice is concerned, it is clear that they consider racism to be a matter primarily of individual attitude and belief, attitudes that they believe themselves to be admirably free of due to their subscription to and promotion of the values of toleration and respect for all people. I'm pretty sure that they would have been surprised and puzzled to be confronted with the view that they are, through their numerous everyday actions and symbolic practices, enacting and reinforcing the dominance and the very invisibility of whiteness. So is my issue here simply what could be described as a political disagreement? Is it, in other words, the case that there is a fairly uncontentious set of moral qualities or moral principles that we all agree should be at the heart of moral upbringing, bringing children up to be kind, compassionate, honest, tolerant, upholding the principles of respect for persons, and that my friends had indeed succeeded in imparting these values to their children, but that we simply part ways when it comes to their political beliefs, which are at odds with mine, leading me to feel that their choices and lifestyle are politically indefensible. I don't think this quite gets at the problem. It is not the case that we both have a similar set of moral values but different political beliefs, as if these can be neatly separated, and that my friends have simply given their children a different political education from me on top of our commonly shared, valued moral one. Nor, I think, is this an instance of the problem that Jerry Cohen articulates in his essay, "If you're an egalitarian, how come you're so rich?" And not just for the obvious reason that my friends are clearly not egalitarians, so the question doesn't apply to them. So while I agree with Jerry Cohen's argument that justice cannot be a matter only of state-legislated structure in which people act, but is also a matter of the acts they choose within that structure, the personal choices of their daily lives, the question that concerns Jerry Cohen is that of what conduct egalitarians are committed to in an unequal society. So while his argument obviously has implications for my ability to formulate a coherent political argument against my friends' behaviour, for example, that the personal choices that they have made are contributing to the unjust structure of society, it doesn't get at the heart of the educational issue that I'm interested in. What Jerry Cohen is defending is an argument about how we should extend our political theories of justice in order to incorporate questions about how individuals should act. But I think the important educational implication of this perspective is that we should extend our moral theory, and accordingly our theory of moral education, to include questions about the structures of our political and social life. This means seeing parents' role as moral educators as already a political role, and acknowledging that any form of moral education with a justice dimension to it must involve an acknowledgement of political reality. So taking on board these insights, what my friends were doing was already political in that at a descriptive level, they're not just instilling moral values in their children, but passing on a certain way of thinking about what these values mean, what justice means, a way that is at least partly shaped by their own embeddedness in a particular social and political context, and that in turn affects how their children will understand and make judgments within this context. My disapproval of how they live their lives is not just a political disagreement, but nor is it a claim that their children's lauded moral qualities are anything less than genuine or less than moral. It is rather an acknowledgement that our understanding of what certain moral ideas and qualities mean, and what we mean when we say that children have or should exercise them, is different. And yet I still don't feel that my discomfort is resolved by this account. From a descriptive point of view, I think it is more appropriate to see what parents are doing when they engage in what can be described as moral upbringing, as not something that can be conceptualized solely in terms of nurturing moral dispositions, teaching moral truths, or instilling moral norms. Parents' action with their children, insofar as they can be described as a form of moral upbringing, are part of the ongoing activity of introducing the social world to their children, making sense of it in a way which cannot be entirely disentangled from the very structures and practices of this social world itself. And I think this calls into question accounts of social justice education that assume a neat division of labour between the home and the school, as well as accounts of moral education that assume a neat divide between the moral and the political. But at the same time, this insight further problematizes the idea of social justice education when it comes to very young children. For there's a normative aspect to the accounts which see personal moral choices as embedded within social structures, and which argue, as Dwight Boyd does, that the social location from which anyone views the moral realm is never a neutral one. Indeed, it is this very insight that's seen as at odds with the liberal Kantian account of justice and morality that is at the heart of projects of social justice education. So if social justice education is to be theorized in a way which addresses both parents and teachers in school, what are the implications for how we think of what parents are and should be doing, particularly parents of privileged children? Jerry Cohen is right, I think, that questions of political and social justice cannot be theorized independently of questions about the personal choices made by individuals. But the interesting educational question for parents is how children come to see their personal choices as implicated in and connected to these broader social and political issues. How indeed they come to see these issues as issues of justice that require a moral response. Now, Jerry Cohn is talking specifically about distributive justice. His point is that the principles about the just distribution of benefits and burdens in society apply, whatever else they do, to people's unconstrained choices. But to become aware of which of our actions and perceptions are appropriately seen as genuine choices and which are not is itself a prior task of moral upbringing. Indeed, this insight is at the heart of the critical approach to social justice education that, challenging the liberal approach, points out with Iris Young that we do not choose to be members of certain groups. We are already situated within systematic relations of oppression. Becoming aware of how these groups operate and how oppression operates involves, differently for different groups, seeing different things as choices and acknowledging the differential significance and impact of our choices. And now I think there's a further problem, because it's part of the project of social justice education that we see morality not as a question of individual responsibility, or at least not primarily as a question of individual responsibility, but as systemic. That we understand the way we operate, as Boyd puts it, in mobs. But surely we cannot ask parents committed to social justice with the same kind of, we cannot task parents with the same kind of pedagogical approach. Reflecting on the result of her own social justice education, one of Applebaum's students explains, "One factor seems clear about all of the interlocking oppressions. They take both active forms, which we can see, and embedded forms, which as a member of the dominant group, one is taught not to see. In my class and place, I did not see myself as a racist because I was taught to recognize racism only in individual acts of meanness by members of my group, never in invisible systems conferring unsought racial dominance on my group from birth." Now, I agree with the necessity of defending and promoting a form of justice pedagogy that teaches students to understand and acknowledge these invisible systems. But I wonder where this leaves parents. For while I've argued that we need to adopt the same descriptive account of moral values as being embedded in social and political reality when explaining what parents do in passing on moral meaning and moral values to their children, the normative aspect of this perspective seems somewhat different for parents than for school teachers. The above statement by a student relies, of course, on children being able to identify what an individual act of meanness really is. On any account of early moral development, part of what children are acquiring is a grasp of the meaning of moral concepts. They must surely grasp what meanness or fairness mean in the concrete context of individual relationships. Don't pull the cat's tail, that's mean. Don't keep all the chocolate cake for yourself, it's not fair. Right? This is how they come to understand what these concepts mean and why they're morally reprehensible. And they have to surely do this before it is possible to challenge the idea that racism consists only in individual acts of meanness, or that injustice is not only a matter of unfair distribution of resources. Similarly, I'll leave this out. Okay, so the question I think is what it means for parents to be committed to this account of social justice education. To go back to my friend's wedding, they surely seem to have taught their children that one's social location should not matter in moral deliberation. Okay, but this is precisely the kind of view that social justice educators like Applebaum are concerned to challenge, because it's the view that one's social location doesn't matter that is behind the phenomenon, for example, of colour blindness or other ways in which privileged students are unaware of the way in which injustice operates systemically. So there's a problem, I think, in expecting parents committed to social justice to do the same kind of thing. Right? Another reason why parents concerned with social justice cannot be doing the same kind of thing as teachers is to do with the discomfort. For educators working in the field with older children in schools, part of the process of coming to recognize injustice and see how one is, intentionally or not, complicit in sustaining it involves, for many privileged students, a discomfort at one's own moral position. As Liz Jackson comments, Despite my students' common expectation that no one's feelings should ever be hurt in my classes, learning often must be painful in social justice-oriented classrooms. But if one of the main tasks of parents, as parents, is that of presenting and making sense of social reality for their children, surely this process cannot and should not be uncomfortable for the child. So to recap, I've suggested that approaches to social justice that focus solely on teachers and schools assume a descriptively unhelpful division of labour between the home and the school, where parents impart moral values which then need to be disrupted or translated into political frameworks by teachers. Any robust account of social justice education, I think, needs to take into account how what parents are doing in bringing up their children is already an activity involving both moral and political aspects, and involving far more than simply instilling or promoting moral norms or nurturing moral dispositions. Yet at the same time, if parents are committed to social justice and want to bring up their children accordingly, they cannot approach this task in the way that theorists of social justice education suggest that teachers should. So have we just come back around again to a kind of inevitable division of labour in which parents have the duty of imparting sound moral values, developing ethical dispositions, notions of individual moral responsibility and agency, so that social justice educators can then disrupt them? So in the last part of the paper, I'll try to suggest a different way we can think about this issue. What I want to defend is a form of social justice-oriented moral upbringing on the part of parents that acknowledges the fact that systemic justice and injustice need to be addressed, that it is not sufficient to focus on moral values and rules and individuals' responsibility in upholding and enacting them, that acknowledges that moral education cannot be neatly separated from the political reality we live in, and that aims to inspire children to engage in collective projects to protest at and try and dismantle various forms of justice and oppression. To do this as a parent, I suggest, requires a particular kind of border pedagogy. This is a term that I borrow from Henry Giroux, although I've given it a slightly different twist here. I think what it involves is moving between the recognition of a set of moral values that are premised on the existence of an ideal moral community in which we all treat each other with respect, and the acknowledgement that the world we live in is very far removed from such an ideal. Now, in this context, I want to revisit an interesting conceptual framework suggested by Francis Schrag in his 2009 paper, Moral Education in the Badlands. Schrag, I think, is one of the few philosophers of education to focus on parents as the primary moral educators in a way which both draws on a philosophically robust moral theory, in this case, one that takes a broadly Kantian view, and acknowledges the implications of this role for the social and political reality in which parents find themselves. Schrag specifically addresses the case of parents who find themselves in extreme cases of moral breakdown, such as Nazi-occupied Europe. Such cases challenge the Kantian account that he starts off from because, as he puts it, educating our children to be moral human beings, teaching them not to deceive or take what does not belong to them, encouraging them to be trusting and conciliatory rather than wary and aggressive, is one of our responsibilities as parents. However, are there circumstances in which teaching children to deviate from moral norms generally considered sacrosanct is not simply permissible, but obligatory? For the millions of children growing up in what Schrag describes as the Badlands, places ravaged by civil war or unreliable or corrupt authorities, it is clear that the moral dispositions most parents hope to instill in their children, dispositions to be trusting and honest, for example, towards all people, would lead to their own destruction and that of their families. So Schrag basically argues that in such situations, it's compulsory for parents to kind of inculcate a double standard. So there's one way to behave in peacetime and one way to behave in the Badlands. So at one level, Schrag is acknowledging the crucial interaction between moral values and political reality in the context of parents' moral upbringing. On the other hand, the political reality he describes is one of extreme situations of moral breakdown, where arguably the main task for parents is simply to ensure their children's survival. This implies a kind of boundary between the so-called Badlands, where such things present parents with troubling dilemmas, and somewhere else, where the Kantian principles of not lying, not deceiving, not stealing, and so on, are not troubled by uncomfortable, indeed threatening, social reality. Parents, Schrag says, should refrain from inculcating norms and dispositions suitable for peacetime when ruthless enemies seek to kill or imprison their children. Now, the perspective that I want to defend is one in which the moral values, principles, and attitudes that we hold dear and want to nurture in our children are always troubled by and in dialogue with complex social and political realities. The so-called badlands are not in some separate place. They're all around us. Attempts to draw neat boundaries between them and us so that our moral language and projects of moral education can remain intact and straightforward is, I think, a troubling stance. Although most children may not be as obviously threatened by evil as the children in Schrag's examples, many children are subject to myriad forms of injustice and cruelty, and most of us live in places where such injustice and cruelty is not that far from our doorstep, even if our own children may not have personally experienced it. What social justice educators tell us is that we need to be aware of how such injustice operates and to think what we can do to prevent and disrupt it, before it gets to the point where, as in Schrag's example, the only thing left to do is to try and survive. Now, although Schrag acknowledges that there are other situations than those presented in his example of parents of a Jewish child in hiding in Nazi Germany, his account paints a picture of an independently agreed common set of aims and values of moral education, which perhaps need to be tweaked and amended slightly in light of the fact that some parents may be faced with particularly challenging dilemmas. I suggest we started from a different point, one in which all parents today are bringing up their children in a world characterized by serious injustice, oppression, suffering, and violence. How we're affected by these will, of course, depend on where we're situated, but what's important from a social justice perspective is that we see all these problems as ours, in the sense that they form part of the social reality in which we have to interact with and bring up our children as moral agents. As Schrag points out, the Badlands are not just literal war zones. They're places not far from my house in London, where children are at risk of gang violence. But the distinctions that Schrag makes between peacetime and war zones are more complicated than his picture suggests. It's not clear whether a ruthless enemy can always be identified as such, and is it really to be described as peacetime when children are killed in the street in the same city in which I live, or other children go to school without having had enough to eat? On Schrag's account, my friends' children are definitely not in the Badlands. Their parents are not faced daily by a situation in which they have to teach them to make exceptions to basic moral rules of respect, trust, truthfulness, and kindness. But the crucial difference between the kind of education that they have engaged in as parents and the kind that I feel perhaps one should engage in is that even if they see the very existence of these badlands as morally troubling, and no doubt they do not see it as requiring them to respond in a way that goes beyond the basic set of moral principles or dispositions requiring action at an individual level, or indeed that suggest any re-evaluation of their own moral choices. So that social justice theorists seem to suggest sometimes that educators have a choice. Either we approach the task of moral education with a list of moral values that we would like to uphold, as if we were living in a world without injustice, oppression, and systemic privilege, or we abandon these ideals in the face of the acknowledgement that, as Boyd puts it, when people are understood as constituted within groups suffering dominance and oppression, the liberal ideals themselves may come into question. I want to suggest that as parents, what we can do, what we often do, and perhaps what we should do, if we're concerned with social justice, is to move between these two perspectives. So I think for parents, including parents in privileged groups, it's not morally desirable or practically feasible to approach their task with the main aim of getting children to see how they're complicit in perpetuating systemic injustice. But nor is it desirable for them to focus on the traditional liberal view of educating for equal moral standing and respect for all, without acknowledging how these ideas are challenged by the systemic practices of injustice and oppression. What they have to do, I think, is to acknowledge both these perspectives and, in Giroux's terminology, to be aware of how they're standing on the border between them, constantly vigilant of the dangers of falling too far into one or other of them. So social justice education, both for parents and teachers, should begin with the perception that we live in a morally unjust world. I've made some tentative suggestions as to how we can understand the task of social justice educators in a way that takes on board the concerns of parents and the project of moral upbringing that parents are engaged in. So I don't think that social justice educators should see the homes of children from privileged groups as inevitably reflecting moral norms that work against the endeavour to resist and dismantle structural and systemic justice. Nor should they see the kind of moral development that goes on in the home as a totally separate process from the moral and political project of social justice education. Parents committed to social justice should not see themselves as obliged to abandon the attempt to pass on moral values that they see as reflecting a belief in what a just world would look like in favour of unmasking the injustices of the real world. All parents, I think, should understand that their engagement in helping their children to make sense, that their engagement in any process of moral upbringing is part of a more general engagement in helping their children to make sense of their social reality. And it cannot be neatly carved off from the political ideas, structures and processes that form part of this social reality. So I focus primarily on the process of moral upbringing, but obviously there's a lot more that parents can do at a practical level if they're committed to social justice. So, for example, I think they can actively take the kind of steps that will enable them and their children to experience the ways in which different groups and individuals are situated differently and the way in which power and privilege operate. And this is far less likely to happen in spaces such as private schools and segregated communities, but that's a different topic. Okay, I'm finishing. So as philosophers of education, I suggest that we begin our attempts to articulate approaches to moral education and moral upbringing with the insight that, as Sally Haslinger puts it, our actions and interactions are both constrained and enabled by implicit schemas and resources available to us. These, including concepts we use to organize our social lives, are proper objects of moral scrutiny and moral critique. So finally, I want to suggest that this discussion about what parents do, what they can do and what they should do from a perspective of social justice education may be fruitfully developed by drawing on resources from a particular tradition in moral theory, namely the tradition of moral particularism. And this is the really tentative bit, and I don't have the space here, and I'm not even sure that I want to defend a sort of full-blown account of moral particularism. But I have suggested that it's not helpful to conceptualize parents' role as moral educators as primarily one of inculcating norms and dispositions, as Schrag defines it. The description of the border pedagogy that involves moving between normative moral ideas and the recognition of how these ideas are challenged by social relationships and structures is echoed in what David Backhurst writes about the educational implications of moral particularism. Backhurst says, "It is one thing to value justice, another to suppose it unproblematic what justice is. It would be naive to think that such values represent a stable set of generally morally relevant properties. On the contrary, we can endorse these values while admitting that how they matter in particular cases can vary enormously." Similarly, I think it is in work on the idea of moral perception that's often, although of course not necessarily associated with the work of moral particularists, that we find the development of a kind of notion of seeing as a central part of moral formation. The sensitivity to and perception of aspects of the social world as requiring particular kinds of moral response, as being instances of justice, is, I think, a crucial element of social justice education that could be perhaps fruitfully explored in further work on parents' and teachers' roles as moral educators. Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. That was really interesting. I really like how you emphasize that the moral is indeed the political, but I'm concerned that what you haven't emphasized is how the political has more to it than the moral. And for instance, in the realm of ethics, if I believe X, then X needs to be done, whereas in political, there's a fact of disagreement. And my concern is that the only way then, given your account, which focuses a lot on injustice and the normative order of things, the only way you'll be able to defend this is to give a too moralized account of politics. So how can we really now begin to distinguish between the two and say that while we need to recognize the politics of morality, there's also politics in itself, which also needs to be taught as perhaps over and above normativity.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, and I realised when I was writing this that what's missing is a clearer, more robust account of the political. I don't want to argue that the political just collapses into the moral, but I do think that the distinctions that are drawn within liberal theory, for example, between the right and the good, I think they're more problematic than a lot of liberal theorists seem to think, and that translates into certain views of citizenship education, for example. So, yeah, you're right, and I think we can give an account of the political that's not, as you say, premised on this sort of ethical idea of ethical obligation, but I think the distinction is perhaps more fuzzy than some people would have it.
I'm just interested in the practical aspects of what you spoke about. And my observation is when I grew up, I had both my parents at home with me. So this kind of interface was possible. What I see increasingly today is with the political economy of today, both parents are working. We have things like play school and creche coming up, and this whole care of the child being outsourced. So although I'm interested in the practical implications of this, when I see like parents nowadays don't have enough time for their kids, so they buy them things, buy them holidays, takes them for trips to Disneyland. So how do we make sense of all this in the practical context of neoliberalism?
But what you're describing is a reflection of a particular political organisation of society that has huge implications for how family life is structured, for how parents are expected to operate. I mean, that's why I find it really so frustrating that in countries like the UK, on the one hand, you have a political system that completely upholds the kind of economic structures that you're referring to that make it essential for both parents to go out and work, and on the other hand, constantly bombards parents with this message that they have to be responsible for bringing up children to be decent members of society. And I think we need to have a good think about how those two tasks are perhaps not very comfortably organised with each other. But I'm under no illusion that parents can or should have total control over the kind of people their children will turn out to be. That's clearly just not the case, and nor should it be the case. And I think we have to remind ourselves that anything we do as parents is open to a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty. I don't know if that really answers the question.
Thank you for this great talk. And it has, of course, touched on a very vast canvas, but it reminded me of some incidents and some efforts in my own past as a parent, not really as an educator, which is my professional work. And I began reflecting on some of those incidents. I'd like to just bring up one anecdote for your comment. My daughter, some years ago, was 9 years old, I think, 8 or 9. And in our neighborhood, she had friends with a family who are fishermen who fish in the river nearby. And she's grown up with those children, and the mother of those children often worked in the houses around. So my daughter was a friend of the kids as she grew up with them. And one of those days, they were often coming home and they were playing together for many years. One day at the age of 8 or 9, I don't remember when, but some years ago, she asked me, how is it that Kanchan and Durga live in huts and we live in a house? So I said, yeah, well, because they don't have the money to build a house. They've only been able to make a hut. Now, I don't remember whether she asked or whether I prodded her with whatever sense of social justice that I had in my mind. But somehow the question came up, why don't they have enough money to build a house? Perhaps I prodded her. And let me take the credit, or she may have asked, I don't remember now. And when the question came up, why don't they have enough money to build a house, whereas we do, I really struck, what do I say? And I said at that point, I couldn't have said anything else. I said, well, we only give them this much money for the work that they do for us, and everybody in the neighborhood in whose houses they work only pay them this amount. Whereas when I work in an organization like Eklavya, I'm paid much more for my month's work. And we don't give them that much money for the labor that they put into our houses. She heard this and retorted, Amma, aap itne bure kaise ho sakte ho? And I was morally judged by my 8-year-old daughter. Far from teaching her moral lessons, whatever political or social justice basis I had in my own mind, I gave a different kind of reply, and she judged me back morally, saying, how can you be so bad, Mom?
Right. Yeah.
And then I was challenged. What is the next that I tell her?
Yeah.
I extended myself and said, well, you know, I've often thought that maybe I could give her more, and I should maybe be paying her more. But, you know, I can't imagine everybody in the family supporting this idea that we raise the wages. And most certainly, I can't imagine people in the neighborhood and other families who live around us. They would be very, very angry with me and make it very difficult for me to live here if I was to maybe, you know, go out and pay her more. So even I don't know what to do, but, you know, this is the kind of situation that is going on in my mind. That's where the conversation ended. I've often lived with this memory of being morally judged by my child. Border pedagogy or whatever.
Well, no, I think
so whatever you were saying, our role as parents and the socio-political dimensions of moral upbringing and where we can cross the borders, maybe somewhere work between the two. I don't know to what extent it relates to what you were saying, but it certainly evoked that entire incident in my mind as I heard you. So thank you for getting me a chance to reflect on that much more.
No, thank you. I mean, it does, yeah, as you gather, this is all kind of work in progress. So there's a lot that needs to be worked out. But your example is great because it does provide another example of a kind of bigger point that I've made in some of my other work, is that I think parents are often described in theoretical literature on parenting and policy literature on parenting as if they come with kind of ready-made, you know, conceptions of the good life that are neatly worked out, and all they're doing is passing them on to their children. But of course, anyone who's experienced interacting with a young child knows that that's not how it works. You're constantly having your own beliefs and views and values challenged by the things that children say and the things they do. And I think that needs to be brought much more sort of acknowledged much more fully in accounts of parenting. Thank you.
I think we have to stop now because we're running out of time, and we'll thank you and
nice.
Talk to her later.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you to the organizers of this wonderful conference for giving me the chance to give this presentation today. What I'm going to do here is to elaborate a little bit in this paper on a conceptual differentiation between the concept of education on the one hand and the concepts of learning and teaching on the other hand. And I'm going to develop an argument for why this differentiation, this distinction between education and learning and teaching is important for both educational policy and practical pedagogy. And what I'm trying also to develop here is a kind of new Hegelian story about the concept of education, respectively the concept of Bildung. Now, I'm going to start with a very interesting term, the term of learnification. This term has been introduced a couple of years ago by Gerd Biester. I will be trying to reframe this term a little bit, to put this term in another context, not in the original context, in the original frame of Biester, because I'm going to argue not only against, let me put this another way. In the original concept of learnification, the point of Biester is that he is trying to argue for a kind of rehabilitation of teaching. So the main danger he sees nowadays is the danger that the very practice of teaching is going to disappear. And what I'm going to do here is to distinguish, as I just said, education from both learning and teaching, and that is to say, what I'm trying to do is to make a distinction between educative and non-educative forms of both learning and teaching. I mean, this is the difference between the story of Biester and my own story. Now, nowadays we are witnessing a global trend of analyzing and describing educational issues exclusively in the terminology of the so-called learning sciences. This is the case, at least in Europe, and I think also in the United States. This trend has been described recently by Gerd Biester with the term learnification, and learnification manifests itself in spelling out of all educational phenomena in the so-called language of learning. And within this language of learning denotes a process. I quote here Biester, learning is a process with instrumental ends that is itself empty with regard to content and direction. And close end. In fact, according to the predominant notion of learning in the so-called new learning science, learning is to be understood simply as development of skills and change of habits and dispositions. Or as a definition of a learning in a standard introduction to learning theories reads, I quote, learning is a relatively permanent change in behavior that results from experience and cannot be attributed to temporary body states such as those induced by illness or drugs, end quote. This is a definition from a handbook on theories of learning edited by Hergemann and Olson, and it is quite a recent edition. According to this understanding of learning, this concept has nothing to say about the content, about the quality, and about the direction of the behavioral change in question, besides that it should not be induced by illness or drugs. And the concept has also nothing to say about the experiences or the activities which are likely to make learning possible. So understood, the concept of learning focuses exclusively on the mechanisms and the conditions of the process of acquiring of knowledge and the development of skills, thus neglecting the question of the aims of that process. Hence, when we, for example, ask the question whether the learned knowledge and skills serve to the flourishing of the freedom and autonomy of the individual, or rather to have functioning as effective working force for the sake of the reproduction of the economy, whether the learning activities of the individual should serve to development of her personality, or rather to her assimilation into existing economic or political order. When we are asking those kind of questions, we are well beyond the scope of the so-called learning science, and we are well beyond the scope of the concept of learning. And that is why such normative questions have been completely dismissed by the recent trend of learnification of educational policy and pedagogy. And you can find a lot of examples for this neglecting. For example, in several educational papers on educational policy and level of the European Union institutions. Within such papers, education is likely to be defined simply as training for employment, to which other things like general knowledge or personal development are subsumed. Now, if we are to address the normative ethical question, or ethical normative questions about the aims of schooling, we should be searching for a conceptual alternative of learning or to learning. My suggestion in this paper is that the Hegelian concept of Bildung could serve as such an alternative. As I will argue in the following sections, this concept, the concept of Bildung, the Hegelian concept of education as Bildung, first opens up a selective and evaluative perspective on learning or on teaching activities. Not all kinds and forms of informal or formal learning, or not all forms of teaching should be called educative ones, but only those of them which lead or at least contribute to education in the sense of Bildung. This is the first point, and the second one is that education in the sense of Bildung itself should be understood as an ethical venture. That is to say that the process of development of an autonomous self, the process of development of self-consciousness as the fundament of the human mind, requires, according to Hegel and the new Hegelians, elaborating on moral norms and ethically relevant beliefs and values, and this process takes place within an ethical form of life, within a form which Hegel calls Sittlichkeit. And now, so these are the two basic ethical dimensions of the concept of education via Bildung. The first one is that the concept of education as Bildung should serve itself as a normative criteria for discriminating between educative from non-educative forms of learning and teaching. And the second one is that the process of Bildung, the process of education itself, is an ethical enterprise in terms of dealing with ethical contents. And by the end of the paper, I will also concern the question, what is actually an ethical content in the context of education? One of the most important and valuable parts of Hegel's legacy is his claim that the development of human mind should be understood in first place as development of individuals' self-consciousness. According to Hegel, self-consciousness in the capacity to understand and treat one's own relations to the things or to the world as activities of one's own self, that is, as expressions of one's own freedom. One's own self-treating as a free human being, as a subject, objectivates itself in the judgments of the individuals, that is, in her understanding of the meanings of the things she is confronted with. And that is to say that we can speak of education in terms of Bildung, at least according to Hegel, when the acquired reference and knowledge about matters in the world could be linked to the so-called components of the will, or the free will of individuals, that is, to her values, needs, and ideals. One way to define learning is to describe it as a process of acquiring new references to the world. And this process does not necessarily entail the development of self-consciousness in the Hegelian sense of that term. For this development of references to the world, or the development of self-consciousness, presuppose the individual linking those references to the world, linking those references to one's own self, and it presupposes also the individual experiencing his understanding of meanings of the world as expressions of his selfhood, ultimately of his freedom. So only if this process of self-objectivation, or objectivation of the self into the things she's dealing with in the process of education takes place, only in that case we can talk of a process of education, a process of Bildung. Exactly this is the point of Hegel's sometimes quite obscure considerations about the necessary self-objectivation of self-consciousness into the so-called objective spirit, that is, into conceptual, intelligible contents. Now, there are for sure many forms of learning in which the individual does not recognize and objectivate herself in the learned stuff, and in which she even does not link at all the learning activities to her own self. So, for example, my students frequently complain about that after the implementation of the so-called Bologna reform in Germany, in general in Europe, that the students suffer under a particular disease which they call bulimia of learning. By this, these students of mine mean that they learn large bodies of knowledge for the only purpose to pass through the exams, which in most cases take now form of multiple choice tests. After passing the exams, the learned contents are immediately thrown away from the students without touching upon themselves, without letting any traces in their personalities, and without having any impact on their future activities and life projects. Of course, there is plenty of more sustainable and intelligent forms of learning than the ones of the so-called learning bulimia. In many cases, the knowledge that one acquires by her learning activities remains for a long time in the mind of the learner and has significant impact on her behavior, on her skills to master everyday situations and issues in her life. However, in many cases, even those more sustainable forms of learning cannot be seen as education, for even in such cases, they are themselves not inherently linked to the selves of the learners. Let me give a personal example. In my young years, during my compulsory military service in my country of origin, Bulgaria, in that time, I had to learn some card games, because otherwise you were not able to copy with the peers there. So I had to learn some card games, and I'm still able to recognize the cards and even to play card games, even if I am required to do so. But nevertheless, playing cards always was for me a boring and stupid activity, and for me it was never a form of self-expression or of self-development or self-objectivation. Consider also the following example, which regards acquiring of more useful skills than the ones that are involved in playing card games. Like many other people that live in the modern world, I used to learn how to complete my annual tax declaration. according to complex tax regulation, which I had first to comprehend. Since I have had the chance to be trained, not to be educated, in that discipline by good formal and informal tax consultants, I obviously learned successfully to master that issue, completing a tax declaration, since after all I never have so far any problems with the tax authorities. Yet completing the annual tax declaration on the basis of internalized information about current tax regulations is for me nothing but a useful technique. This is an instrumental skill. By performing this activity, I am not articulating neither my needs nor my ideals or values. In other words, this activity has nothing to do with my self-identity. It does not have any intrinsic value for me. However, this example would be a very different one if it would be not about me, but about a person who has a passion for calculations. For example, in this case, the person in question will treat the completing of a tax declaration not as an instrumental activity, but also as a form of her self-realization. By learning to perform this activity, she will probably not only satisfy her passion for playing with numbers, but it is likely that she would articulate this passion by this form of learning, and she would also endeavor some distinctive needs her passion for completing tax declarations consists of. If all that happens, in the second example, the process of learning to perform the activity in question turns into the process of education, but only if all of these conditions are given. So, again, with regard to Hegel, we can assert that the process of education occurs when one's own values, needs, and ideals became a rational form. That is, when they get transformed to rational conceptual contents of one's own self-consciousness. In other words, education is a process which is distinguished by two essential features. And these are the two essential features of the concept of education according to Hegel. The first is establishing a link between the knowledge, between the acquired references to matters in the world, to the entities that builds up the self or the kernel of a person, to her values, needs, and ideals. And second, rational differentiation. The process of education presupposes also rational differentiation, articulation, and justification of these self-building values, needs, and ideals. Now, the point is that when teaching and or learning activity miss A or B, they are non-educative ones. This is, of course, a strong claim. Now, the second point is education as an ethical venture in itself, or Bildung und Sittlichkeit. According to Hegel, a process of education takes place only if self-building components like values, needs, and ideals are going to reach a status of universality. And that is a status of concepts. So education is basically about self-conceptualization. Since these self-building components are obviously ethical entities, values, needs, ideals are ethical entities, for they are conducting norms of an individual's life. And since this is the case, education is not an ethical, neutral activity as learning is. So this is a second central distinction between learning and education. Learning is not an ethical, it's an ethical neutral activity since learning is itself indifferent to such ethical entities, to self-building entities. In the moment in which learning became an ethical significance, this is precisely the moment at which learning turns into education. Now, rather, education is a process of forming and subsequent conceptual transforming of the components of the self. So, a very interesting question is then, what are the components, what are the dimensions of this ethical forms, this ethical form of life? Education, in the sense of Bildung, is part of it. So, Hegel uses the German term Sittlichkeit. Sittlichkeit is difficult to be translated into English. So, ethical form of life is approximately a translation of Sittlichkeit, but it is not really a very precise one. So, education takes place in this ethical form of life, is a form of Sittlichkeit, and by talking about Sittlichkeit, by talking about this education, this ethical form of life, we should distinguish between two different levels of this ethical form of life. The first level is the level of collective sharing of pre-cognitive ethical beliefs. It is a rather trivial statement that the core or the basic self of every individual comes into being initially by a process of internalization of the norms and the role expectations of the community in which she was born. According to Hegel's terminology, these communal norms and role patterns appears at that early stage of self-development as elements of the so-called unmediated natural spirit. A spirit, or if you want a mind, which exists not only in the institution of family, but also in the vital customs and rights of a people's community, of the so-called folk. Now, on that first stage, those communal, unmediated, quasi-natural customs and rights are, according to Hegel, I quote, the mother milk for the mind of the individual. That is to say that the child first internalizes in his behavior the common norms and rules of his social environment instinctively, that is, without yet making of them contents of his self-consciousness, without reflecting on them. So, it is important to state that this pre-reflexive initiation into a communal form, into an ethical form of life, is a prerequisite for the process of education, but it is not a part of it. For the process of education begins at the moment, according to Hegel, in which the communal customs and traits get into the self-consciousness of the individual, or in the moment in which they get these communal customs and rights get mediated by the self-consciousness. So the first step in every process of education, according to Hegel, is the step of alienation of communal beliefs. And this is the first negative step in the process of education. And then we came then to the second stage, or the second step, second level of education or Bildung within an ethical form of life. And this is exactly the stage in which, to speak with Mead's terminology, the sphere of the me, of the individual, is mediated by the I. That is to say that the components of me, internalized communal customs and habits, became now a new subjective being by the medium of self-consciousness, that they now exist within a relation to the self-consciousness. And that implies that these customs and habits became first a meaning, for the first time a meaning for the self, a meaning that is liable to exploration and problematization. The first step to explore the meaning of collective norms for action is obviously to ask the question of reason why with regard to these norms. We are normally asking that question when we are deliberating on the genesis of certain communal norms and or on their function for the particular community within which they exist. However, a further step is required in order these norms really to get mediated through the self-consciousness. This is the step in which the self explores the significance of those norms, collective beliefs, not only for the community, but also for herself, hereby interpreting them from her individual perspective. And that step I am asking myself, what do these norms mean for me, whether or not I shall agree to them, or to which extent and in which sense I shall accept them. And then still a further step there in this process of education, the process of Bildung. This is a further step in the thus sketched mediation, which consists in the attempt to justify my interpretation and my attitude towards the communal norms and role patterns which I was supposed to internalize in the course of my upbringing and socialization. So it is important to stress very briefly that, to put it in a provocative way, education works against upbringing and socialization, or is a kind of negative against alienation from one's own upbringing and socialization. Now, at least at that stage of justification, the individual necessarily gets involved in the practice of public reasoning. In the moment in which I'm beginning to reflect on the norms and the beliefs I got through or by my socialization upbringing, a moment at which I'm going to justify this, I'm beginning to justify these norms and beliefs, in that moment I'm engaging in practice of public reasoning. For justification means to provide one's own interpretations and evaluations of the norms in question with arguments, and that requires one to defend these interpretations and evaluations against real and virtual critiques, and to take into consideration real and possible counter-arguments against one's own beliefs and arguments. Now, to use a phrase that has been made prominent by Robert Brandom, to justify one's own beliefs requires one to play the discursive game of giving and asking for reasons. And what I'm going to suggest here, and I want to stress here, is that this play is not only a kind of logical game, but this game has a kind of existential meaning. Now, okay, I'm going to make it, I think. Brandom is strongly relying himself on Hegel in his account of the development of the ability of conceptual articulation and self-articulation. And according to both Hegel and Brandom, or according to Brandom's interpretation of Hegel, justifying a belief discursively and articulating a belief is one and the same thing. This follows from Brandom's approach of inferential semantics, according to which to grasp a concept means to use it as a consequence of other concepts and as a premise for propositional claims, that is to use it in the game of public reasoning. As Jan Derry put this, I quote Derry here, inferentialism demonstrates that the grasping of a concept is an activity that involves commitment to the inferences implicit in its use and in a social practice of giving and asking for reasons. End quote. Now, to sum up, according to Hegel and to the neo-Hegelians like Brandom or like Pipin, for example, like Neuhäuser, like Honneth, according to Hegel, the development of the human individual, of her consciousness and self-consciousness, is thinkable only within a social and ethical form of life, which he calls Sittlichkeit. And there are two different levels of the social dimension of Sittlichkeit. First, this is the stage of a group of people sharing common beliefs, constituted by common traditions, and the second stage, which is actually in the genuine sense, the educative stage, is the stage of public deliberations on these beliefs, that is, on cooperative conceptualizations of those beliefs. Now, I'm going here, and this is important, I'm going to just mention this point here, namely the point, what is actually an ethical content, and what does it mean to deal with ethical contents. And what I like to stress here is drawing on Bernard Williams in that perspective, that to deal with ethical matters, it's not in first place a matter of quality, of the quality of those contents, but rather a matter of the perspective from which those concepts are likely to be approached. So we can assume an ethical perspective or ethical approach within the practice of teaching, for example, when the contexts of teaching are approached under the question or under the focus of the question how one should live. That is to say that the ethical relation to the world is not a relation of neutral observation effects. It is not a relation to bodies of information for a third-person standpoint, but it is a relation from a generalized first-person standpoint. But there's a lot to be down about that point. I'm just going here to conclude with first with a quote by Hegel, and I think this is really the key place with regard to his concept of education. This is a quotation from his philosophy of right. I quote, "Culture or education is, as we may thus conclude, in its ultimate sense a liberation, and that of a high kind. Its task is to make possible the infinitely subjective substantiality of the ethical life. And the process we pass upwards from the direct and natural existence to what is spiritual and has the form of the universal. In the individual agent, this deliberation involves a struggle against mere subjectivity, immediate desire, subjective vanity, and capricious liking. The hardness of the task is in part the cause for the disfavor under which it falls. Nonetheless, it is through the labor of education that the subjective will itself wins possession of the objectivity in which alone it is able and worthy to be the embodiment of the idea." Very briefly, 1 minute, about the pedagogical implications. I'm just going to mention this application of that concept. So, one obvious pedagogic implication of that concept is that neither canon-orientated nor child-centered pedagogies are Bildung supportive. For neither canon-orientated nor child-centered pedagogies offer this kind of mediation between subjective values and worldviews and objective conceptual contents. Empathy and cognitive respect as social are to be seen as basic, as central social and pedagogical prerequisites or necessary conditions of education. At the level of empathy, the teacher reaches the level of personal intuitions, values, experience of the students, and at the level of cognitive respect, she is recognizing the student as having at least the potential to develop as a fluent player and in the game of giving and asking for reasons. Bildung supportive pedagogies are focusing on ethical contents, and this is the big question: what is actually an ethical content? And this is, I think, just a guess to that question is that we should embrace here the first person standpoint and the question how one should live. I'm going to stop here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to bring this the German philosopher before Hegel and Kant, Humboldt, into the picture, and who actually really took the idea of Bildung and how he conceptualized it as a break from the medieval kind of education, which was like a surrender of the self. But in a secular model, how do we then imagine education? So Bildung was, I think, very centrally conceptualized by Humboldt, and that became the center for the modern liberal universities.
Yeah.
And that was then transported to all the colonial context, like in India. And a lot of post-colonial and decolonial thinkers have, as you know, problematized this liberal kind of imposition on non-Western societies, which were still didn't have that break between the sacred and secular as particularly. So, like Bildung seems to be a very mainstream central idea of liberal education, and I'm sure we can reinterpret it through Hegelian conceptions, but I'm just saying that it is quite problematic in a post-colonial context where we are constantly trying to critique Bildung and saying that how it was imposed in a colonial framework.
Shall I rest? Okay. Well, this is, of course, a very interesting question, a very broad question also. Of course, Humboldt is a very important author with regard to the development of the concept of education, and there is a very direct and strong link between Humboldt and John Stuart Mill, for example. So what is actually here the message, and why I don't believe that the concept of Bildung developed as has been developed by both Humboldt and Hegel is a kind of colonial thing. It's an expression of kind of colonial thinking, because I think the focus at Humboldt and Hegel is not at a cultural canon, but at developing the capacity of freedom and each and every person. And now, this is precisely, I think, the idea of liberal education in Humboldt. But in Humboldt, you can see, you can find also some fragments. There's actually also only an essay on the concept of education, the concept of Bildung in Humboldt. It's about 7 or 8 pages. And I do believe that actually Hegel is the author who managed to develop further this idea of Bildung, if you want, of liberal education, in the sense of liberation of every human being, including the oppressed ones. And you can find some passages in Humboldt himself, according to him, every human persons, including the underqualified worker, should be able to develop their potential to freedom and to autonomy. Then there is, of course, another line of the concept of Bildung, of the concept of education. This is, roughly speaking, the romantic line. And when you are looking at that quotation of Hegel, this is really a critiques and the romantics. It can be read as a critiques and the romantic movement at that time, because Hegel is arguing here against the notion according to which there could be a kind of unmediated experience with the absolute, unmediated identity between the individual and the community, and so on and so on. So the whole conception of Hegelian conception of education is about mediation between subjective experiences and conceptual contents. Okay, but it is a very, very broad question. Yeah.
Thanks. This is actually a follow-up to that. I mean, I was really struck listening to your talk at the way it actually is an articulation of what may have been a historical precedent for the notion I fleetingly discussed this morning, right? If you think that there's a universal need for self-determination, where that's a fulfillment of a natural impulse to self-organize, where that has to be conceptualized and reasoned. I mean, it's exactly the idea of Bildung as you've described it, as part of an education for flourishing, whatever you want to call it, the way I talked about it. So, I mean, an answer, if you think of it that way, an answer to the objection that it has been that German models of education were a cultural imposition. It might be true historically that the institutions were an imposition, but it wouldn't follow that it's not needed, right? That some version of it isn't needed. I mean, if it's true that this is actually demonstrably a universal human need to self-organize in such a way that our actions become intelligible to ourselves.
I think, shall I answer immediately? I think these are two different moments in your question. So the first one is about self-determination and this notion in Bildung. Of course, there are a lot of similarities as far as I understood your talk. Maybe there's a central difference. This is the role of conceptual self-articulation. It is so the concept. The Hegelian story is not only about self-determination or self-articulation, but it is rather a story about self-determination and self-articulation through the mediation by concepts. It's just about conceptual self-articulation. So I'm not aware how this story looked like in the frame of self-determination theory. I'm not competent to answer that question. The second point is a very interesting one. So, as far as I understood you, the question is whether or not the educational institutions, for example, in Germany, are following this model. Is that was the second point?
Well, the point was there may be a history
Yeah.
of institutional imperialism, but that wouldn't settle the question of whether the fundamental idea of Bildung is misplaced outside of Western cultures. It wouldn't settle that, right? So.
That would be an open question for me also. Well, my guess is actually, and in the way I'm trying to reconstruct that concept is to use it as a tool for social critiques, if you want, to the critiques on certain trends in educational policy and in pedagogy. But what is the danger when you are using this type of concept as a tool for social critiques or critiques on educational policy and pedagogy? The danger consists in the fact that it could be a kind of glorification of the past. So it could be a kind of very conservative critique, for example, on the Bologna reform. And we have a lot of examples for that in Europe, in Germany especially. So it's a kind of nostalgia to the past. Let's bring our university to the Humboldt models, and under the Humboldt models, those people understand actually a canon of the so-called higher culture. And I don't think that this is the point at Humboldt. That this is for sure not the point at Hegel. I'm not sure that whether or not I was answering your question, but
Thanks, Casimir. But I'm interested, like, where others are, you know, like both in terms of Randy's question and your response. I mean, we're talking still about self-determination as if there are no others with which we live with.
And, you know, the quote that we end with, how do we live a good life? Well, there's no with there. And I'm a bit concerned about that. And you know, getting back to the first question about the colonial impulse of when we define educational ideals and aims along certain lines, not with people but for people, and then claim that this is, you know, for their best interest. I think there is a, you know, and I don't think you are necessarily advocating for that, but I do hear that there are these resonances, and I think you're absolutely right to point out the dangers of this kind of thinking.
Well, the others are here at least on two different levels. The first level is the level of the public reasoning. So every kind of arguments and voices have to be heard in a discourse on, say, proper educational policy also. But probably even more important is that in order to get access to your own drives, wishes, ideals, worldviews, and so on, you need empathy and respect by the others, by the significant others. So you can manage it for yourself alone. Empathy and also other forms of intersubjective recognition are necessary conditions for this kind of building. Otherwise, you are not able to establish a kind of self-relation, a relation to yourself, in order to articulate or even to identify your values, your needs, and so on. And that's why it's very important that we should embrace a kind of pedagogy, especially at the level of schooling, I think, a pedagogy which takes as its departing points the everyday experiences, the everyday needs of the students, but then trying to bring these everyday experiences and beliefs to a conceptual form. So this is actually I think, the art of teaching.
I wanted us to go back to this question of public reasoning and subjectivity, and the connection between the formation of the subjectivity, of a modern subjectivity and public reasoning. And notate it with a response from one of my students once in the middle of a battle that was taking place. He said, "Aap log ko to reason ko kabza karke pocket jeb mein rakha hai," which means you have captured reason and kept it in your own pockets.
All right.
All right? And it's really, the issue here is not the use of reason, but what is reason itself? And how do we understand that Hegel in his time was actually consolidating a form of reason? If we, in a kind of biblical modality, just repeat that reason as if it is some endlessly given format, then in one sense we're failing Hegel himself.
All right.
All right? And what is at issue today is not the use of reason as if it exists, but reason itself. You know, and that is not addressed by going back to a Hegelian format of
It's a very good question. It's a very difficult question. Very difficult question. So I think you have right that this is not clear what is actually reason, and reason in one context could mean A, and reason in another context could mean non-A, for example. So the question is, as far as I understood the question is, can we define what is reason and what is reasoning in itself? And this is, of course, you have right that you cannot offer answer to that question on the basis of Hegel alone, probably. So a easy way to answer that question is to refer to some kind of epistemological work. There's a lot of epistemological work, epistemologists trying to formulate, to establish criteria for good reasoning. either in terms of informal logics or in terms of dialogue, rules for dialogue, or in terms even of formal logic, and so on and so on. But it is too easy to answer that question in that way. So to make the question even more complicated, I can put myself the question in which sense we can, for example, talk about education and about reasoning at persons with several mental disabilities. So are they having their own way of reasoning? In which sense and to which extent we can accept this way of reasoning as a proper way of reasoning? But these are huge questions. I cannot offer yet an answer to that question, to these questions.
Okay, let's thank our speaker.
Thanks to the speakers on the chair. We'll be breaking for lunch now, and we'll start at 2 o'clock. Lunch will be served at the same place where it was served yesterday. Thanks.
Egalitarianism versus elitism in the academics. I'm sorry. Followed by Claudia Schumann from University of Stockholm, Sweden.
From the University of Stockholm, Sweden. Her paper is titled, Which Love of Country? Tensions, Questions, and Contexts for Cosmopolitanism and Patriotism in Education. The session will be chaired by Professor Susie Tharu, formerly with the University of EFLU, Hyderabad. Now I call upon the speakers and the chair to the stage. Each speaker will have about 50 minutes. Of which 30 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes for questions and answers. Now I hand over the session to the chair. Thank you.
Well, I think this conference has established some very good traditions, and one good tradition is the tradition of chairing, which is as low level as possible. So let me begin by inviting my colleague and old friend, Amita Chatterjee from Jadavpur University, who will be speaking on egalitarianism versus elitism in academics. Many of you would have seen her arguing with large crowds on television.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, let me make a confession that even though I have been a student of philosophy and teaching philosophy for almost 40 years now, I have never ventured into the field of philosophy of education. And so it has always been my area of interest and never had been my area of competence. And still, I accepted the invitation of Professor Dhankar because I wanted to know about the current scenario and also to be enlightened by the stalwarts in the field. And though my title of my presentation is very high-sounding, I don't think that I have been able to make much headway in the direction because when I started writing the paper, I found that there are so many layers that it is very difficult for me to pick out one particular strand and then come to a conclusion. And so I thought that at least let me problematize the situation and let's have some discussion so that we can really arrive at some conclusions. And the focus of this presentation is the policy framework of higher education as reflected in the 12th five-year plan approach paper of Ministry of Human Resource Development. And in the very first plenary lecture, Professor Anthony O'Hare has raised the question that whether state should at all intervene in education or not. But our situation is such that it is only by the intervention of state that we could actually make some sort of provision for education for all, and therefore all of us who are in this education sector, very often we are surprised by the policy papers which are sent down to the universities to be implemented. And I was very, very disturbed by and also intrigued by the statement of this MHRD approach paper for the 12th five-year plan, which is the plan period which is now going on. And that's why I thought that let me bring it out into the public forum so that we can really understand that what was behind this particular way of formulating the texts, why there are so many inconsistencies and omissions, and why they have actually shifted from the values that has been enshrined in the Constitution, but in a very covert way. And so I thought that it would be a good thing to bring it into light or bring it to your notice that how actually this policy paper has been conceived. And even though they are using the same words, but we find that the meaning of the words, the concepts have changed. And so we find that once again Indian government has set the triple objectives of access and expansion, equity and inclusion, and quality and excellence before all the stakeholders of higher education. And another interesting thing is that when I'm saying about all the stakeholders, when there are, meetings about higher education, there was never any representation from secondary education or primary education. And we always think that those who are planning, they really have some ideas about the ground realities, but when the policies are framed, many of those things are not really reflected in the text of the policy papers. So it is, right from the beginning that we find that there has been the talk of this equity and access and quality. And another thing that I must tell you that I'm a bit uneasy because, I know that Azim Premji University is engaged primarily with school education, and in their mission statement, they have said that they are going to bring about social change. And since I am all the time related or engaged in higher education, that's why I would not have been, very authentic if I had talked about school education, and that's why I have concentrated on higher education policy frame. And of course, there will be occasional references to primary and secondary education because policy planning of the different stages of education cannot be kept completely insulated. Now, true to the vocation of a philosopher, I started looking at the definitions of the concepts which have been used in the framework. And I found that there have been very palpable shifts from what was meant by equality and quality in the past than what is being hinted at in this paper. And as you know, that our constitutional fathers like Ambedkar and Nehru and others were guided by the liberal ideology of a social democratic republic. And Susie has pointed out in the morning in her presentation that liberal ideology or humanism is not enough. But definitely we have to say that humanism is necessary. And so we were guaranteed of this type of human approach in our constitution. And in the preamble of our constitution, we found that equality of status and opportunity has been granted to all. And sections on fundamental rights, so articles 12 to 35, guarantee freedom in respect of cultural and educational rights, which were not absolute rights, but were justiciable rights. And Article 45 actually declared that the state shall endeavor to provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 6 years. And in Article 51K, included in the section of fundamental duties, the Constitution says that it shall be the duty of every citizen of India who is a parent or guardian to provide opportunities for education to his child, or as the case may be, ward between the age of 6 and 14 years. That this spirit has finally matured in the Right to Education Act of 2009, which has been instituted as a claim right, which states that every child from 6 to 14 years of age has a right to free and compulsory education in neighborhood school, and that private schools must take in 25% of their class strength from weaker sections and disadvantaged groups who will be sponsored by the government. I will come back to this point later, but this is the right that has been granted by the Government of India in 2009 through this Right to Education Act. And now, if we look carefully at different formulations of the principle of equality as has been enshrined in our constitution, we find actually there are two sides of it right from the beginning. And following Andhra Bete's terminology, I would like to call these sides. One is the meritarian side, and another is the compensatory side. The first guarantees equal treatment and non-discrimination to all, whereas the second recommends additional compensatory measures for backward communities, which were historically oppressed and deprived. Though Nehru and Ambedkar considered this compensatory principle of equality as essential, but a temporary measure of removing century-old inequalities, we find that the first Education Commission, which was led by D.S. Kothari between 1964 and 66, highlighted the meritarian aspect by saying that education is supposed to cultivate all available talents and ensure progressive equality of opportunity to all sections of population. So I would like to draw your attention to this, that to ensure progressive equality of opportunity and to oppose the achievement of social position by any other criteria except individual effort and talent. Now, for implementing this principle of equal educational opportunity to all, massive expansion of educational institutions was necessary, and it was also felt that a common syllabus be developed and introduced so that the standard of education be the same all over the country. Traditionally, you know that in Indian society, formal education was not meant for all. So after independence, to give educational access to all, schools, colleges, and universities were built so that learners coming from all strata of the society have access to education. Unfortunately, we find that the recommendations of Education Commission could not be properly implemented due to stiff opposition from the upper caste and class leadership, both in politics and also in the bureaucracy. The only acceptable form of equal educational opportunity that we find was a free-run state school of elementary education and its expansion. And in a paper published in EPW that Sadhna Saxena has written in 2012, that further cementing the two-tier system, what emerged were government-run free schools for the backward and subordinate people, and an elite private system for the powerful. So the alternatives now amount to this, that either you accept charity, and you know, when you get the charity, there you cannot be the choosers, or you buy what you need. But side by side, we find that to implement the vision of the Education Commission, central government has initiated many schemes like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, that means, education for all, and then Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, that is National Secondary Education Program, and then Rashtriya Uchchata Shiksha Abhiyan, or RUSA, that is National Higher Education Program, to solve the problems of expansion and access. Yet overall expansion patterns took widely divergent paths, resulting in inequality, imbalance, and unevenness. And in many cases, equality of opportunity was confused with equality of results. And without, you know, reworking imaginatively the situation and the curriculum and the infrastructure, what we find that this confusion often led to the lowering of standards in the form of dumbing down of curriculum and lowering of standard of evaluation to maintain the status quo with respect to the percentage of passing in public examinations, and then in the name of giving handicaps to the educationally backward and otherwise able students, seats have been reserved, but you know, genuine empowerment has never been given. And we find that in all stages of education, including higher education, this sometimes the better performance and achievements have been ignored in the name of reservation. And so in 1986, in keeping with the expectation of India participating in the global economy and to dynamically handle the imperatives emerging out of a rapid technological revolution, the government revamped the national policy of education. And being embarrassed with the failure of to implement the principle of equality of educational opportunity, this national policy of education conceived the equity principle in a different way. The government of India announced that the new policy will lay special emphasis on the removal of disparities and to equalize educational opportunity by attending to the specific needs of those who have been denied equality so far. And so this national educational policy recommended differential provisions for the three disadvantaged groups of Dalits, tribals, and girls. But once again, as Susie has pointed out in the morning, that The structure has never been changed, and we have never tried to change the contents, and that's why we find that all these students, they are not accepted in the system, and they are, most of the time, they are in the pressure cooker situation, and so we find that that led to depression and frustration, and sometimes suicide attempts, and also genuine cases of suicides. So consequently, we find that here, that in the focus, which was, once the quality education for all, in this national education program, actually, this attention has shifted to the quality education for some. But I don't think that that is something which has to be done, because we can only have progressive equality of opportunity for all sections of population, and India being such a vast country, we cannot actually have these measures implemented at a time. And so that was in the 80s, and in the decade of 90s, we saw that once again there is a conscious turn against the ideal of social justice and restructuring the Indian education system by arbitrarily borrowing from neoliberal educational paradigm. Now the rhetoric changes to quality and ascertaining or attaining international benchmark. So in operationalizing this national policy of education guidelines, the government of India implemented education reforms in tune with the conditions laid down by global actors like World Bank. And at this point, at the level of primary education, World Bank initiated a specific time-bound intervention program, which is known as DPP, that means District Primary Education Program, which actually marginalized the equality opportunity agenda. And many have written on this, and I know that Professor Dhankar has also written on this DPP. And its aim was clearly to reduce dropout rate and gender disparity in achievement and enrollment, but was not committed to creation of equal educational opportunity and did not aim for universalization at all. And against this backdrop, I will now concentrate on the 12th plan approach paper. In the very executive summary of the approach paper, the government has enumerated the challenges that they would have to meet during this 12th five-year plan period. The document reports that access to higher education is still less than the minimal international threshold levels. Previously, actually, we had some national policy guidelines, but now it's always being compared with international threshold levels. And distribution of institutions is skewed. Enrollment in public universities is largely concentrated in the conventional disciplines, whereas in the private self-financed institutions, the student enrollment is overwhelmingly in the market-driven disciplines. Exceptions apart, majority of our higher education institutions perform poorly in the area of quality on a relative global scale. This was the statement of the approach paper, and hence it is natural that the 12th five-year plan is projected to maximize the output or outcome of access, equity, and quality, meeting the international benchmark. Now, by introducing innovative approaches, so there were three goals or three targets. The first was the access, and so let me see that how they have really defined access and how they want to approach the problems related to access. That by introducing innovative approaches to access, The Government of India aims at raising the general enrollment ratio in higher education by the end of the 12th five-year plan to 23.5%. That is a straight 10% increase over the 11th five-year plan achievement. In order to achieve this goal, the government wants to introduce new models of public-private partnership in higher education, supported and incentivized by well-defined policies, norms, and monitoring mechanisms. Many think that this will not be a good move, but not all private trusts are run with a profit motive, and so only those who consider education as industries or business, they run their institutes with a profit motive, and therefore their approach is different. But public-private partnership necessarily may not lead to grave problems. But the fact of the matter is this, that even after initiating this type of private-public partnership in education, the poor tend to pay for substandard education, whether state or private, and neither state nor society seems to really care about the quality of their education. In the face of an acute shortage of good schools for the poor and the palpable hostility of privileged schools to their inclusion, the notion of choice underlying their policies is not only absurd, but also makes a mockery of their education. And that's why Right to Education Act hasn't been able to make, much headway. In principle, on paper, that's very good, but that problems are still there. And besides, if we look at the Foreign University Bill, which has not yet been passed in the Parliament, then, and if it is any indication, then we don't hope to see much monitoring in respect of the operation of the institutes not aided by the government. And when these, many of these private institutions, they offered self-financing revenue-generating courses, and they often also diluted the quality and led to the perpetuation of inequity. And in the sphere of equity, the objective of the 12th five-year plan is to eliminate gender disparities and to significantly reduce urban-rural, inter-regional, and inter-social group disparities. Besides, the approach paper is committed to promote equity in all disciplines of general and technical and professional education. However, it becomes apparent that commitment to technical and professional education is much greater, as always, when it is declared in the very next sentence that the 12th five-year plan shall aim at correcting the skewed growth of technical and professional education in recent years. And the plan should also focus on improving the accessibility of marginal groups to courses in emerging and employment-oriented areas, including technical and professional education. So this is about equity, and for promotion of quality, it has been said that promotion of quality would be through a greater focus on performance, curricular reforms, leading to regular revision of upgrading of curricula, introduction of semester system, choice-based credit system, examination reforms, better human resource management, schemes to promote high-quality research, and technology-assisted monitoring mechanism. National science experimentation facilities, particularly in the cutting-edge areas, will be set up as inter-university centers and university-housed networking center to provide international quality research support to all researchers and PG students. And the very next sentence asserts a fine balance between the market-oriented professional education and liberal higher education should be the hallmark of such initiatives. But we don't find that any element of liberal higher education is being mentioned in this text. While expanding on the idea of quality and excellence, the approach paper states, very few Indian institutions have global recognition in terms of being centers of excellence in their field. It is essential that these islands of excellence be nourished, if possible, extended. There is a need to ensure that in widening the base of higher education, the apex must not be allowed to slip down. However, to be politically correct, or maybe due to the habit of pledging equality, in the very next paragraph we find, at the same time, it is erroneous to focus exclusively on these islands of excellence in order to raise levels of excellence in the system. The burden of public policy should be on deepening this excellence to other institutions with some potential, which can be supported to join this league. But as you know, the ground reality is totally different, and the resources and distribution of resources, that is also very unequal in the higher education sector, and the central universities and IITs and IIMs and state universities get funds and grants differentially, and so it is very difficult to maintain the base with this sort of say resource management. Now many are afraid of the inegalitarian effects of this type of policy determination. In the hope of participating in the knowledge economy, Indian government is blindly following the norms set by international powers without critically evaluating its consequences in the national education scene. Whilst elitist policymakers often talk about the trickling down effect of quality education, egalitarians are always making an issue of the number of people left behind and the increasing inequalities. I'm not going to enter into this controversy now. I think there is a deeper philosophical issue lurking behind this debate that relates to the conception of education itself and also the aim of education. Should we look at education as a good in itself, or should we say that it is good for its consequences, or should we say, like Plato's justice, it is both good in itself and good for its consequences? In the policy paper, we find that education is being treated as something which is good for its consequences, and it has been given a totally instrumental value, and that is evident from the approach paper once again. I quote, "Higher education is about promoting excellence in more ways than one. It is an instrument of upward mobility through cultivation of excellence for national economy. Excellence of workforce is a prerequisite of sustained growth, and for humankind, excellence is a must for extending the frontiers of knowledge and cultivation of values." So at the individual level, education is the means of upward mobility and upward social mobility, and at the national level, it is for sustained growth of the country's economy. And therefore, it is no wonder that knowledge and value that have been mentioned in the paper are also, in keeping with these requirements. And commodification and objectification of knowledge is something which are, surreptitiously being encouraged. And it has also been mentioned that academics should contribute to and be accountable for corporate profitability, and students are to be tutored to be consumers of hypermobile but essentially passive transferable skills. Now, it is universally accepted that higher education is not meant for all, but it is a matter of choice, but whether to pursue higher education or not, that should not be forced upon anyone. But here we find the situation is such that people come to higher education because there's no job opportunity and because scholarships are available for pursuing MPhil or PhD degrees. And the participation criterion in higher education should be ability, or nobody today mentions the word merit. That is anathema, that is politically incorrect. But if actually this admission is not in accordance to ability, then we find that students are really very disadvantaged. And so for each should be able to cultivate one's talent according to one's ability, and individual effort or merit should be counted as the criterion of access. And this is, I think, is a possible meeting point of both the democratic and the elitist group, because both can concede that one's fortune can be determined by one's abilities, talents, and efforts in relation to the needs, values, and desires of the individual and also of the society. Now, significant differences in power and success can be justified by the presumption that everyone has an equal or reasonable chance of succeeding by virtue of individual merit. Now, the RUSA statement, that is the National Higher Education Program statement, that is once again palpably clear that what actually these policymakers are aiming at. It has been said that it would be a lost opportunity if we don't take the advantage of the dividend that in 2020, the average age of an adult Indian will be 29 years as opposed to much higher age in other countries. And it is said that herein lies the significance of higher education. We must strive to prepare an educated and productive workforce through a concerted effort to improve the quality and relevance of higher education. Improvement of teaching learning quality is necessary in order to produce employable and competitive graduates, postgraduates, and PhDs. And so we find that most of the time, university system is being criticized for producing unemployable graduates. And we find that everybody lamenting that even after spending so much on higher education, why none of our universities appear in the list of top 200 universities, world universities. And so this is the statement of, say, higher education program. And here also we find that education is being looked at, or education is being offered for its instrumental value. Though we want to have, principle of equal opportunity, we have to admit that everyone has not been born equal. Then what is to become of those less fortunate in the context of these arbitrary conditions of inborn ability? That is the question which has been raised time and again. And here actually I would like to refer to some philosophers. For example, according to Rawls's difference principle of justice, the fortunate should not be subjected to leveling equality measures, and all members of society can potentially benefit from nurturing those with extraordinary ability. He writes that those who have been favored by nature, whoever they may be, whatever they are, may gain from their good fortune only on terms that improve the situation of those who have lost out. But the question is that why should the meritorious at all care for the less fortunate? Now, here I would like to quote from Amartya Sen, and Sen says that a compassionate being who is interested to reduce the total suffering and injustice in the world would act to strike a social balance the moment he or she realizes that it lies in his or her power to make some difference in the world. Now, if actually we make caring as a virtue, then only we can think of having this sort of compassionate being. If caring is relegated only to the manner of teaching and learning, then we would never be able to have this sort of person who would really have this kind of compassionate disposition. And similarly, we see that in Patanjali's Mahabhashya, Patanjali, is a great commentator on, Panini's Bhakkarana or Panini's grammar, and he writes in his Mahabhashya that there should be comradeship or sakhya among knowers. And sakhya, this term etymologically means being together in knowing. So it has been said that though all have eyes and ears, not all are equal in mental speed. Some are like shallow pond and some deep enough for bathing. But through the virtues of friendliness and moral readiness to help others in a society where cognitive excellence is unequally distributed, we are actually in the position to ensure equal opportunities for others. And so the virtues of this shareability that is demanded by this particular framework. And so I think that when government is talking about this, there should be a fine balance between the market-oriented professional education and liberal higher education. The overarching structure should be the liberal education, and within that liberal frame, we may have this professional education and not the other way round, because in India, traditionally, self-realization has been taken as the supreme virtue, and education is, if education is to help us in achieving that end, then we have to have a liberal education framework. And on the other hand, if we have the professional education framework, there will always be more emphasis on competition than cooperation. And besides, we find that in the National Focus Group, that aims of education have been specified in this way, that children should be able to cultivate, students should be able to cultivate scientific temper and also to inculcate unassailable values of humanity. And education must facilitate creativity, and it must be a continuous process of self-discovery, and there should be, a holistic approach between means and end, and values and virtues should be a part of education system. And there it has been specifically mentioned that ways of life other than one's own must be respected, and literary and artistic pursuits are as much part of the epistemic enterprise as seeking knowledge through laboratory experiments. That should be remembered. And we should not forget that there are numerous ways to learn about the world, and we should not place greater value to theory over practice, and to natural sciences over art, and information over knowledge. And if ideally education is supposed to encourage students to analyze and evaluate their experience, to doubt, to question, to investigate, in other words, to be inquisitive and to think independently, then we need to have this liberal ideology. And if education is seen as a liberating process, that then it cannot be, embedded within that professional academic education framework. And so, even though as I said, that as Susie has pointed out, that we have to rework the entire educational infrastructure imaginatively, but we must have this overarching liberal ideological framework to actually to proceed to have our democratic missions and democratic visions realized. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that paper, which brought us back to something we haven't addressed at all during the course of this conference, that is the state and the state's role in education, which is very, very important in India, and I presume is very important elsewhere in the world as well. Questions, comments, responses?
Hello, ma'am. You have used this sentence. In which context? I want the clarification. Higher or the better performance, or ignored due to the reservations. In which context? In India, especially, where there is so much of unjust, ascribed status is there, where ascribed inequality is there. So, I don't know what is your, in which context did you use this sentence, whole sentence, and justification for this sentence? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for unveiling our issues and challenges of post-independent educational scenario of India. This is just two reflections. One thing, if you want to ensure quality and follow the Commission's directives, we need to have sufficient investment in education. So we compare with India, other nations like Finland, where they have 5 crore people, where Karnataka itself, we have 5 crore people here. And then they have per capita income would be more than $50,000, where what's the scenario in India. I think this is one of the major problem with the Indian system, where we don't invest much on education. And number two, any society, if you look at in the world, developed through educational thought and sustained by education thought, we have a reverse in India where except education people, all other people are involved in the policy making of education. So where we are. So we have a long way to go that education institution should determine the destiny and direction of the society in India. Just simple thought.
Hi. I have 2-3 questions. First question is, your talk seems to be very broad. There's a very broad narrative. I was wondering, there also at the same time, there are 2 different registers you're talking about. There is school education and there is university education. Can we really talk about it in the same level? Can we really discuss the question of equality and, let's say, what you call elitism in the same level in terms of school education or university education? Don't they really have different purposes? Although I'm not sure what those different purposes would be, and can we really make this distinction? But don't we really need to think about, is there a distinction or there's no distinction? Second is, I get the impression that you are trying to build this argument that there is some kind of a problem with what you call the neoliberal model of education. But if we look at, we hardly have private universities. It's mostly state-dominated, and I'm talking about higher education. How can we really pinpoint the blame there? I'm not saying there are valid points to be raised, especially about, let's say, very instrumental view of education, and there is a dominant idea of education which seems to be gaining ground. But aren't there other problems too? What about the question of, let's say, centralization, over-centralization? What about the question of autonomy of the universities? Aren't the problems to be traced in those directions also? Third is just a small clarificatory question. What do we really mean by when we say for-profit education? For example, as far as I know, there are no for-profit institutions in India. They're not allowed by law. So what do we really, because it's always, I have this question in mind because people keep on saying, for-profit educational institutions. We don't have for-profit educational institution. Having higher fees in a college or university doesn't necessarily mean it's for-profit. If its expenses are higher and it's not getting any funding from the government, they have to charge higher fees. It doesn't make it for-profit. So what do we really mean by for-profit? Thanks.
Yes, while highlighting this very, very unequal scenario, what I wanted to say that in some places, sometimes, it has been found that, there may be just only 10 seats for a particular program. And then you will have to have, say, how much? It is 27, 20, 30. Then 3 seats reserved at least for this SC, ST, OBC and categories. And there we find that sometimes it so happens that there are no takers, but still those seats cannot be filled up. And also there is another problem that in the entrance examinations, if they don't qualify, or even if they get a 0, they can really be admitted within the system, and later on they face all sorts of problems. And but if actually we asked that why should then they must be made to sit for these entrance examinations, it has been said that just to have some sort of make the list amongst those, say, reserved categories, and not to have a sort of competition with the general students. So here we find that when there is, scarcity of opportunities, even then we had to leave these seats unfilled because there were no takers. And that's what I said, that it is going against. If we were allowed to fill up those seats when actually no takers are available, then it would have been better. Some other students might have got the opportunity of entering into this education system. And then your questions, your comments, I agree entirely that our budgetary provision is not adequate. We, in most of the countries, budget for defense is much more than budget for education, and ours is really very small, and it needs to be improved. And but that is not that may be a major drawback, but that is not the only reason. There is the lack of goodwill of implementing the policies, and also this power politics is also playing a big role here. And then in the school education and higher education, the question, yes, I have pointed out that at the level of school education, definitely this access and equity means something different, because I pointed out right at the beginning that when we are really aiming at, say, 100% literacy, and when we are trying to bring everybody to school, and at least, we are talking about giving quality education to all. In the higher education sector, nobody is ever thinking that there should be 100% admission in the higher education sector. And I have already pointed out that neoliberal model of education is not necessarily bad. I have said that there are institutions which are really offering education in the right spirit. But even if you say that there are no institutions which are considering themselves as business houses. We have instances of many such institutions where they are, it's not the question of getting or not getting the government grant, but we know that whatever fees or whatever payments they are taking from the students, that is not being returned to the students. So even if you are saying, I don't know whether it is forbidden by law, because I have said that there was not much monitoring in that section. And nowadays you will find that these educational institutions are giving advertisements that we have professional managers in our schools to look after the problems of students, just like in corporate houses. And therefore, you know, there are institutions which work for profit, even though you think that there exists none. And definitely, this autonomy of the universities, it's something which must be there, but for that reason, you know, if too much of autonomy is granted, then, you know, there will not be any parity. Within that framework, within the broad framework of the policy, every university should have autonomy. But if we say that, you know, because universities here are not, very few universities are private universities. These are all state-run universities, and there we have to have, you know, some parity in the policy. And that's why, you know, even this university, I think, had to procure, say, 22F permission under the clause 22F before the university really could, say, offer degree to the students. And if they are to have any grant from the government ever, then they will have to have some sort of recognition under section 12B. And therefore, you know, within this broad parameter, we will have to think about autonomy. We cannot really give license to the universities in the name of autonomy, because then there will be all sorts of inequalities coming up once over again. That's my view. Even if we talk about autonomy, that doesn't mean that there will not be any sort of restrictions. And that's my view. But in this Foreign University Bill, we find that this provision has been waived. And if that bill is made into a legislation, maybe we will have completely autonomous universities. We don't know.
Thank you very much, Madam Chatterjee, for raising. Thank you very much for raising very important questions, and one question which I think would take us a whole day to discuss, or even more, and for which we need a lot of creative thinking, the question of quality, and which we really didn't return to, but we should discuss and would require, I think, a lot of out-of-the-box thinking about it. Thank you very much. And now I request, how do I say your name? Claudia Schumann from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. Which love of country, tensions, questions, and contexts for cosmopolitanism and patriotism in education.
Hello. I wanted to say thank you very much for the invitation. I felt very honored, and I feel it's a privilege to be here, and I'm very happy that I could come again to this wonderful conference, which has already been an inspiration on very many levels, and thank you. I'm going to talk today about patriotism. I would like to start with a quote by Paul Ricoeur from Love and Justice, where he writes, "Talking about love may be too easy, or rather too difficult. How can we avoid simply praising it or falling into sentimental platitudes? One way of finding a way between these two extremes may be to take as our guide an attempt to think about the dialectic between love and justice." As I'm thinking and writing about the possible meanings of patriotism in education, German newspapers comment on the victory of the German football team against Argentina in the World Cup final with titles such as "Wir sind wieder wer," which means in English, "we are someone again," and the someone gets a question mark. While asserting that we are someone again, they're at the same time raising the question of who it is that we are or have become again. The images below the title offer in a close-up of the nation, a soccer player to the left of the page, Chancellor Merkel in the middle, and a woman wearing a veil to the right of the page. While the breadth of who seems to make up Germany as a nation in these days is symbolized through the iconic depiction of soccer shoes, Merkel's trademark hand folding, so who's ever seen the picture, it's usually placed here, and the Muslim veil. The unity of all these differences is symbolized by the German flag that covers and camouflages all three of them. So nobody is actually shown with a face because the flag covers the face. And this newfound national pride is further supported by outside perspectives on the success, as foreign newspapers' titles read, quote, "World Cup victory confirms German supremacy on almost every measure," unquote. At the same time, the media report on commemoration services with politicians warning of the fanaticism and extensive nationalism in Europe leading to the beginning of World War I. Other reports follow on the crisis in the Ukraine, its struggle for national integrity and independence from Russia, on the war between Israel and the Hamas in Gaza, counting more than 1,000 civilian deaths to date, and the hoisting of the black flags of the ISIS, then it was still ISIS, signposts of thousands of brutally violent killings in the name of the erection of an Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. And since this is some time back that I wrote this article, you could add quite a lot more phenomena to the agenda, like the upsurge of a lot of very right populist nationalistic parties that often have not only an anti-immigration agenda, but also a xenophobic agenda, actually, such as the Sweden Democrats in Sweden now, such as Alternative für Deutschland in Germany, such as UKIP in the UK. And another phenomenon that could also be discussed in this list from a different angle would be the election in Scotland, which voted against the separation of Scotland from England, but nevertheless, it was not like it was a quite tight decision. So these headlines for me are indicative of why patriotism needs to be discussed in relation to cosmopolitanism. The urgency and need for clarifying our conceptions of each respectively and critically reflecting on their possible compatibility is stressed not only by the fact that these headlines make apparent that also in our present day, for many, the notion of country remains much more than an empty signifier, but also because they illustrate the wide range of promises as well as the dangers connected to patriotism. The paper starts out by considering the reasons which Martha Nussbaum gives in more recent publications for departing from her earlier cosmopolitan position, and at least in the educational literature that I read, Nussbaum's cosmopolitan position is very widely discussed and quoted, whereas this recent turn to patriotism is hardly noticed. So now what she promotes is a, quote, globally sensitive patriotism. That's from a title of a paper in 2008. Beyond aiming at drawing attention to an as yet only scarcely discussed shift in Nussbaum's thought, though, her reasons for endorsing patriotism will be shown as exemplary for related argumentations by other authors, especially insofar as love of country as a motivating force for civic duty is understood as intention or even as incompatible with cosmopolitan aspirations. In the next part, the motivation for turning to patriotism as articulated by Nussbaum and others will be questioned and demonstrated to rely on mistaken understandings of the liberating possibilities of love of country as a possessive emotion. It will be argued that moral judgment with regard to the patria, as well as from a cosmopolitan stance, is equally tied to our sensitivities and equally requires their education. Furthermore, we will look at Axel Honneth's notion of solidarity as a form of love inflected by justice as a possible alternative for conceptualizing patriotic attachment. In the final section of the paper, I will argue that we need to transgress the inward-directed focus of much writing on patriotism and take into account an outward perspective, as suggested by Papastefanou in 2012 and 2013, including how a country is seen by non-citizens, the historical relationships to other countries, and the sort of obligations that arise in terms of historical justice in relation to other countries. If we take patriotism in this outward-looking perspective seriously, we also come to understand why it might be a mistake to skip patriotism altogether, as some critics have suggested. So I'll now turn to Martha Nussbaum's shift from cosmopolitanism to patriotism. The discussion on patriotism is notoriously polarizing. On one side of the spectrum, we find scholars such as George Kateb, who consider patriotism, quote, a mistake twice over, and find it, quote, surprising and deplorable that the mistake of patriotism is elaborated theoretically and promoted by people who should know better, unquote. On the other hand, we find scholars arguing that abandoning patriotism would imply, quote, necessarily to give up on building a democratic national community, unquote, such as was this quote from Eamon Callan. The worry about the loss of, quote, a shared sense of nationhood would destroy, Callan says, the fragile bond of belonging, which then can no longer serve as, quote, an instrument of political change towards justice, unquote. And that's an argument that you hear quite often by sort of scholars that want to promote secular Western democracies. Other important criticisms of a, quote, general incrimination of the politics of any national effect, unquote, as Papastefanou writes, have been raised by post-colonial theorists, arguing that the critics of nationalist patriotism's, quote, sidestepped the fact that it was precisely decolonization that, unconsciously or not, they were also attacking, unquote. That's a quote from Brennan. Interestingly, and not much noticed, Martha Nussbaum has moved from one end of the spectrum to the other. In 1996, she argued in the widely discussed For Love of Country that the worthy goals of patriotism would indeed be better served by, quote from Nussbaum, the very old ideal of the cosmopolitan, the person whose allegiance is to the worldwide community of human beings, unquote. However, in later years, and much less recognized in the academic discussion and education as well as in political theory, Nussbaum went on to change her mind and discards cosmopolitanism in order to now argue for, quote, teaching patriotism, unquote. How radical a departure she has made is shown in the following quote. This is Nussbaum again. I do not even endorse cosmopolitanism as a correct, comprehensive doctrine. Further thought about Stoic cosmopolitanism, and particularly the strict forms of it developed by Marcus Aurelius, persuaded me that the denial of particular attachments leaves life empty of meaning for most of us, unquote. So what she does in this quote, and this is quite remarkable throughout, is that she conflates cosmopolitanism in general with her version of cosmopolitanism, which is very strongly attached to the sort of strict Stoic notion of it. We will consider later in which way her more recent outright rejection of cosmopolitanism and the wholehearted embrace of patriotism might be connected to a certain narrowness of her own outlook on cosmopolitanism. Furthermore, in a closer analysis of her arguments for this change of mind, we'll find that Nussbaum's, quote, notion of a globally sensitive patriotism is not the easy target that many critics of patriotic attachment and concomitant education set for themselves, unquote, according to Papa Stefano again. Nonetheless, we will also find that the underlying conception of patriotism and the hopes connected to it are constructed in a way that creates an artificial tension and ultimate incompatibility with cosmopolitan aspirations, and furthermore seems to not serve well what Nussbaum considers the worthy goals of patriotism to begin with. So which reasons does Nussbaum give for her shift to patriotism in education? First of all, she stresses the, quote, importance of particularistic forms of love and attachment, unquote, as providing, quote, the foundation of political principles, unquote. So secondly, she says that cosmopolitanism implies, quote, the denial of particular attachments which leaves life empty of meaning for most of us, unquote, and that, quote, the solution to problems of particular attachments ought not to be this total uprooting, so destructive of the human personality, unquote. This brings to mind an argument which Alistair MacIntyre developed already in 1984, that the moral standpoint and the patriotic standpoint are systematically incompatible, since the partiality of the patriot stands in blatant contradiction with a widespread understanding of liberal morality, holding that moral judgment and action requires us to, quote, judge as any rational person would judge, independently of his or her interests, affections, and social position, unquote. It is apparent that Nussbaum in her later writings seems to align the stance of the cosmopolitan with this understanding of morality, and that she seems to agree with MacIntyre that the strongest argument for patriotism being a virtue lies in the following rationale. This is a quote, a longer quote from MacIntyre's early essay. If, first of all, he writes, it is the case that I can only apprehend the rules of morality in the version in which they are incarnated in some specific community, and if, secondly, it is the case that the justification of morality must be in terms of particular goods enjoyed within the life of particular communities, and if, thirdly, it is the case that I am characteristically brought into being and maintained as a moral agent only through the particular kinds of moral sustenance afforded by my community, then it is clear that deprived of this community, I am unlikely to flourish as a moral agent. Detached from my community, I will be apt to lose my hold upon all genuine standards of judgment. End of quote. In her arguments for patriotism, Nussbaum appears convinced that cosmopolitanism, in a similar sense that MacIntyre puts forth for liberal morality, would require us to be an impartial actor, quote, one who in his impartiality is doomed to rootlessness, to be a citizen of nowhere, unquote. Also in philosophy of education, it has been argued that, quote, national sentiment can provide this bonding, unquote, that's from John White, which is needed to transcend immediate self-interest, and that the love of country is an important means to underpin the civic friendship which is required to animate citizens for projects such as the fair redistribution of goods. In my prior work on cosmopolitanism, I have already contested the conceptualization of cosmopolitanism as a form of identity which stands in opposition to local or particular forms of being bound. In line with other proponents of rooted cosmopolitanism, I have stressed the importance of the critical dimension of Diogenes' claim to be a citizen of the world, arguing that the real conflict line does not lie between a stylized universalism and particularism, but that the, quote, distinction which should matter is that between a badly understood cosmopolitanism, which means nothing but the economically inspired extension of reification on a global scale, and between a critical cosmopolitanism, which provides an analytical descriptive as well as a normative resource for theorizing the withstanding, untangling, and going beyond such reifications on a global scale. As Papastefano carefully works out in her article on Nussbaum's turn to patriotism, it is precisely the narrow fixation on the late Stoic conception of cosmopolitanism which traps her political thoughts in either-ors. And the, quote, oppositional connection of cosmopolitanism and patriotism as attachments that operate at cross-purposes, which effaces the possibility of conceptualizing them as a set and a subset whose synergy has mutually corrective and directive effects. However, before looking more closely into the ways in which critical cosmopolitanism might be argued to be compatible with a critically understood patriotism, according to Papastefano, I think it's worthwhile to look at the way in which the understanding of moral judgment as abstraction from all particular attachment and sentiment is inherently mistaken, which puts into question the main argument given for the conception of patriotism by both McIntyre and Nussbaum. So, questioning the motivation for teaching patriotism. We have seen in the previous discussion that one of the main incentives for Nussbaum to encourage patriotism and dismiss cosmopolitanism is due to her conviction that cosmopolitanism requires the denial of particular attachments, thus undermining the very basis on which we first develop into moral actors. In the following, I would now like to take a look at the intricate argument which Alice Crary has put forth in Beyond Moral Judgment regarding the question of the impartiality requirement for moral judgment. That's a book from 2007. Her line of reasoning is of great interest here because it pinpoints the internal confusion I find with Nussbaum's conception of cosmopolitanism and the conclusions that follow for her endorsement of patriotism. Following the later works of Wittgenstein, Crary has developed a thoroughgoing criticism of what she names the, quote, abstraction requirement, unquote, which is widely spread in many varieties of contemporary moral theory, and which she argues is internally confused. Crary instead draws an image of natural language as a non-neutral and intrinsically moral acquisition, and she argues that, quote, learning to speak is inseparable from the adoption of a practical orientation towards the world, specifically one that bears the imprint of the speaker's individuality, unquote. So when we learn how to use a concept correctly, we do not make a reference to a fixed linguistic competence, but we know intrapersonal differences through, for example, age-dependent cognitive differences, and we also know interpersonal differences in relation to the understanding of symbolic meanings, for example, which we take into consideration when we judge the correctness of the use of a particular concept. In this way, learning a language, we also acquire different intra- and interpersonal practical orientations, which, quote, encode a view of what matters most in life or how best to live, unquote. So that, quote, learning to speak is inseparable from the development of an individual moral outlook, unquote. Hence, she demonstrates that if it is not possible to get our minds around how things are independently of the possession of any sensitivities, we make room for an alternative conception on which the exercise of rationality necessarily presupposes the possession of certain sensitivities. Crary recognizes that a certain form of impartiality might be required for moral judgment, but she also emphasizes that in ordinary situations, what we mean by impartiality is merely, quote, an abstraction from those routes of feeling that threaten to distort moral judgment, unquote, and that this should not be confused with a philosophical question of whether every affective propensity we have as such represents a potential threat to judgment. In her account of moral judgment, which is grounded in the idea that there is a moral dimension to all of language, there is room for cases in which an ascription of subjective properties, quote, figures in the best, objectively most corrective accounts of how things are, and further that the person who lacks the subjective endowments that would allow her to recognize them is simply missing something, unquote. If Crary's analyses are correct, then moral judgment with regard to our patria, just as much as in a cosmopolitan stance with regard to global issues, is deeply tied to our sensitivities and requires abstraction from some of these sensitivities only insofar as these might preclude sound judgment. More importantly, it requires a thoroughgoing education of these sensitivities in order to be able to arrive at an objective and rational assessment of how things actually stand and what course of action is the right one to take. The idea that a genuine affective dimension plays an important role also for cosmopolitanism, and that cosmopolitanism should not be reduced to merely legalistic negative duty, quote, based on some relationship of reciprocity of benefits, unquote, as McIntyre describes it, was recognized by Nussbaum in her early reply to the critics in her writing on cosmopolitanism. She then defended that children, quote, long before they encounter patriotism, they know hunger and loneliness. They have probably encountered death. They know something of humanity, unquote. So that's Nussbaum in 1996. And that by not letting themselves become encrusted by the demands of local ideology, they were able to respond to a human face and form, unquote. While the patriotic stance here became strongly equated with ideological nationalism, the cosmopolitan stance, the response to human face and form, was clearly identified with more than a narrowly rationalistic, principled dutifulness. What seemed to have changed her opinions in the following years is the idea that educating national sentiment, since directed at a circle that is closer to the self than the whole world or humanity as such, is able to engender, quote, stronger sentiments of love and support, unquote, than educating for cosmopolitanism ever could. And it's in the very end of her article on towards globally sensitive patriotism that she says that if we leave symbols, if we leave rituals, if we leave the emotions to the right forces are going to take, the right-wing forces, right with a big R, are going to take over. So what she's proposing is a kind of reclaiming of patriotism for an agenda of social justice. So Papastefano has developed a convincing critique of Nussbaum's model of concentric circles and has suggested an eccentric model of cosmopolitanism instead. Indeed, in her discussion of Aristotle's argument against Plato, Nussbaum betrays most overtly her model of love as one that not only starts from the self, leads outside and back to the self, but as a model of love of country which is thoroughly emotivist and possessive. In apparent agreement with her reconstructed Aristotle, she summarizes his insights, claiming that, quote, to make someone love something requires making them to see it as their own and preferably also as the only one they have. There is a lot that could be said about this conception of love. Thinking about even closer circles than the nation, we could wonder if we would consider it a genuine form of love if our partner, parent, or child would really primarily love us because they consider us their own or the only one they have. But leaving these broader questions aside, it seems doubtful that a love so conceived could actually do the kind of work that Nussbaum wants for the worthy goals of patriotism, namely the decentering of the self. Would such a possessive emotion not really just lead to an extended self-centeredness, an extended sense of self-importance and egotism, a form of self-aggrandizement, much in the way as Khatib claims that patriotism is, quote, only disguised self-worship, unquote. Such a conception would then contribute to the opposite of what Nussbaum hopes patriotism to do. It would certainly not lead to, quote, the sacrifice of self-interest, unquote, in the struggle for justice. I would like to suggest that if we are looking for a form of love or emotional affective attachment to others which can play the role of the cement of society, we do not need to drag up such loaded words as sacrifice, reminiscent of religious martyrdom, but might be better off looking in a place such as Axel Honneth has demarcated in his struggle for recognition in terms of social esteem or solidarity. As is well known, Honneth distinguishes between three different, maybe it's not so well known here, that's more for a German audience originally. Honneth distinguishes between the three different forms of recognition that he considers essential for identity formation: love, moral respect, and social esteem or solidarity. While love describes the forms of unconditional and highly partial personal recognition one receives from primary caretakers and in romantic relationships, moral respect should be accorded equally to everyone regardless of their personal traits or features. However, His interpretation of Mead and Hegel leads Honneth to stipulate that these forms of recognition in themselves are not sufficient. Rather, in order for a society to not succumb to a merely legalistic structure based on negative freedom and constraints, we require a third form of recognition, a form of social esteem which is accorded to each individual of a society qua individual, which means an appreciation of the specific values and contributions a concrete person brings to the community, and which implies our active and positive interest in the projects that another person pursues. Its demands go not as far as the demands and commitments of personal love, but solidarity is effective sentiment inflected by the logic of justice, in a similar vein as Ricoeur argues that while the logic of love, the logic of superabundance, is distinct from the logic of justice, the logic of equivalence, they need to be dialectically related to each other. So I now come to the final chapter. I hope.
You have about 12 minutes left.
Okay, genau, that should be enough. But where do these reflections on love and solidarity leave us with regard to the question of the meaning of patriotism for education and its relation to cosmopolitan education? As we have learned from Crary, good moral judgment requires the education of practical sensitivities just as much for the patriot as it does for the cosmopolitan. As we can learn from Honneth and Ricoeur, it is just as undesirable to teach patriotism as it is undesirable to teach cosmopolitanism purely driven by the logic of equivalence. Surely we can and should aim to foster solidarity in a local just as much as in a global context. But what is the place then for patriotism in education? In which way does it retain a distinctive sense from cosmopolitanism? Much of what I have said so far could be read as suggesting a form of civic or even constitutional patriotism, as suggested most prominently by Habermas, and it could be argued that to be served well by underpinning it with national sentiment, within appropriate constraints, as suggested by John White. In my prior work on cosmopolitanism, I have argued that the main critical impetus of a cosmopolitan stance is to commit ourselves to non-reifying forms of boundedness, and to taking responsibility for making the situational and historical context of our own claims and demands visible, as well as gaining an understanding for the context in which others might raise claims and demands towards us. This context sensitivity leads to an understanding of patriotism, which I would like to spell out in terms of two main aspects which Papastefano has importantly drawn attention to in her reconceptualization of a critical patriotism. She points out that much of the recent literature on patriotism has focused on what she terms an internal patriotism, stressing the importance of patriotic bounds and the obligations to compatriots whose enacting is assisted through patriotic affect and sentiment. Looking at recent publications on patriotism in philosophy of education, this inward-looking perspective appears indeed prominent. When Michael Hand discusses the benefits of patriotism as a, quote, spur to civic duty and as a, quote, source of pleasure, unquote, he considers patriotism only in terms of its relevance for the patriots of this patria, but not in terms of its relationship to its outsiders. Only when discussing the negative effect of patriotism as an impediment to civic judgment, the external perspective becomes indirectly activated in the example of the, quote, immoral imperial excess which has been part of America's presence in the world, unquote. Papastefano, in contrast, argues for the necessity of emphasizing an outward-looking perspective for a critical patriotism, which, quote, raises legitimate demands and protects the rights of a particular people without nationalist claims to superiority and expects its people to be fair to others, unquote. While the focus of external patriotism lies on debates about how one's patria is or should be, in contrast to the cosmopolitan concern with the whole world, it is nevertheless compatible with a broader and critical cosmopolitanism and does not stand in contradiction to it. Eamon Callan's definition of patriotism as, quote, a project of a collective self-rule in which the achievement of domestic justice is combined with due regard for the rights and interests of others with whom the world is shared, unquote, only superficially includes the external perspective. The external perspective on patriotism, which Papastefano claims, runs deeper. It calls attention to the fact that our picture of our own patria also has to take into critical account outsiders' point of view on it. Thus, critically reflecting on relations with national others becomes a visible demand and an integral part of patriotism, which then becomes compatible with a critical cosmopolitanism while still having a distinct character and function. It allows clarifying the political obligations that arise for the patriot because of her country's implication in the history of its outside, and it helps to make sense of the way in which patriotism can become politically activated, as in the wave of decolonization, which started in the second part of last century. Civic and constitutional patriotisms run the danger of underestimating, quote, that national distinctiveness has had a specifically empowering role in people's resisting domination, unquote, and they do this through a depoliticized understanding of culture, according to Papastefano. Therefore, in addition to stressing and demonstrating the legitimacy of this outward dimension of patriotism, she furthermore proposes to shift the focus of patriotism from the nation back to ethnos. Nation is not only easily conflated with a nation state and carries negative associations to the historically predominant exclusivist and arrogant stance of nationalisms, but it also relates back etymologically to the Roman goddess of birth and origin. Ethnos, in contrast, can be shown to carry connotations which, quote, bring together the stability of the common abode, home, with the mobility of flow and a common navigation, the collective passage, homelessness, through a half-remembered, half-forgotten past and an unknown and uncertain future, unquote. It's from Papastefano. In the idea of ethnos as a group of people or animals cohabiting a specific land and having a specific way of life, the notions of birth and hereditary lineage remain secondary. While she remains wary of the pitfalls of ethnos as well, she argues that patriotism could, quote, better be theorized by the term ethnic rather than national, because the word ethnos comprises as yet unexplored counterfactual possibilities, unquote. As I'm writing this paper, I'm myself in the process of relocating from Germany to Sweden for the next years to come. What might distinguish the love that I might find or grow towards my new country of residence from the love that countless other Germans not living in Sweden already nevertheless feel for Sweden or towards Sweden? This German romance with Sweden is a love based on projective images, not originating in but fostered through highly popular TV crime shows and romantic family dramas set in Sweden and produced for the sentimental desires of the German audience. The most blatant difference, as I see it, will not lie primarily in the inward, emotivist dimension of patriotism, but in what Papastefano characterizes as the outward dimension. Insofar as I'm enjoying immediate benefits and profits from being a Swedish resident, I might have to consider other obligations to and claims by those countries with which Sweden has been historically entangled. And insofar as I come to enjoy and maybe love aspects of the specific way of living in this country, my transformed cultural identity might become politically activated in case of perceived threat to that which I might have come to cherish in ways that the German television audience might not get politically activated. Thank you very much. That was the end of the talk already.
Questions? Can we just have hands up so that we see? Well, let's start with you.
Claudia, thanks for that. Just a couple of questions. First, I really like your argument about the problematic self-aggrandizement that some of the contemporary nationalisms would lead to, patriotisms rather. But I'm just thinking you might perhaps need another layer in your argument in response to the idea of a sort of respectful self-aggrandizement, a non-contemptuous one that is tolerant and doesn't create an other. If the very idea of patriotism is this is how a country has always been, maybe that kind of self-aggrandizement is not a problem because it's not leading to the problems that... So you may be able to deal with that, but it requires another layer of why self-aggrandizement is a problem. And secondly, I'm thinking of a form of constitutional patriotism, for instance, which again does not create an other. So Jan Mueller, for instance, argues that you don't need an actual other, but a historical counterfactual other would do. So Germany, for instance, looking back at its past and saying that's the other, and this is the current Germany that we, current sort of constitutional principles that we are attached to, in which case there's no actual othering happened except for saying that we left those principles behind and we celebrate these particular principles. So how would you then defend, say that it's still leading to self-aggrandizement?
If I understood correctly, what you were saying is that you wish there would be a further argument on why the sort of self-aggrandizement of patriotism is a problem. Okay. I think it's not going to be hard to find at least historical examples of why this is. And I'm not sure if you're asking for more sort of historical corroboration or if you're asking for an analytic kind of moment in there. But I could consider that when I look at the paper again. For your second question, with constitutional patriotism, my problem is not that it also leads to self-aggrandizement. I think there could be arguments made that it could, in case I consider this constitution in this sort of proprietarian and emotional way that might lead also to sort of feeling better than others without a constitution as I have in my country. So in that sense, I think you could take this line. My problem with constitutional patriotism is that it does not, it still leaves open the question why a lot of people do appeal to patriotism or what patriotism seems to do, and that it reintroduces this affective dimension of why I should feel strongly for the others, at least in my country, why I should be interested in fighting for the social justice. So the sort of motivating component is not there because the affective dimension is very explicitly not there. So this was the issue with constitutional patriotism that I raised. I did not really consider it in relation to the sort of self-aggrandizement. Thank you.
I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that some societies, like say India, are very pluralist in nature, and there are nationalisms as well as sub-nationalisms. There's a history of the nationalist movement having played an important part in the struggle against colonial power. So would you, I mean, I don't, of course, have any particular question or response, but do you think your analysis would also take into account the essentially pluralist nature of some societies, like, say, India? I mean, there is the Indian nationalist movement, the feeling of patriotism towards the country, but there's also a Tamil nationalism or something of that sort, which is like a sub-nationalism. There could be identities based on ethnic, linguistic, religious backgrounds, which sometimes come in conflict with, or in some way have to cohere with the identity of being a citizen of the nation and so on. So what would be your response to that?
When Nussbaum first wrote about cosmopolitanism, her stance was very clear. Like, as soon as my first attachment is not with humanity as such, I failed as a cosmopolitan, and it introduces, and she actually has this line, and it's an example from India that she does give. that then I start saying I'm a Hindu before I am a human being. Then I say no, but I'm also the father before I'm a Hindu, before I'm a human being. So the particular identities just gain all the place, and I lose my obligation to humanity as such. I think it's this kind of a strong demand for a detachment from local identities, from local affiliations, that leads to her ultimately having to say that cosmopolitanism seems to be a totally untenable or like humanly not tenable position. And there are a lot of authors that now argue for rooted cosmopolitanisms, which I think are much more adequate or much more tenable positions than the ones suggested by Nussbaum. The reason why I got interested in patriotism is from different grounds. One thing is that a paper like Nussbaum would never be written, as far as I can predict, and for now, that is. It's very unlikely to be written right now by a German scholar anywhere in Germany. It would just be felt very out of place. We have demonstrations at the moment of a movement that calls itself Patriotic Europeans Against the Islamification of the Occident, or something like that. It's like 30,000 people marching once a week in the city that I studied in. It's this is why, because historically in Germany, patriotism has been associated with movements like that are, in this case, xenophobic, arguably racist undertakings. So the term is so laden that it would never be possible to argue for a patriotic education in that sense in Germany. This is why Habermas has to work so strongly into making it a constitutional patriotism. So I think there is something with where I think we have to look at the history of how patriotism has been employed, which role it has been playing in a certain. It's again about contextualizing, where historically and also geographically, before I can argue for patriotism or not. So this is the kind of the generalizing claim that Nussbaum makes based on her looking at India and at the US from her specific angle. I think it doesn't hold, not in this generalizing dimension. But at the same time, with the struggle in the Ukraine, with also the vote in Scotland, also with Papastefano arguing as a Greek citizen living in Cyprus, I'm not sure I would feel the same way as I do if I was not German. I'm not sure I would think that, we should not discuss patriotism in any sort of positive way. So I think that there might be places in the world where you argue for a critical patriotism from a motivation that I would have to work to understanding much harder than if I lived there. So I think it's also not up to me to declare that patriotism is over, and I think that the general neglect of patriotism in academia, I think we cannot just easily go and embrace cosmopolitanism and pronounce cosmopolitanism, ignoring what is actually happening in Europe, in many European countries at the moment. So I think there's a necessity to engage with the term. But yeah, that was maybe a little lengthy answer, sorry.
And then after that, you and then.
Hi, Claudia. I'm a big admirer of Nussbaum's writing, and my question was, maybe Nussbaum does take a position which is sort of maybe US-centric or a pluralistic society like India-centric. But in Germany, for instance, I remember seeing a picture some time ago of a building where everyone had Turkish flags on the windows. And this is apparently a pretty common practice by, let's say, families which are people who are citizens of Germany, but they have descent from, let's say, from Turkey, for instance. So in such a position where a person living in a country, where a person is a citizen of a country, but might feel patriotism towards Turkey or some other country, wouldn't Nussbaum's idea of a narrative imagination, which he talks about, be far more, I shouldn't say far more, be more effective than, let's say, critical patriotism that you talk about? I hope not.
I'm sorry, I have to ask a question to you. Effective to what end? Effective in doing what?
Effective in, let's say, promoting a sense of brotherhood, sisterhood, humanhood, you know. Like effective in promoting, I mean, what are we aiming for? I mean, the point of Nussbaum is to create a globally sensitive society. So let's say that's the end. That's the end that we're looking for, a globally sensitive society where we're open to everyone's opinion, everyone's... I don't know if I've made myself clear. Basically, to be tolerant for everyone, to be tolerant enough to understand someone else's opinion, to be tolerant enough.
Yeah.
Could you ask your question again?
But for me, I mean, like if the Turkish, or people with Turkish descent living in Germany, having German passports now, if they still like hanging the Turkish flag, it might show some sort of affiliation to Turkey, which might show care across the German border. I don't really see the problem. I think it might enhance global sensitivity rather than diminish it. But
no, because there was somewhat of a discussion regarding. Sorry.
Maybe you want to sort this out over tea, because there's one more person wanting to ask.
I'm sorry for not understanding better.
I have also, first of all, thank you for the talk. I have also a comment on that issue a little bit, but first a question of clarification about the outward external perspective to patriotism. So the question of clarification is like this. Do you think that this is a necessary condition of the very concept of patriotism, or it's kind of should be appeal? So it would be better to have an external perspective, to have a kind of critical patriotism, or do you think that it's a necessary condition of every kind of patriotism? So this is actually the question of clarification, and I think, well, this is a very, very interesting example with the current situation in Germany, because I think that the real division is actually between a kind of civic, if you want, multicultural patriotism on the one hand, and on the other hand, ethno-nationalism. And I want to link that to your interpretation of Papa Stefano, because it sounds to me like she is arguing for a kind of ethno-nationalism in a positive way. Perhaps I misunderstood it. But if I look at the situation in Germany now, so being for a multicultural soccer team and being proud of a multicultural soccer team is one thing, and you have also Turkish and German flags and Polish flags all together, because the soccer players stems from different origins. They are players with Turkish background, with Polish background, and so on and so on. And this is, of course, a kind of patriotism. It is, of course, a question whether or not it's good to be patriotic in that way. And on the other hand, you have, of course, what you mentioned with Pegida and so on. It's a kind of really strong ethno-nationalism in terms of we need a kind of pure German leading culture, leading traditions, and so on. But I think there's two different kinds of patriotism. So I'm just wondering, would you like, or whether you would like you comment on that or agree with that?
Maybe I take the second question first because it's more present now. How Papa Stefano reconstructs ethnos is by going into the etymology of the term, and what she says, what she finds very positive in it, is that it lacks exactly this idea of origin or birth that nationality has to it. So in her sense of ethnos, or the way that she pronounces it, is something that is more fluid, is something where people, you happen to live in this land, you could join, you could join to inhabit this land, and the way of life there would probably change with your arrival, but it's a sort of flexible notion, whereas natio tied to origin and birth would have more what you now described as, and she spent some time trying to argue that while ethnic has been interpreted in this way, it's actually not really validated by the way by the history of ethnos in the Greek language and how it was used. So for her, it has potential exactly because it does not have this, you have to be born German. And the ridiculous thing is that one of my friends, she looks a little bit Asian. Nobody knows why. It's like a big family secret. She's born 10 kilometers from Dresden, and she now frequently gets harassed on the streets to go back home. So it's like, should I go back to my village? It's like, it's 10 kilometers too far to move in Saxony now. So it's more from a sort of, it shows the constructedness also of who then counts as original or not. As for the first question you asked about the external perspective and why that is, if that is a necessary condition. For me, I would have a strong problem with, or this is what I try to emphasize, is that patriotism might mean very different things in different contexts, and that therefore I would not endorse that there could be a necessary condition for patriotism all over the place. But I think that especially in the academic discussion, when you look at the literature, she's very right with pointing out that there has been this internal focus. Like, patriotism is always supposed to spark something towards other compatriots. It's not concerned with our obligations towards national others. Whereas for me, if we want to give sense to, we still live in nation states widely, like many of us do, except for the stateless persons who suffer from that. And this would be one to more see the effect onto the outside, rather than see it as an enabler for the inside. This, for me, is a more promising route in thinking about patriotism than to keep repeating this sort of argument that has been around for a long time now from a more like communitarian perspective, that somehow patriotism can give us back that which we lack due to, you know, the modernist individualization, etc., and its impact.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this audience as well.
Two papers presented by Sheetal Paul from, she's an independent researcher from New Delhi. She's going to speak on ethics and education. Her paper will be followed by Shane Ryan's paper on epistemic virtue and value in education. Shane Ryan is from Soochow University, Taiwan. This session will be chaired by Krasimir from Catholic University, Germany. I'm still, yeah. So now I call upon the speakers and the chair to come out to the stage. Over to the chair now. Thanks.
Okay, our first speaker is Sheetal Paul, who is independent researcher from New Delhi.
Right, I I'd like to thank all the organizers for having me here. So, okay. My paper is titled Ethics and Education, and that is also the theme for the day. So I'll start with R.S. Peters' quote, which states in Ethics and Education. He says, "Morality is a social necessity bound by personal disposition to be moral to others as one is to oneself. But at the same time, it is not just intention-based or behavior-oriented, but moral conduct, both habit of the mind and the body." Now, to understand moral conduct as both the habit of the mind and body, it would be essential to locate both as two necessary aspects of being a person. That is, a person being both the mind and the body. The discussion regarding mind-body duality has its history grounded in neurosciences and philosophy. Concepts like consciousness, soul, behavior, nerve mapping, etc. are some typical traditions to talk about. But here, I do not intend to evaluate this so-called duality in this sense, but analyze it at a relatively broader level of understanding human nature and the essential knowledge about human nature that is expected from teachers and educators. As education implies, dealing not only with facts or information that the learner comes across, but ensures a justified process of teaching and meaningful construction of knowledge. Further, I would also locate some dangerous implications it can lead to if this understanding about mind and body be taken as two extremes of being a person. From the times of Aristotle, Rousseau, Kant, or even the recent time philosophers, the nature of education with respect to the nature of human being has been an area of debate and analysis. The assumptions about human nature play a critical role in laying down the educational aims, the curricular objectives, and also in defining the teaching-learning process. I would explicate the narrower version of looking at mind and body as two separate aspects of human nature. First of all, I've looked at the implications behind treatment of human mind as an end of the process of education, and later the implication of treating human body as an end product of education. Thinking about human being and the nature of human being, it is evident throughout literatures, specifically in philosophy and psychology, that the presence or existence of mind is the most necessary and sufficient condition for anybody to be known as a human being. So comparisons of human beings with animals and machines further provide certain justifications of the nature of human beings. It is evident that it is not only because of the concept of mind and the knowledge about the concept that is metacognition that makes human being human. In the article titled "What is to be Humans?" it is explained that education is the most crucial thing in the world for us. It might be defined as that part of experience that succeeds or fails in developing a unique reasoning capacity. Hence our minds, hence our essential humanity, and hence our autonomy. Only humans can be educated, unquote. Thus, it should be noted that education could either lead to success or failure in developing our minds. Now, if nature of human beings is majorly attributed to the presence of mind, then one can see how important this mind is. Human mind can broadly be understood as a storage of beliefs, emotions, reasons, intentions, knowledge, values, dispositions, etc. It is almost what makes us conscious of what we are. Collating some of the ideas of John Dewey from his book Democracy and Education, and Harvey Siegel's reasons assessment as educationally fundamental, I've tried to argue on the importance of not just having a mind, but also a critical step further, emphasizing on having a mind of one's own or owning a mind. And with this characterization, I would deliberate this person as one who is educated. To one's mind, I have characterized the individual to have certain necessary conditions that he/she should fulfill. Following are the four broad characteristics. First, potential to think, feel, believe, know, or reason out. Second, autonomy in agreeing or disagreeing by providing proper justifications. Third, being able to act on the basis of one's reasoned out thoughts. And fourth, respecting other beings who also own a mind. Thus, one can be said to be a human being if one also owns one's mind. The third condition, that is being able to act on the basis of one's reasoned out thoughts, directs the connection between one's existence the existence of one mind and one's body. What an individual does also implies to what probably the nature of human being is. Thus, one's behavior, conduct, practices, etc. would also to an extent emphasize on precisely what kind of human beings we are. That is, whether we are one who own a mind, in other words are open-minded, or on the other hand, are we intellectual slaves? This answering the question, whether we are educated or trained individuals to respond to certain stimulus. Now, human mind that has been understood as storage of thoughts, beliefs, and all the parameters mentioned above, and the human body as an action-generating instrument, that is know-how and conduct specifying one's intentions. Perhaps it seems that mind is given more emphasis as a repertoire of all human engagements, and thus content of the minds are to an extent given greater preference over body. But such one-sided assumptions have certain direct and perhaps dangerous implications in education. That is to say, if mind and body be taken as two extremes of a human being, then the nature of human being would be understood as an either-or discourse. What I mean is, I'll just exemplify. For example, by teaching, if some teacher focuses on mind as a separate yet critical aspect, then there might be a tendency to emphasize on feeding of beliefs, opinions, and thoughts of others, mostly that of the authority, without much critical reflection and understanding on the part of the learners. Thus, emphasis on action would be some biased, uncritical, and unreflected product-oriented act, wherein such beliefs, thoughts, or values could be seen as direct embracing of values, thoughts, and intentions guiding the behavior. For example, in most of our schools, pupils could be observed parroting certain thoughts that emphasize on intentions, values that might not be reflected upon by the learner, but reproduce as is given from above. Values, thus, are easily forced upon the pupils. For example, moralistic ideals are transmitted through posters and one-liners and are repeated daily in our assemblies, like do not lie, do not pluck flowers, always respect your elders and teachers, cleanliness is next to godliness, etc. But there is no space provided to understand what essentially these propositions mean, like what implication plucking flowers or lying could lead to. Thus, it ends as an unreflected experience. Thereby, this could be assessed as a failure of one's education, as mind is treated with beliefs that are not justified for learners to make decisions to autonomously bring it into practice. Now, on the other hand, if human nature be assumed only as an activity-oriented or behavior-changing being, then also there lie similar and equally dangerous consequences, as the focus would primarily be on getting the act done in a required time limit. Once again, the aspect of why that act should be done remains necessarily ignored. R.S. Peters, in his book Ethics and Education, says, "We do not call a person educated who has simply mastered a skill." So, for example, there could be learners who would be skilled in a particular skill that might be useful to the society, but at a broader level, they might not be disposed to understanding the reasons and justifications involved in the act in a meaningful manner. The activity in which the learner would be engaged might be even socially useful or moral, but would lack basic knowledge and understanding on the part of the learner to what that particular act means, as the focus would be in completing the given task at hand. Absence of reflection and understanding on the part of the learner and the teacher could reap outcomes that might be useful or even morally sound, but is in its very nature far from being educational. Analyzing the above two examples, one could argue that it might not be such assumptions of two extremes of what a human being is. That precisely is the point I would like to make. Thus, whether this unreflected outcome-oriented process be called educational and thus morally accepted would be something that I would like to elaborate upon further. So then questions like what would education then mean? What would an educated person be like? What should thus be the process involved in educating a person, etc., would be significant questions for the purpose of this paper. John Dewey, while explaining philosophy as the general theory of education, conceives education as, quote, the process of forming fundamental dispositions, intellectual and emotional, towards nature and fellow men, unquote. Thus, an educated person ought to have grown through this process and necessarily be inclined towards some fundamental dispositions. But this will not take place until the learner be considered as a person, both in mind and in body, thereby locating the importance of one's owning a mind. John Dewey has made deliberate linkages in understanding human being as both the person in mind as well as in body, and not as two separate entities that constitute one being. He says in the chapter Theory of Morals, he raises certain questions like, what is it that education does to the learner? So certain questions on the aims that education entail. Secondly, how does education nurture the mind or build his or her character? Focusing on the questions about the contents of education. And thirdly, how does education help learners act in the society in a conscious and rational manner? Emphasizing on the questions about teaching learning process. Now, emphasizing on the aspect of mind and body and eliminating any misinterpretations on this false dichotomy, he provides an in-depth view. But the question he raises push some more questions to my mind. First, are the educational aims treated as a means to an end or an end in itself? Perhaps the end, whatever it be, definitely is critical in attainment of the aims. But is it something that is achieved, say, after 12 years of one's schooling? And secondly, if it is considered as an end in itself, then how is it justified in the light of ethics? Thus, is it assessed as some programmed conduct and behavior, or is it assessed by the content, that is intentions, beliefs, values, and knowledge of the mind that the learner cognitively and consciously engages in? When we see the conduct-content relationship in the light of ethics, we almost want to succumb to the artificial divide that we often mistake about the false dichotomy between educational theory and practice. John Dewey explains, it's a quote from his book again, different schools identify morality as either the inner state of mind or the outer act and result, each in separation of the other. If dualism be taken for morals, it takes the form of a sharp demarcation of the motive of action from its consequences, and of character from conduct. But, as he further suggests that this demarcation is a false one, he explains that action with a purpose is deliberate, but there is not first a psychical process followed abruptly by a radically different physical one. There is one continuous behavior proceeding from a more uncertain, divided, hesitating state to a more overt, determined, or complete state. Thus, it is not a conduct-content divide, but a continuous process in which the learner consciously grows. I too argue that human nature be seen as a continuum in both one's conduct and content. And thus, education would be a successful endeavor by developing not just the mind or the body, but the person as a whole. This further has certain pedagogical implications for educators who view learning or construction of knowledge not as any discontinuity between the mind and the body. To eliminate unethical implications in education, the teacher or the educator thus needs to consciously acknowledge the nature of human being in this sense. Having made that point, I would now try to locate the assumptions related to the nature of knowledge itself. This is taken from the National Curriculum Framework 2005. Assumptions about the nature of knowledge and the child's own nature shape the school ethos and the approaches used by those who prepare the syllabi and textbooks and the teachers as well. So therefore, it has direct implications on other critical aspects of education like the aims of education, curriculum, and the teaching learning process. Quoting from NCF again, the curriculum needs to emphasize the process of constructing knowledge. So the knowledge construction, knowledge is here taken as a strong, in the strong sense of justified true belief, is a very critical aspect that most of our school aim, but till very recently assumptions about knowledge itself has not been very effectively and clearly translated in the broader educational discourse. For example, Alvin Goldman, 1999, argues that truth is the fundamental epistemic end of education. Thus, at the end of one's schooling, a learner could be expected to know all the socially valuable true beliefs, that is the weak sense of knowledge, about a society and the world. As stated earlier, it could be observed that such facts, information, true beliefs could be transferred to the learner in an unreflected or uncritical manner from the teacher to the students, thereby leading to failure in the development of mind. Now, since truth becomes the fundamental epistemic aim, the validity and justification of various beliefs identified as true remains necessarily lost or unattended to. And these explanations about aims of education take us back to the argument about uncritically accepted true beliefs or values on the part of the learner, thereby reinforcing the false dichotomy between the mind and the body and propagation of the biased and the incomplete view of mind over body as the essence of human nature. In response to Alvin Goldman, Harvey Siegel responds that it is not by merely repeating some truths about the world that one could be called an educated person, but critical thinking as a fundamental aim of education, independently of its instrument tied to truth, unquote. This knowledge has not some sort of coherent beliefs in truth, but also rationality, critically reasoned out propositions that the learner needs to consciously know and understand. Dewey, 1909, explains critical thinking or reflective thinking as the active persistence and careful consideration of a belief or supposed form of knowledge in the light of the grounds which support and further conclusions to which it tends. And I believe this is the same fundamental disposition that he earlier states as one of the aims of education in a democratic society. National Curriculum Framework suggests that there are some abilities that or some aims of education as students or learners to be able to analyze and evaluate their experience, to doubt, question, investigate, and think independently. As this is the unique human ability that is called rationality, which is manifested in human behavior in a wide variety of ways. This coming to rationally believing something and also making decision or implementing on the same is what critical thinking also aims at. Thus, it is not just valuable thinking but also valuable doing and bringing the thought to action that education explicitly aims at. R.F. Dearden too emphasized that an important aim of education should be to develop ability in people to help them make informed choices based on reason. And each of the different forms of understanding, be it maths, aesthetics, or science, has its own kind of critical thinking and its own ways of being creative. He suggests different forms of understanding that distinguishes on answering two primary questions. First, what do you mean? Second, how do you know? Often the answer to the second question is based on testimony as a source of knowledge. So, trust on the authority, for example, explicates the truth about different forms of knowledge. Thereby, different values or propositions are merely transferred from the authority to the learners. But to understand the first question, that is, what do you mean? Here is an example. For example, a second grader in a mathematics class might not and cannot know the nature of mathematics and its validation procedures, or that the principles and logical structure of mathematics is different from environmental science that she studies. But while adding or subtracting a two-digit number, she should not just be knowing the solution to the problem and the procedures to get the answers, but should also be in a position to justify why the two numbers are operationalized in a particular manner, and what values does the number she is operating with have. Thus, it should be made available to the learners according to the level of cognition and understanding of different concepts. Thus, addition would not then simply mean a procedures to be followed, but an attempt to understand the mathematical concepts of dealing with certain known quantity. Thus, once again, the mind of the learner should not be assumed as a problem-solving machine, but an active constructor of conceptual knowledge, and therefore fulfilling the conditions of nurturing learners to own a mind for themselves. R.S. Peters states about morality necessarily being a habit of both the mind and the body. Thus, knowledge not just as true beliefs but as justified true beliefs would make the process of meaning-making and learning necessarily educational. R.S. Peters in his book Ethics and Education puts it, knowledge plays such an important role in life, one becomes committed to the pursuit of truth, caring about detail and evidence with keenness and are not characteristics of the uneducated. Such concerns for evidence is also characteristics of the manner in which education is brought about. So this last line of bringing about education leads us to the second part of this paper that would be dealt with understanding some ethical questions about the teaching-learning process. But before that, it would be important to bring into consideration the curricular objective, the questions raised of the content that guide the pedagogical process. Curriculum, according to Paul Hurst, is a program, quote, is a program of activities designed so that pupils will attain by learning certain specifiable ends or objectives, unquote. This implies that the whole idea of bringing about learning would guide an educator or even a learner to plan a focused and nurturing environment, be it the seating arrangement, the method of conducting classes, the content undertaken for specific time period, the timetable of the school, assessment of the learner, or the curricular objectives, etc. All deliberated as a critical act to bring about learning in the pupil, as was planned, and not just imagining the achievement through the lens of learning something worthwhile or not. He explains that, quote, Paul Hurst explains that limiting the curricular objectives to contents and methods for bringing about learning would result in one-sided problem-solving techniques. And therefore, either pupil would be engaged in learning certain theory of a problem or learning a certain method to treat a problem. Once again, as explained earlier, the mind-body dichotomy could be seen to be inevitably growing. But once the curricular objectives are rationally justified and planned, both the content and the method can be well articulated by the learners. Thus, the process of planning and curriculum should be considered as a rational act. Paul Hurst says that achievement of aims of education, be it acquiring certain forms of thoughts, developing intellectual abilities, and particular character traits, are not simple acquisitions. They are all matters of learning, and learning that is not merely conditioned, learning that involves understanding. Thus, one's assumptions about human nature and learning and understanding play a critical role in the modes undertaken in construction of knowledge. While assumptions about human nature, aims of education, and knowledge have already been reflected upon, I would now be deliberating on the idea of teaching as an ethical act. Anthony O'Hare, he says, morality is intrinsic both to the conduct of teachers and teaching, and in various ways to the content of the various subjects being taught. This is very important as it is through the act of teaching where learners and teachers formally interact. Teaching and educational discourse is differentiated from training and indoctrination. Though all the three processes, teaching, training, or education, deal with teacher and the learner, what is it in teaching that makes it educationally valid, and what is necessarily missing in training or indoctrination that makes it ethically questionable is the argument I would be reflecting upon. And this is also the last part of the paper. There are many debates on the necessary and sufficient conditions for something to be called as indoctrination. For example, Wilson, Flew, and Peters explain that the intention of the teacher, the content that is taught by the teacher, outcomes of the process of indoctrination, and the methods of teaching are four of such conditions. I will not attempt to define the process of indoctrination here as such. Now, while analyzing the four conditions mentioned above, it seems that for teaching to take place, the same conditions hold. Thus, what is it that differentiates the two processes, and how is it drawn from the aims of education so that it raises ethical questions on the process of teaching and learning? The activities of teaching are activities deliberately aimed at bringing about learning. This is said by Paul Hurst. Thus, the intention of the teacher is very important to make sure that the learners learn what was intended to be learned. The teacher is expected to achieve the objectives by delivering the content successfully. The intention of the teacher, the outcome of the process of teaching, and the method of teaching are the critical conditions that I think should be understood further. So we have the intention of the teacher and the outcome of the process of education, and the outcome in the sense the state of mind of the learner, and through a method of teaching. So to understand this relationship, let's take an example. Say there are two learners, they might happen to explain the role of friction in reducing the speed of a moving toy car. But to evaluate it as knowledge that is justified through belief, that is constructed by learner, one would have to know the intention of the teacher, whether it was just to transfer the content beliefs to the learner, or to actually teach the learner to know and understand what the proposition means. Thus, the method of teaching the teacher uses to a great extent entails the intentions and the outcomes of the process of teaching. What I am also proposing is that teaching is not just limited to a set of skills or sequential processes with little coherence, but it is the essential idea or intention of the teacher that entails the act of bringing about learning and fulfilling some of the other objectives in a rationally justified manner. R.S. Peters in Ethics and Education says, quote, that education implies that something worthwhile is being or has been intentionally transmitted in a morally accepted manner, unquote. The statement explains that some activity that is educational in nature or something worthwhile is initiated by an initiator with an intention, and the method of transmission is a moral one. Thus, while teaching, the teacher has no other option but to initiate the act of transmitting something worthwhile in a morally justified manner. Now, what is that morally justified manner that will lead to critical thinking people is the last part of the paper. Sorry, this was the last part. If learning be assumed to having certain knowledge and understanding consciously held by the individual learner, then what are some ethical and critical questions raised for teaching? Especially when teaching aims at teaching not just the mind or the body, but the person as a whole. So Israel Scheffler, in his writing Philosophical Models of Teaching, emphasized on such methods of teaching that enables one to understand the ethical concerns of fulfilling the aims of education by deliberating on the method of teaching that is grounded in the knowledge and understanding of the teacher. In the first kind of model, the impression model, he says, he explains as that mind is considered as an empty container in which the environment, including the teacher, constantly makes entry, and the proposition with which the learner interacts or comes to face is retained and regulated in the mind. This again deliberates the false dichotomy discussed above. If the teacher or educator happen to assume that the mind is an empty vessel and the environment will be made available to the learner, in the sense that mind will not be owned by the learner, but would invariably be exposed to beliefs, practices that is controlled by some authority. Thus, autonomy of the learner that one could be deceived into believing is at stake of the empty minds that the learners are assumed to have. Thus, again, education in this way would be nothing but a failure, an implication most dangerous for learners to experience, not just as individuals but also as members of the larger society. The second model he considers is the insight model. He elaborates on the idea of St. Augustine on the importance of linguistic prompts provided by the teacher that enables the learner to make sense of the realities or new knowledge, and thus again insight through the prompts to further construct knowledge. But as understood in its totality, it eliminates the implication on the aspect of conduct. Once again, the mind of the learner, the space where insight are signified, are given importance over conduct. Quote, "But a judgment of appropriateness is not all there is to application. Habits of proper execution are also required, and insight itself does not necessitate such habits. This omission is very serious indeed, for the concept of principles and the concept of reason together underlie not only the notions of rational deliberation and critical judgment, but also the notions of rational and moral conduct." This is taken by Israel Scheffler, unquote. Thus, what does a teacher do to nurture critical thinking in her learners, and that not just provide the vision for constructing knowledge, but also to have certain disposition towards rational judgment and conduct? From what he explains in the third model of teaching, that is the rule model, some direct implications can be drawn. Reason and the disposition towards acting on the principle, as discussed in the rule model, should be an aim in teaching learners in the process to become thinkers for themselves. Israel Scheffler explains that in the moral realm, quote, that in the moral realm, reason is action on principle. However, Siegel quotes Scheffler on learning. He says, since teaching that some propositions say Q, he presupposes that the teacher takes G to be true, and since the activity of teaching appeals to the free rational judgment of the student, we might say that the teacher is trying to bring about knowledge in the strong sense. The teacher does not strive merely to get the students to learn that Q, but also to get him to learn it in such a way as to know it, that is, to be able to support it properly. Scheffler. He says, we aim to enable students not to judge the truth infallibly, but to estimate the truth responsibly. And that is a matter of critical thinking, unquote. Thus, teaching should be guided in a broader framework of the aims of education, that is, bringing about the ability in the learners to think critically and bring it to practice through rationally analyzing the principles, and thereby be called educated not by just having a mind, but also owning a mind. Thus, the counter argument to the false dichotomy that is most often articulated in teaching practices and education should not be taken for granted, but reflected upon by keeping in mind the nature of human beings, the aims of education, the teaching learning processes, especially for education to be a meaningful and, broadly speaking, a successful endeavor. The need for learners to construct knowledge on their own demands certain understanding and knowledge on the part of the teacher on certain critical aspects related to the learner. Starting from the nature of human being, the relationship between the nature of human being and nature of knowledge, construction, and thereby the direct implication of the nature of teaching. This paper was just an attempt to bring out these relationships explicitly. As teachers and educators, one has to keep reflecting on the nature of human beings and thus see the questions that is raised about the crucial aim of education, that is nurturing critical thinking amongst learners through curricular objectives and rationalized teaching learning practices. Thank you.
We can have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes for questions or comments. Are there any questions or comments? Okay.
Just a very small comment, and that's to do with this starting point that is often made in comparing humans with animals, and all the denunciation of animal thinking, intelligence, feeling, that becomes the starting point for establishing ourselves as people with minds. I wonder why that's so necessary. We could anyway proclaim that we have minds and what our minds do without first dismissing what animals can or cannot do.
was a comment, I guess.
Okay. So, gentlemen.
Thank you, Shridhar, for your talk. It is interesting to see like you are trying to challenge that mind-body dichotomy, which obviously is highly problematic. But in terms of the way you conceptualized your paper, and we know how humanities department all across the world gives so much attention to critical thinking. So if we ground that in a particular, like from my own research, I have been looking at prejudices based on gender, caste, and religion. And sometimes it is obviously important to critically think through these issues and become aware, but sometimes it is only directed towards a politically correct kind of thinking. It necessarily doesn't translate into practice. So the idea that if we critically think about an issue, somehow it will change our practices, that assumption is constantly challenged these days, because if you ask anyone, and anywhere, not just here, but anywhere, yeah, gender equality, caste equality, things everyone says, but the way privileges play out in terms of practices and discrimination, all these things are so prevalent. If critical thinking was enough in some ways, then this wouldn't have been such a problem. So again, the theory-practice binary that again you were trying to challenge, but how do we, if we still keep holding to just a critical thinking, rather than looking at actually practices, because in the way our classrooms are designed, we just go and listen and talk. There isn't any emphasis on embodying it or practicing it or like engaging your being in it. So I don't know if, if your thoughts on
So, okay. I have two responses to that. Maybe I'm just breaking the question into two parts. So first, I've taken critical thinking as also an example of one of the aims of education. So just to justify the paper. But yeah, the beliefs, you're right, the beliefs and practices, but I have taken that assumption that our beliefs do define, in a sense, articulated or unarticulated into our actions. So, but then if the question is that, okay, we have a belief, and would critical thinking would necessarily lead it into practice, I think that doesn't raise question on critical thinking in itself. For example, I mean, just to add on that, if I'm believing something, maybe I'm gender biased, that's where the role of critical thinking comes into I mean, that should be a source where I actually go and question my own beliefs. So it might not always be an articulated or unarticulated practice, but yeah, I mean, beliefs and practices are in a way linked, and critical thinking for me, not just justifying the paper, but is also an important aspect of bringing thoughts into practice in a meaningful manner. Yeah.
It's more like an observation. The failure to translate theory into practice. For example, when we critically think that we realize that there is prejudice, but in our actual behavior, we end up behaving in a prejudiced manner. That's what he also tried to bring up. That can be interpreted in terms of the two-system hypothesis that people like Kahneman have been arguing. That most of the time we are under the control of unconscious systems and we behave impulsively out of instincts, habits, whatever you call it. And critical thinking and all these things are conscious parts which play only a minor role as far as the genesis of behavior is concerned. So I think this can explain our failure.
This is rather elaboration to your very good point which you have brought rather than a question. So just wanted to have a little reflection of yours in it. So you brought a very good point in terms of ethics where you said it's thought about to respect elders and not to pluck the flowers. So you questioned about how to bring about the reflection about the consequence of what if not adhere to the ethics. So how do you think because when we see the core subjects taught in our schools, we are very lacking in terms of bringing the reflection on the subject. How do you think this ethics can be brought into real reflections in our classes?
Okay. This one or? Yeah. So the proposition that I took was not plucking flowers, or I actually felt that these are propositions that are socially valuable. Okay, I have taken that. But my position on this is, if you don't know what it means, I mean, why, respect, or why not pluck, or why not lie, I think that is a prior to being able to pluck or not pluck a flower. So that reflection was what I was hinting towards.
My question is regarding the distinctions you tried to draw between indoctrination and teaching. It was somehow not clear, because I somehow thought the conditions which also define teaching are also applicable for indoctrination in a way. Just that the aspect of justification provided happens to be a necessary condition for teaching, is what you were saying. But I think there is also sometimes also justifications provided in indoctrinating processes also. So do you agree with this? Whatever I'm saying? And secondly, don't you also want to talk about virtue ethics related to teaching? I mean, the aspects of virtues attached to a teaching profession, or the goodness of a teacher, and how it is important.
Maybe I'll start from the second one. I think the goodness of a teacher, if the teacher is able to have learners to own their mind, I think that would constitute a good teacher for me. So, and the first part, indoctrination and teaching, yeah, I mean, the conditions that I shared were, I mean, they're typical for both teaching and indoctrination. But when I think propositions or beliefs or dogmas are justified in while indoctrinating, I think the justifications in themselves are not, or maybe are not, how to put it, are not leading to critical thinking in that sense. I mean, the outcome that a learner comes off from indoctrination would be a different person. He or she will not own a mind, I would say, to indoctrination. Yeah.
I have myself 2 short questions, very short. The first one is a very general one, actually. What is actually the difference between thinking and critical thinking? It seems to me to be the one and the same thing.
Okay.
And the second one is when the main aim of education is, school education is cultivating critical thinking, what would be then the place of art education within the schooling? Because art is not primarily about justification and truth, probably.
So again, art education, I haven't read, I mean, I don't know much about aesthetics in education. I haven't read it on that. So, but I think art also has its own validation procedures. So maybe if those procedures are taught to the children to be able to, admire art in its whole, I think that would constitute it. But I haven't read that. And yes, thinking and critical thinking. Critical thinking, I would say, would again is more of your reasons being justified in a sense that you think. We always keep thinking, but yeah, I mean, maybe I won't comment right now. I'll just read more and then we come back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we can proceed to our second presentation given by Shen Ryan, is that correct? From the Suzhou University, Taiwan. Suzhou.
So thanks to the chair and thanks to the organisers as well. So I'll just say a couple of things before I go into the talk. So firstly, I'm coming from a background of virtue epistemology. So the philosophy of education for me is something of a new departure. So after the talk, if you think there's any helpful direction I might take, I'd be very glad to hear your suggestions. And then the other thing to say is that the talk is quite modest in what it's trying to achieve. So really, I'm just going to look at a basis for taking a particular stance on what the epistemic aim of education should be. So it's not necessary. It's not going to be an all things considered stance. It's not going to be the end of the story with regard to what the epistemic aim of education should be. But it's going to be looking at a particular argument that will give a basis for the support of one position. Okay, so this is the structure of the talk. So I'm going to start by talking about epistemic value and philosophy of education, so how the two are linked together, and how what I say about epistemic value will feed into philosophy of education, in particular with regard to what the epistemic aims of education should be. And then I'll talk about the value of knowledge. And of course, there's a whole literature on the value of knowledge now. And I'll start from the standard point of departure, which tends to be looking at the Meno, the dialogue by Plato, and that's questioning why is knowledge more valuable than true belief. And then I'll look at Greco's account, which seems to give us a solution to various value problems, and in turn has implications for what the epistemic aim of education should be. And then finally, I'll look at an objection to Greco's argument, and I'll say what, in turn, that has to say to what the epistemic aims of education should be. Okay, so as I've said, the concern of my paper is the epistemic aim of education. So I draw on the discourse on the value of epistemic goods in order to inform position on what the epistemic aim of education should be. So just to be very clear, by epistemic goods, I mean things like true belief, justified belief, justified true belief, and knowledge. So there are other epistemic goods that I actually won't be talking about. So understanding is one, and wisdom is plausibly one as well. Okay, so my research is drawing on research in epistemology to inform a position in philosophy of education, and follows on from Siegel, who discusses this move from talking about the value of epistemic goods to moving to what the epistemic aim of education should be, and Pritchard, who sets out his own account on what the epistemic aim of education should be. So I argue that there's a theoretical basis from the value of epistemic goods discourse for an education that aims to promote virtuous belief as well as knowledge. So this is the position I'm going to be defending, that there is a theoretical basis from this discourse, and we'll talk about the discourse, that supports the position that an education that aims, we should have an education that aims to promote virtuous belief as well as knowledge. So not just knowledge, virtuous belief as well. Okay, so now I'm moving to the discourse on the value of epistemic goods. So I mentioned one of the value problems as Pritchard identifies it, which is, why is knowledge more valuable than true belief? And that's supposed to correspond to an intuition. We're supposed to have this intuition that, yeah, knowledge is more valuable than true belief. We might have difficulty articulating why, and that's one of the projects, trying to say why knowledge is more valuable. But a starting point is that we're supposed to have this intuition. Similarly, we're supposed to have intuitions for the other value problems that Pritchard identifies, corresponding intuitions. So the second value problem is why is knowledge more valuable than that which falls short of knowledge? So why is knowledge more valuable, say, than justified true belief that's been get-hered, or basically that doesn't amount to knowledge? So again, we're supposed to have the intuition that knowledge is more valuable than mere justified true belief that's not knowledge. And finally, there's also, Pritchard claims, he's received some criticism for this, there's also an intuition that knowledge is not just on a continuum more valuable than justified true belief or that which falls short of knowledge. It's also differently valuable or distinctly valuable. So it's not as if you go from having a true belief to having a justified belief to having knowledge, and knowledge is just a little bit more valuable than, say, justified true belief that isn't knowledge. So Pritchard claims that there's also a value problem that can be articulated as why is knowledge distinctively valuable vis-a-vis that which falls short of knowledge. Okay, so here's the Meno, here's the standard starting place. So Socrates asks Meno what difference there would be between knowing the way to Larissa and having a true belief about the way. What difference would it make? And Meno answers that, well, as long as the true belief remained, then they seem equally as good, right? So one person has a true belief about how to get to this place called Larissa, the other person has knowledge. Well, if the true belief stays in place, then there doesn't seem to be any difference. They seem to be just as good as each other. But of course, this leads to the question, well, why is knowledge more prized? Why do we think knowledge is more valuable? So Socrates claims that superiority of knowledge lies in its keeping a true belief in place. Socrates says that in Plato's dialogue, that knowledge does this by tying true belief down with explanatory reasoning. So the idea is that if you only have a true belief, it's liable to get away. It's going to be easily lost. Whereas if you have knowledge, you have something tying down that knowledge. If you have knowledge, you have something tying down that true belief, which is explanatory reasons. You're not going to give up your true belief easily. You have explanatory reasons for your belief that is true. So if you know the way to Larissa, then you will go the correct way. If, on the other hand, you merely have a true belief, then that true belief may easily be lost. This may happen if you encounter evidence that suggests that your belief is mistaken. So if you only have a true belief, you encounter evidence suggests your belief is mistaken, then you don't have knowledge, you don't have explanatory reasoning tying down this true belief. You're liable to give up that belief. Okay, so there are a number of problems with this account of why knowledge is more valuable than true belief. So I'm only going to look at one particular reason or basis for not wanting to go along with this. So this is the point. So yet stably held true beliefs are not exclusively true beliefs that are known. A true belief could, perhaps because of sheer dogmatism or maybe indoctrination, be stably held without us knowing that true belief, without us taking that true belief to be knowledge. So we can imagine someone, so the example is that a member of a cult is brainwashed, and it just so happens that one of the beliefs that they're brainwashed, one of the propositions they're brainwashed to believe is true. Then if the brainwashing works as brainwashing is supposed to work, then they'll stick to this belief. They won't give up this belief easily. This belief will be tied down. And if it's true, then it looks just as good as knowledge, right? So this will be a case where you have a true belief that's tied down, that you're not easily going to lose. And this looks like a real problem, because this doesn't satisfy our intuition, so we still have the intuition that knowledge is better than this. We don't want to say that they're just as valuable. Okay, so here's a different approach to the question of the value of knowledge. But to get to this account of the value of knowledge, first I have to say a little bit about the account of the nature of knowledge, or basically the definition of knowledge, so how Greco defines knowledge. So S knows that P, if and only if S believes truly because of S's reliable cognitive abilities. So S is believing the truth that 28 multiplied by 9 is 252 is explained by S's believing from ability. A benefit of the account is that no separate condition is needed for dealing with standard Gettier cases. Okay, so this idea is that look, if somebody knows, then it's the case that they have a belief that's true because of the exercise of their ability, and this is quite a popular. Well, it's quite an influential approach in the literature. So. Greco has one version of this, Sosa has another version of this. So there are a few people who are pushing this line, so it gets called robust virtue epistemology. And so centrally important is the causal relation, right? So the person's belief is true because of the exercise of their ability, where the because is explanatory, right? So why is the person's belief true? Well, because they exercise their ability. What explains their belief being true? The exercise of their ability. Right, so then you have the example. So S is believing the truth that 28 multiplied by 9 is 252. Well, why does he believe that truth? Well, because of his ability. So Greco argues that knowledge is valuable in a way that mere true belief is not, because it is a cognitive success that is creditable to the agent, while mere true belief is not. Knowledge is creditable in that it's a success that is the result of one's abilities. So when you just have a true belief, you have a belief that happens to be true, that's not knowledge, and it's not going to be creditable to you. Whereas when you have knowledge, you have something that gets termed cognitive success. The cognitive success is that you have a true belief, and you have a true belief because of your abilities. And so you deserve credit for getting the true belief. It's because of you. It's because of your abilities, or the ability, at least the abilities of the cognitive agent. Just a quick clarificatory point is that abilities are conceived as being reliable. So this particular form of virtue epistemology gets called virtue reliabilism. So the ability is something that's grounded in the agent. It's not something outside of the agent. That's why we can say that the agent gets credit for having a belief that's true when that belief is true because of their abilities. Okay, so Greco characterized cognitive success from ability as being a cognitive achievement. So this is moving towards the value claim that's made. So the definition of an achievement is just when someone has a success from ability, basically. And Greco, referencing Aristotle, holds that achievements are constitutive of human flourishing. He characterizes the kind of value that knowledge has as a cognitive achievement, as that of intrinsic value. So Pritchard argues, and actually Greco later on goes along with this, that really we should think of this as final value rather than intrinsic value. So final value is just that something is valuable for its own sake, and it can be valuable for its own sake because of relational properties. So an example given is the first book of the first printing press. It's valuable for its own sake, in this case because of relational properties. But this isn't a major concern of what I want to say today. So if it's easier to think of intrinsic value, I think that will work. But the important point to make is that Greco has now given us this definition of an achievement, success from ability. And what is knowledge? Well, it's exactly that. It's a cognitive success because of cognitive abilities. Knowledge is a kind of achievement. Achievements are constitutive of the good life and finally valuable. And he's appealing to Aristotle on this. Okay, and so Pritchard sets out the argument as follows. So the first premise is achievements are successes that are because of ability. That's the achievement thesis. The second premise is that knowledge is a cognitive success that is because of cognitive ability. And then the conclusion from that is that knowledge is a cognitive achievement. Next premise, achievements are finally valuable. And then the conclusion is that knowledge is finally valuable or has final value. Okay, so then what's important about this argument is that this looks like not only a solution to the Meno problem, to the first value problem of why is knowledge more valuable than true belief, it's also a solution to the other value problems, or it seems to be a solution to the other value problems that Pritchard identifies. Why is knowledge more valuable than true belief on this account? Well, knowledge is an achievement. Mere true belief isn't an achievement. You don't get any credit for just having a true belief. So we get an answer to that. And it also seems to be an answer to why knowledge is not just more valuable than that which falls short of knowledge, but also why knowledge is distinctively valuable. So a justified true belief might be, it might have practical value, might be on the same spectrum with knowledge in terms of practical value, but knowledge has this other kind of value that justified true belief doesn't have, in virtue of knowledge being an achievement, whereas justified true belief on this account isn't an achievement. So what are the educational implications? So it is, of course, plausible that the attainment of epistemic goods is among the appropriate aims of an education. If Greco's view is right, then we have a basis for favouring the promotion of the achievement of knowledge ahead of other epistemic goods. Right? So, of course, there's, like I said at the beginning, there's more to be said, but in terms of what epistemic standing or epistemic good should be promoted in education, this gives us a basis for saying, well, look, we shouldn't aim for just promoting true belief. We should aim for promoting knowledge. And the basis for saying that is because knowledge is a kind of achievement, so on the part of the knower, and an achievement is constitutive of the good life. It's constitutive of human flourishing, and it has a special value. It's finally valuable or intrinsically valuable. Okay, so the basis we have for promoting knowledge ahead of the other epistemic goods is that knowledge is an achievement, while other epistemic goods which fall short of knowledge are not achievements. If we have a choice, true education, between promoting the attainment of epistemic goods that are constitutive of the good life, as knowledge as an achievement is on Greco's account, and epistemic goods that are not, then we have a basis for promoting the attainment of such epistemic goods. Greco's account can say why knowledge is more valuable than true belief. After all, mere true belief can't plausibly be thought of as any kind of achievement creditable to the cognitive abilities of the believer. But on closer inspection, does Greco's account really help with justified belief? Newtonian physics, as a worldview, strictly speaking, is false. Yet it would be very counterintuitive to maintain that Newton's physics doesn't represent a cognitive achievement and hence is therefore not also finally viable. That's if we accept the achievement thesis that achievements are constitutive of a good life and are finally viable. Here's another example. A police investigator who sifts through a large quantity of a variety of evidence and forms a belief in accordance with the evidence plausibly has a justified belief, and plausibly that belief is a cognitive achievement. So it might be maintained that there's no cognitive achievement without knowledge being reached. So a belief that is not true but is held because of the cognitive abilities of the believer doesn't have the status of an achievement. So this might be the response. An agent reaching a belief because of his or her reliable cognitive abilities, and so we can call them justified, but doesn't know, hasn't achieved anything. Right? So the idea might be, well, justified belief is only worth something if it gets you what it aims at. So if it gets you truth, and if you just have a justified belief without it getting you its appropriate aim, without it getting you truth, then it shouldn't be thought of as being it shouldn't be thought of as an achievement. It's failed in what its function is. You might look at it like that. So in this view, having a justified belief is not a discrete achievement, but rather is only a part of the achievement that knowledge constitutes. So a footballer who takes a good shot but who doesn't score hasn't achieved anything. That might be the response to what I've said. But notice that to keep the example analogous to what's going on when there is a justified belief and not merely a belief, we have to talk about a good shot. In what sense is taking a good shot not an achievement? It's good rather than bad or turning out to be lucky because of the footballing ability of the player. So here's the objection stated in a more formal form. So premise 1 is the same. Achievements are successes that are because of ability. Premise 2, justified belief is a cognitive success that is because of cognitive ability. Conclusion, so justified belief is a cognitive achievement. Premise 3, achievements are finally valuable. Conclusion 2, so justified belief has final value. Premise 4, knowledge has final value. Conclusion 3, knowledge and justified belief have the same kind of value. So then we lose Greco's account as solving the three value problems. We're not going to be able to say that Greco gives us an account that shows why knowledge is distinctively valuable vis-a-vis that which falls short of knowledge. So I'm using the case of justified belief, but of course the same applies to justified true belief. Okay, so then the other point, of course, to make is that if our basis for promoting knowledge ahead of other epistemic goods is that it's an achievement and achievements are constitutive of the good life, then sort of by rules of parity, we should say the same about justified belief. So if justified belief is also an achievement, then we no longer have a basis for saying that knowledge is more worthy of promotion over justified belief, at least within the context of this discussion. So Greco's argument depends on achievements being finally valuable and no epistemic good that falls short of knowledge being an achievement. I've argued that justified belief is plausibly also an achievement. Based on the argument so far, therefore, we should reject the attainment of knowledge over justified belief as an educational aim. In fact, if we accept other aspects of the argument, the result is that justified belief and knowledge with respect to their statuses as achievements are equally worthy of promotion. Okay, so Pritchard argues against the claim that achievements simpliciter are finally valuable. So he does so by first distinguishing between different grades of cognitive achievement. So strong cognitive achievement proper, and weak cognitive achievement. He then argues for treating strong cognitive achievements as finally valuable. So the thought is quite intuitive, I think. So the thought is that think back to what we were discussing earlier. We were talking about cases of knowledge. And when it comes to knowledge, we can have knowledge like the police investigator has that involves forming a belief after sifting through lots of evidence and then forming a belief in accordance with the evidence. But of course, we can also have perceptual knowledge. So we can have knowledge just by, in normal circumstances, just by opening up our eyes and looking around and forming beliefs about what's in front of us. So Pritchard's thought is that we shouldn't want to say that achievements like that should be thought of as finally viable. So given that there's... okay, so that's Pritchard's position. So here's a response to what Pritchard says. So given that there's not any difference in kind between weak and strong achievements, as they are both achievements, it looks more plausible to say that the sorts of achievements that fall in at the weaker end of the achievement spectrum should still be considered finally valuable, albeit weaker in final value. So there's no difference in kind between the weak the weak grade of achievement and the strong grade of achievement. There's still achievements. So it would look odd to say that when we understand that there's going to be there are going to be achievements that fall right across the spectrum, it would look odd to say that we should only count strong achievements as being finally viable. So the thought is that, well, we can still say that we can still make we can still discriminate somewhat between strong achievements and weak achievements. We can say that some are more finally viable than others. So that's the line I'm taking. Okay, so in conclusion, of course we want those being educated to learn about the world and so have particular true beliefs. We also want those being educated to learn to form beliefs about such matters in the right way. So if a person is educated such that she is able to form virtuous beliefs or justified beliefs, then her doing so is itself an achievement, and as such is plausibly valuable for its own sake. Thank you.
We do have again 10 or a little bit more than 10 minutes time for questions. The first one.
Thanks, Shane. I have a more fundamental problem with Greco's account.
Okay.
Cognitive ability. So you started with saying that if someone has justified true belief, but let's say it's a cult that's been brainwashed into believing X,
yeah,
then that doesn't really count as knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why the same doesn't apply to the process, the cognitive ability, the culmination of which counts as knowledge on Greco's account. So if a cult is put through a process inculcated with an ability which is geared towards only certain kinds of truths, which like X are problematic, or maybe even true, but it's been sort of geared towards coming at certain truths, why does the successful culmination of that ability count as knowledge?
Okay, good. Right, so Greco understands ability as a truth-conducive process that's grounded in the cognitive agent. So his position is also sometimes called agent reliabilism, virtue reliabilism, and it's distinguished from simple process reliabilism. So simple process reliabilism says, well, it doesn't say anything about the need for the reliable process to be grounded in the agent. It's perfectly fine for the reliability to come from an outside source. It's just, your belief has to be formed on the basis of this reliable process. So I'm kind of taking it that that's what your question is getting at. Well, what's wrong with that view? So there are a few examples given in the literature against thinking that, okay, so there's some cases in literature where there is simple process reliabilism. A person is believing according to reliable process, but that process isn't grounded in the agent. It's not part of the cognitive character. So the examples are There's one called the brain lesion case. There's another one called the careless math student case. So they're both a bit weird, but here they are anyway. I'll give you one anyway. So brain lesion case is someone forms a brain lesion, right? So it just happens to them that a lesion forms on their brain. And an effect of the lesion forming on the brain is that it gives the agent a belief that they have a brain lesion. And the thought is that there's something, it's reliable, right? So it's promoting the true beliefs reliably, so it's giving the right kind of beliefs. But the problem is that it seems like, so firstly, intuitively, it doesn't seem like a case of knowledge. And then the virtue reliabilist answer is that the problem is that this isn't a reliable process that's grounded in the agent. It's something that's sort of happening to the agent. But when it's not a process that's part of the agent's cognitive character, then it's not going to be a case of knowledge. So another way of putting this is that knowledge is something that should correspond or should fit with an ability, intuition, right? So there is this intuition that when someone has knowledge, then it's the agent is contributing something. It's not just something that's happened to the agent.
Judith?
Thank you. I'd like you to say a bit more about how you're framing this in terms of educational aims, because there seemed to be some slippage at the beginning as to whether you're talking about this account as grounding a particular virtuous epistemology as an aim of education or as the aim of education. And the problem that I have with the latter is that your account is entirely based upon knowledge as propositional knowledge. But I wonder what space there is in this account of aims of education for other forms of knowledge, for knowledge by acquaintance, for forms of practical knowledge, knowing how.
Yeah.
What does that do to your sort of framing of this as an educational aim?
Yeah, so like I said at the beginning, I think what I'm doing is kind of modest. So I'm looking at a basis for taking a stand on what epistemic aims there should be in education. And I'm not saying it's the final story, but I think it'll be part of the final story. But of course, you're right. So I think we had a question in the previous discussion about art. And, you know, art seems like, or music they both seem like things that are worth learning as part of an education. And they seem to be cases that are best thought of as know-how cases. Maybe there's another description, but they don't fall into propositional knowledge. So I'm happy to say that this isn't going to give you a final answer to what the epistemic aims of education should be, but it'll give you a basis for saying, well, knowledge and virtuous belief, there is a basis for thinking that they should be included.
First to the back, to Kevin, perhaps. And then this side.
Okay, looking at the characterization you gave, I'd like to say that knowledge is not, in fact, an achievement. Justified belief is an achievement, but insofar as knowledge goes beyond that, that is to say, it's lucky that it's not get-eared, that's beyond anybody's abilities. So, in fact, if we're going to go for this achievement account, we should say that justified belief is where it stops.
Yeah, okay. So this is tricky for me to answer because I'm quite sympathetic to what you've just said. So actually, this is a lot of this comes from my PhD thesis, and in my PhD thesis, I also argue for what I call epistemic grace. So the thought is that what we can do is basically form virtuous beliefs, and then a more traditional way of putting it is then the world either cooperates or it doesn't. Or the way I've put it is that either our belief enjoys epistemic grace or it doesn't. I think at least by putting it like this, so obviously knowledge is going to include virtuous belief, and at least by putting it like this, I can be neutral on whether the later thing I say is actually right or not. So if you don't buy into the later position, you do seem to buy into it, and I'm glad about that, but if you don't buy into the later position, then saying that it's knowledge and justified belief makes sense, right? You don't have to sign up to my later position. But of course, if you do sign up to my later position, then knowledge will be included by default because it will include justified belief.
Knowledge would be no more valuable than justified belief.
Yeah, I agree.
So therefore, Newton is in there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So take some questions from the other side.
So playing off your idea of epistemic grace, which I guess is Vogelin-esque in some sense.
Is what?
Vogelin, like Robert Vogelin talks about something similar. You said at the outset that you're not going to talk about epistemic standings other than the ones that you did talk about.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to talk about something that's probably not even an epistemic standing, something like doubt. Like from the point of view of education, particularly in a philosophy classroom, sometimes it's just desirable to have the students in a state of suspended animation where they cannot make up their minds between two difficult positions.
Yeah.
Right. So I was wondering if you could just theorize on your feet about, as a virtue reliabilist, about doubt.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So firstly, I wouldn't say I'm purely a virtue reliabilist. I actually think it's maybe getting into other territory, but to deal with certainly some kinds of testimonial knowledge, virtue reliabilism doesn't work very well, and you need virtue responsibilism. When it comes to doubt, yeah, so doubt is one way of putting it, but I know there are other people working on the value of questions, so the value of asking questions. So it's hard to go beyond saying I can see that it would have a value. I don't know how to theorize it, how to place its value. It obviously can have an instrumental value. I don't know if we can say that there's a basis for saying it has intrinsic or final value. Then another point that's similar is to push the line that we should also be interested in intellectual character traits. So we should also be concerned with promoting intellectual courage, intellectual thoroughness, open-mindedness. These are character traits that should also be promoted. But these standard position is that these are traits that aren't necessarily true conducive. So you could have these traits and be in a really bad epistemic environment. This is something Jason Bear, for example, promotes, that we should encourage these character traits. And interestingly, he's the founder of a school as well, and he's putting this into practice.
One more question from that side. There are no more questions, but one question from the back, and then you.
Yeah, my question was basically like, are you seem to also working with a theory of epistemic responsibility when you're talking about knowledge is about, you mentioned somewhere that you achieve true belief because of your abilities. So basically, there seems to be a conscious engagement there. So it seems that you are working with a theory of epistemic responsibility which you don't spell out, or you don't even mention responsibility completely in you. And I was like a bit surprised that you actually don't do so. And when you actually do that, then when we talk about education, it seems that then it could just be an aim, but like how would we constitute education if it is just only about our own way of dealing with our abilities or creating those kind of virtues? So it could just be an educational aim, but do you actually see it? Because it's also an engagement in a much more different sphere, right? When we talk about educational spheres. So 2 questions basically. Are you working with a theory of epistemic responsibility which you don't spell out? Or what would that spell out mean? And what would this mean in terms of educational not achievements, like engagements more so? Not only aims, but also engagements. Thank you.
Okay, so when it comes to responsibility, really for the argument here, I'm going with Greco a lot of the way, and so virtue reliabilists, they're thinking of abilities as being things like excellent eyesight, good memory, reasoning power. So these are different sources. So firstly, there are different sources that we can have for knowledge, and the claim by virtue reliabilists is that they're also truth-conducive processes, and they're processes that are grounded in the cognitive character of epistemic agents. So responsibility, it doesn't really play so much of a role in that discussion. When it comes to engagements, is the question something like, we have this position, we have this argument that's been made that virtuous belief and knowledge should be promoted, or there's a basis for them to be promoted, and then is the question something like, what will it look like if we promote these, or how would we do this, or? Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Maybe we can talk about it later.
2 last questions. First you, and last question then Claudia.
Okay. 2 questions. One, I find there is a missing link. When you are equating at a certain stage after arguments, true belief and knowledge.
Yeah.
You are not talking about the process through which the true belief has been reached and knowledge has been reached. When you are talking about true belief, then you are immediately saying it's a cognitive achievement. Has the true belief come through a cognitive process, right? Mm-hmm. A process that's acceptable. If it's not, then you cannot equate. Then it cannot be called cognitive achievement. So unless you clearly talk about the process through which the belief has been reached, and belief only happens to be true, it could happen to be false, mm-hmm. right? So there is a basic difference between belief and knowledge,
yeah,
right? And in a way that because it is true, the process of reaching has been ignored. And in my view, if you go about the process, then you will never be able to say that the two are the same.
You'll never be able to say what?
You'll never be able to say that true belief is equal to knowledge. Cognitively, it's not a cognitive achievement because it does not follow the kind of cognitive process that arriving at or constructing knowledge follows. Okay, whatever be your response. Second point. When you're talking about belief, where is the difference between belief and values? Right? I'll take you. I was involved in gender sensitivity trainings, right? And with teachers. And I found teachers gradually not accepting the equality of men and women, right? And giving all kinds of arguments. Ultimately, I say, all right, that is what you believe. I'm giving arguments, counter-argument. That is what you believe, right? The matter has ended there. And of course, there were processes try to change their belief. But the question I am raising is this a belief? Or is it a value?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I hope there wasn't a misunderstanding, but the position is that a mere true belief is very different from knowledge. So, on Greco's account, of course, someone can happen to have a belief that is true, but that does, that's not knowledge if it just happens to be true. So, what makes true belief is a requirement for knowledge. It's necessary for knowledge, but it's not sufficient for knowledge. So, how do we get from true belief to knowledge, or what is the difference between true belief and knowledge? So, for Greco, the difference is that true belief has to be present, so you have to believe truly, but it also is a requirement that you believe, or the total requirement is that you believe truly because of ability. That's knowledge. True belief by itself isn't supposed to be knowledge.
Okay, very last question, Claudia. Can you pass the mic to Claudia?
Sorry, there was a second.
Oh, I'm sorry about it.
So the value belief question. Yeah, so we'd expect values to inform beliefs, and probably beliefs to inform values. I'm not sure. I don't think it's very easy to untangle the two. You could try to give a definition of belief, maybe something like endorsing a particular proposition as being the case, or something like that. But I think it's going to be tricky to untangle the two. So Pritchard does some work on belief in God, and the claim is that when it comes to certain beliefs, religious beliefs can be some of these beliefs, certain beliefs may not be, certain propositional attitudes may not be sensitive to evidence. And one position is to say that things like beliefs in God, where they don't seem to be sensitive, or different evidence, this is the claim, doesn't seem to make a difference to the belief, or what gets called the belief, then maybe we should think it's just a different kind of thing than our standard beliefs, or what we standardly call beliefs. So that's the best I can say about the second point.
Now, last question, Claudia.
I had actually 2 or 3 comments, but I'll just be very brief. It seems to me that if you want to have an account of the epistemic value in the context of education, then it doesn't seem to me that the right thing would be to look at it in terms of cognitive achievement, because that sort of leads to what quickly, because it's not a matter of when we tie down knowledge or true belief with justification reasons. It's not that it doesn't ever change, but that you can relate it to, you believe that, and you also know the reasons why you believe that. And so it's not, one doesn't have to assume some kind of an infallibilism. I mean, knowledge could, that's one comment. The other one is that there's another important point that Socrates, in the Socratic dialogues, knowledge is not, it's meant to guide action, decision making. So its effects, I think, are very important. That's one thing. The other thing, I don't know if it appears in Meno or Latches, the dialogue, that one of the criterion that Socrates advances for knowledge is teachability. He says that many of these people who know about courage, who act courageously, don't pass it on to their children.
Sorry, they don't?
They don't pass it on to their children or to those they love, because they don't know it truly, because they cannot teach it. So teachability seems to be another interesting thing which is important in the context of education, and I don't know if people have looked at that epistemic value.
Yeah, so actually whether it's possible to teach the virtues comes up in the Meno, and there's a kind of, from what I remember, there's this kind of skepticism that the virtues can be taught, and there are precisely those kind of examples given of parents who seem to have the virtues, but the children don't seem to have the virtues. Then on the first point, so there seem to be different issues there. So one was that if we go along with the Socratic conception of knowledge, then an advantage of the Socratic conception of knowledge, and this might tie in with another question, is that you're responsible for your belief in some kind of sense. You have your explanatory reasons. And so this would fit with a kind of internalism about knowledge. So you could say that it has this kind of advantage. I mean, the question, of course, is that, well, is this a requirement for knowledge? So it might have this sort of positive ethical advantage, but is it a requirement for knowledge that you do have to be able to point to the basis for your belief in order to have knowledge? That seemed to be what you were suggesting. And then, yes, can you remind me of the second point? Teachability, was that the second or third point?
The second point was that it doesn't have to be fixed. I mean, your argument was that if, like indoctrination or, where the belief doesn't change.
Yeah.
And so the value of tying something down is not to fix it, but to know the reasons why. And that's different from fixing it, because it might, for instance, change. It might be followed.
Right. Yeah. So I only mentioned one of the objections to the Socratic account, which was that we end up getting the results that that true belief that's arrived at through indoctrination and is stably held, it looks like it has the same value as true belief that's tied down with explanatory reasons. So, yeah, I think you're right that we could say that, well, there's this advantage that the Socratic account has over this indoctrination account, that person can point to the reasons why they believe what they believe. I mean, you can come up with, you could think of cases in the indoctrination case where they might be given something to appeal to too. So I guess it's a bit tricky, but there are other reasons for worrying about the Socratic account. So another thing to say about the Socratic account, and you suggested this yourself, that we're not infallibles about knowledge, right? So even when someone knows something, they could still lose their true belief. So I could know the way to Larissa, but then I meet, someone who I regard as an authority about getting to Larissa on the road, and out of mischief, they tell me the road has been closed. You can't go that way anymore. You have to take this other way. And so there are cases where I could lose knowledge as well, even if I have a justified belief.
Okay, we have to close the session now. I want to say just thank you to the both speakers.
Thanks to both the speakers and the chair. That brings us to the close of the second day of the conference. We'll be looking forward to meeting you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. here, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot.